I forgot about this one.
Oh, I like this.
Thank you, Joshua.
Y'all ready? Say it with me. Say that baby. Say it with me. Say Y'all ready? Say it with me.
Thank you, Happy and Free. Y'all keep sharing the live out. What's up to the YouTube fam? Welcome to the live stream. Forgive me for bringing y'all in late. I am just waking up. I'm probably not even 20 minutes fully awake yet, but I'm here. I'm trying to wake my ass up with music. When my kids was younger, I used to wake them up with Black Eyed Peas every damn morning with the song Boom Boom Boom. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Y'all know that song?
No, I don't know.
Man, I can't think of the name of it. But I used to blast it on the Apple, the Beats pill, and I would go in their rooms with the Beats pill, and that's how I would wake them up. So this is how I'm used to waking myself up. But this the one that I was waiting on right here. This one right here.
Yeah. I'm thinking I'm proud. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm thinking I'm proud.
Oh shit. Well, damn, I didn't know if I did that. I had to move it so I could find it easy. And then, hold on, y'all. Goodness gracious. I be doing the most. There we go. Here we go. Welcome in, YouTube. Say what's up in the chat.
Yeah.
I'm starting to wake up.
I'm thinking I'm proud.
Make sure you smash the like button, share the stream out over there. Hey, Brian. What's up, Show Dad? Willy Wonka, hello. Welcome in, y'all. What's up, Dayo? John Pace, what's up?
Should have said we think and we deserve. For a century we were silent, now it's our turn. We've been rebuked, accused of no concern. Treated bad, talk down till we gon' burn.
Say it loud, say it I'm paid. Say it loud, I'm thinking I'm proud.
One more time.
Say it loud, say it loud.
I'm thinking I'm proud. Say it loud. We sang in churches, prayed from the pews, but the thoughts we had came from folks with no clues. Now we demand that, I think in advance, to think for ourselves, not by chance. We tired of the threats and the fairy tales, a living by beliefs that always fail. We ain't waiting for salvation from somebody else.
Where y'all at in the chat?
We freeing ourselves.
Say it loud,
Y'all waking up with me?
say it loud. Say it loud,
What's up, silly goose?
say it loud. Rise from the soul, we rise from the sound.
We rise in the water.
Rise from the soul, we rise from the sound.
We rise in the water.
Rise from the soul, we rise from the sound.
Hey. Thank you, Joshua.
Nobody but couldn't find the mind. They washed our brains and thoughts they stole. Yeah, drum in the chest, truth in the crown. Our thoughts are free, can't hold us down there.
Hey, Sophia. What's up, Mr. Curtis?
Y'all ready? Say it loud. 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 Say that. I say it loud. Come on, say it. Come on, say it. Come on, say it. I say it loud.
Show that. That's me right now. What's up, Linda Way? What's up, So? Hey, Sophia. Not just giving Kirk Franklin. Hey, Evan. Mama Shantae. What's up, Anders? Hey.
Come on now.
Brains up.
Power in the mind.
We think, we build,
Brains in the chat, y'all.
rise, we proud.
Let's see nerdy brains.
We build, we rise, we proud. We think, we rise, we proud. We think, we build, we rise, we proud.
Come on.
We think,
Come on.
we think,
Come on.
we rise, we proud.
Come on. Yeah, yeah. Come on. Yeah, yeah. Come on.
We rise, we proud.
Yeah. The believers gonna say we worship in our brains. Yeah, I'm awake now. But it was an interesting conversation. And so I did decide to bring a little bit of the David conversation into the topic of the good and evil, because I think the reason that they can say that they see the holiness in David, or the majesty in David still after all the things that David did, one is because he's chosen, and Jesus comes from that line, but also because they don't and they, like, in their explanation of it, I think it's a good example of why I don't think they understand the knowledge of good and evil, and they don't recognize that they negotiate their morality when talking about this book, or the worship of this God, and their honoring of the people in the book. Yeah, I agree. But the guest box is open. Y'all continue to share the live, continue to engage, let TikTok know that y'all are wide awake in here, so that they can push us out to the FYP. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing, or an atheist, the guest box is open as soon as I can find that motherfucker. There we go. Carrie. Carrie, did you come up on accident or on purpose?
That was an accident. What the hell? Okay, sorry.
No worries. No worries. Have a good one.
All right, you too.
All right. All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist. But yeah, she she said that they didn't have to do sacrifices anymore because they don't have a priest and they don't have a temple and they broke the covenant with Yahweh. And so we were asking her, how do they get forgiveness of sins if there's no requirement for them to sacrifice animals anymore? Because it wasn't Yahweh that said that they didn't have to do it. It was the Flavian dynasty, right? It was Rome who banned the sacrificing of animals. Um, and so that requirement wasn't taken away by their God. And I said, it sounds like to me you are enjoying the grace that Jesus brought the Christians to not have to, participate in sacrifices for forgiveness. Because the Christians had the sacrifice of Jesus, right? But what do Jewish people have to stand in that stead? And she couldn't understand that. Yeah, the Flavian dynasty. I think it was Titus Flavian that put a ban to the sacrifices.
He said they were Hebrew Israelites.
She was a Hebrew Israelite, yeah. But the thing is, I wasn't saying whether she was right or wrong. She was saying that she's not in extending the same grace that Christians get. She was saying it was different because she was trying to say that Second Chronicles, where that I think it was Second Chronicles where it reads, "If my people who are called by my name humble themselves, turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven." She was trying to say that that is where Yahweh is saying he no longer needs sacrifices, and that all they had to do was turn from their wicked ways and be saved. That's what she was trying to say. And she was like, it's not the same grace that Jesus give Christians. It might not be through Jesus, but it's the same grace, because that, first off, that scripture doesn't mean that, but you are interpreting as that, and that's all well and good. Like for you and your belief, it doesn't mean that. So you're extending the same grace that Christians get through Jesus' sacrifice to yourself. And then I asked her, I said, okay, this is how you deal with the sacrifices, right? What about Deuteronomy 13:6, where it says that you have to kill your mother, sister, brother, son, daughter, closest friend if they try to convince you to worship another God, because she said she had been worshiping Jesus for 18 years. And so I'm like, okay, you've been worshiping Jesus for 18 years. Now you are saying you are an Israelite. So why aren't you following Deuteronomy 13? Her reason for not having to follow Deuteronomy 13 is the new covenant in Jeremiah 31. And that new covenant doesn't go into effect until the Messiah comes. So they're waiting on Jeremiah 31 to come into effect. When Ezekiel 37, when the new Messiah come, based off of Ezekiel 37:23 through 25, and she doesn't have to follow the old covenant. She doesn't have to follow the law of the old covenant because that covenant was broken. And so they're not under covenant right now. And because they're Black Hebrew Israelites and their identity was stripped from them, they're learning their history. And Yahweh, which she doesn't like that name Yahweh, but Yahweh is giving them grace to learn. Although Yahweh has told her that she was from the tribe of Ephraim. And that didn't make any sense to me, because if Yahweh can tell you what tribe you're from, if Yahweh can say, hey, you're Ephraim, and you are also Deborah reincarnated, Yahweh should be able to tell you what clan from the tribe of Ephraim you are from, and Yahweh should be able to tell you that it wasn't the Israelites who broke the covenant with the everlasting covenant with David. It was Yahweh. And
Yeah.
she couldn't understand why I would say that. And she kept throwing these ad homs. You don't read the text, that you don't read the Bible the way I do, so you don't understand it. You don't study the history the way I do, so you don't understand it. Like she kept throwing these ad homs, so that she didn't have to like stick on topic or answer the question. And then Terrell's ass was in there. Y'all know who Terrell is.
Mm.
The J. Oh my God, he did not like the the topic of Isaiah 13. He, he got really slimy and dishonest when I was asking him who are the consecrated ones in verse 3 through 4. Like very dishonest. But he kept saying it wasn't the 144,000. He said it also are not. It's not the ones that are following Jesus. It's some other group of people that are the consecrated ones. But he wouldn't tell us who they are. He doesn't know. But there's a third group of people who are going to be the ones that are raping women, dashing babies' heads, stabbing men, cutting babies out of women's wombs. It's a third group of people. It ain't the 144,000 or the followers of Jesus.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Then,
interesting.
yeah. Then there was another guy who said he said it is the 144,000 in the followers of Jesus, the ones that are grafted in, that are the battle acts of Yahweh, and that the prophecy is talking about. But the rest of the prophecy does not apply to Christians. It doesn't apply to what Jesus was saying. Only Isaiah 13:9. I mean, only Isaiah 13:10 applies, and only Isaiah 3 through 4 applies to them. The rest of it applies to Babylon.
Hmm.
That's yeah. And Jesus. I mean, Adam was having a conversation. Adam was the serpent in the garden, having a conversation with himself to test Eve with wisdom. And then Jesus was the Satan in the wilderness to test himself, because Jesus was hungry after fasting and he was having visions. And so, yeah, Adam, yeah, this is the. I told y'all think I don't be listening to these people when they talk. Like, this is active listening like a motherfucker. But yeah, and I don't went to sleep. But yeah, these are the conversations we had on Empress Live. That's why I said, if you're not following Empress, make sure you follow Empress, because she has some interesting people. She has an interesting set of Christians that come in there.
So they just raw dogging religion and picking up STDs, spiritually transmitted deities. That's what we're
Yeah.
doing.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
Lord.
Yeah. Can't no believer say that my ass ain't listening to them when they talk. Because it's interesting what they say. When I tell y'all, when I make that video and I said the believer's mind is an interesting place, that motherfucker is interesting, because I just want to say, what the fuck, what, and why is that? And how do you know that? Take me to that. Show me how you got to that. Why are you saying that? And they get offended by me. They don't like my ass because I'm gonna ask, what the fuck? Like, why are you saying that? Is it because I want to know, why do you think what you think? Like, is it because you are a harmful person? Is it because you literally are just someone who lack knowledge? Or do you just love people so much that you want to make fairy tales and make them feel good? Like, why? What is your motivation behind this shit? That's what I be trying to figure out. Child of Brenda.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing this evening?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm gonna tell you this, right? It's a blessing first and foremost to me. And when I say blessing, I don't mean it in a Christianity sense, but it's a blessing to be in the presence of you first and foremost. It's a blessing to be able to sit here and hear a woman never challenging somebody as if they are worse, but only want people to be better in how they live from the inside. And I wholly respect and accept everything you represent and stand for, because your accountability has absolutely nothing to do with the externals of people. It's the internals that has did the worst thing externally. So I just want to say, you know, I appreciate you. Your topics are spot on. But I myself, I have questioned some of those people to the tune to where, I even put up a wage. And the wage I put up to this pastor, I pulled out $7,000. And I said, if you can show me these words in the Bible, you got me. I say, are you well familiar with the Bible? He says, yes, I'm a pastor. I say, show me in the Bible these words I'm finna say. Show me where at in the Bible where Jesus Christ said, worship me as your Lord and Savior. He got quiet. I said, matter of fact, show me what God say, worship Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. He couldn't show it. I said, well, why y'all telling people that? Why y'all telling people to do something that's not in that book coming from the source mouth? He just sat there and looked at me. He said, what's your point? I said, matter of fact, show me one person in the Bible who said, I accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. He just couldn't. I say, so sir, do you see why this is an ongoing thing? Because y'all preach something that does nothing except tear people down in how they supposed to be. I say, do you understand that Black churches in America makes $11 billion a year in tithes and offerings? And none of that goes back to the community in a time of need. $11 billion from Black churches, and there's no institution in the Black community that's benefiting off of this crap that y'all promoting, that y'all sharing. What does it do? Like, where did this come from? And he listened to me. He understood my point. But he was a YT person. I say, you know what? I even got a better question for you. If you could tell me the origin of your race, the culture of your race, the tradition of your race, I'll follow. He couldn't. I say, so if you don't have an origin, how can you define spiritualism? If you do not have a start, how could you tell me about me? You can't. That's why laboratories don't make stuff for Blacks. They make stuff for them to look like us. We don't do things to look like them. When we go in these spaces, we occupied and dominated. These social media apps was what? Made by them. Our presence is on these social media apps is the reason why these social media apps are what they are. So stop sitting here promoting something that you know is not true, it's not real, and it's very delusional. And you write in your prompt, believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil, but you need both in order to exist. If you look into your, I told him, if you look into your same,
Give me just a second.
yes, ma'am.
1 second. Nelly, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Does that the $7,000? Didn't you say like when a pastor did that to you one day, pulled out like a 5,000 or something like that, and told you to
No,
find what?
no, it wasn't. He didn't pull out no money. he told me if I could basically debunk what he was saying. It was about Moses. That's what made me make my first trip. He
Oh,
said he
okay.
would pay the bills for the rest of my life. For the rest of his life, I mean, pay my bills for the rest of his life.
Oh, okay. That's why I was thinking about it. It sounded similar to what happened to you
Mm-hmm.
when someone brought when your eyes started to get open. Somebody came to you and said, "If you can point to me in the Bible where Moses exists," is that what it was?
He said he told me if I can prove the existence of Moses.
Okay, and he
That's
would pay
what he
your
said.
bills for life.
For life. He said
Okay.
if I can prove the existence of any of the disciples of Jesus or any of them, if I can prove their existence, he said if I can show him one grave site of anybody mentioned in the Bible, if I could show just one grave site, he would do it. That's what he said.
And that's true.
Yeah. That's
That's
a.
true.
I'm sorry. Was it? That's an interesting way to get people to stop and think, or either start searching. Like if you can do this, or you can find this, here's $1,000, and then they'll actually start reading the Bible and or start searching, and then that'll lead them to like deconstruction.
Oh
Did
yeah,
huh?
you're right. It will.
Yeah.
But I'm finna show you this here, right? Thinker, Nelson, Mr. Nelson. I'm finna show y'all something, right? We all read this Bible. We know what's in it. If the pastors told the believers to do exactly what Jesus told the disciples, go into the world, preach, do this and do that, don't take no money. If they told the believers to do that, you don't have a church. You don't have a church. Because what? To go in the world to do that, your tithes and offerings is going to go toward the cause of the world. And they understand that. They know that. They know it. Even the YT lady, she even did she had the baby crying in the back, and she called like 30 something churches and said, can y'all help me with some formula? My baby hungry. Only one of them helped the lady. Everybody else, we can't do that. Or you got to be a member of this. You got to be a member of that. It does nothing for us.
I think it was 13 churches who said yes. But are you a believer, or are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I don't believe in nothing except what experience teaches me.
So are you an atheist?
No, I'm not an atheist. I don't even. I mean, I know what it means, but I don't even understand the position of it. I mean,
It just
because
means you lack a belief in a God. That's what an atheist is. There's no other position other than I make no claim to know that a God exists. That's all an atheist is.
okay,
But the reason I'm asking is because I only talk to people who are either believers in the God of the Bible, who are deconstructing their belief in that God, or atheists. So I'm trying to figure out where your stance is coming from. I let you go on because I thought you were just saying, "Hey, I appreciate the live," and sometimes I let people come up and do that. But to keep us on topic, I need to know where we're going with this. Does that make sense?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm in the same position as Mr. Nelson with, getting it out. You know, I asked
Nelly is
myself.
deconstructing. He's deconstructing. So you're deconstructing?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh! Shut the fuck up!
What the hell is that?
It was a TikTok universe.
A big one.
That's the biggest one you can get, ain't it?
Yes.
Wow. Who did that?
Oh my
Happy and
god.
free?
No, Lovey. I
Lovey?
think that was Lovey. Uh,
Oh wow, that was so generous and so nice.
Thank you, Lovey. Oh my god.
Thank you so much.
That That was so fucking
I
cool.
never seen it before. It shocked me.
I think they got. I think one of the biggest ones is the Zeus.
Yeah, happy and
That is
free
the
since
biggest
it
one
do
right there.
so. Yeah, the TikTok universe is the biggest one, and like I've never seen it before. Thank you, Lovey. I appreciate you so much.
Wow.
That was cool. That
That
was
was
definitely cool.
cool. That was real cool.
But I'll land it. Say I just had to like remove myself from a lot of stuff that that didn't do me no justice. I asked myself one question, and that one question that I never spoken out, but I asked him, if the God in the Bible creates everything that has a beginning and an ending, he said yes. I said, who made Melchizedek? He don't got a beginning and an ending. If the God in the Bible, everything he creates has a beginning and an ending, who made the one who don't have a beginning or ending? Once I got that out to him, I was done. I was done. Believers, I stepped away from that. Like, and I'm just being honest with you.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing. And you were talking about the social experiment that the young woman is doing that I think is an awesome thing. Carol, I did see your comment. I can't make a decision like that right now. I have, if you can comment on the video, the concept of the song you are asking me to write, and then I can respond to you and let you know if I can, because several people have asked me to write songs. That now I have an idea for an album just with the stories of the women in the Bible and the conversations between the women, some of the men that they have relations with in the Bible, relationships with. So there are several people who have already jumped the gun on that with you. I mean, that what you're asking for. But if you can go to my page, Carol, comment on the video what the concept of the song is that you're asking me to write, and I'll let you know if I can do that. Okay? But I did see
I
your
don't
comment.
like Carol's message.
What did she
I
say?
don't like what she. Okay, girl, I see you. I saw you and I went for it. But
Oh
it's who
shit!
is
I just
paying you,
saw it.
and you all have fun.
Oh my god. Well, never mind.
F you, Carol, and the horse you riding on.
Damn. I damn. That sometimes y'all like you move too fucking fast, Carol. You didn't even wait for me to let them finish talking before I respond to you. Like you moved too fast, and so now the answer is no.
The
The answer is no.
entitlement.
They're very much entitled.
And girl, ooh, that ran through me like ice.
Who is
The
Carol?
hell? Just some random person. Like they're not even in the community. Because the song is going viral, there's a lot of people now following. There's a lot of new followers. They're, learning about the live. They're coming into the live. Great. That's what we wanted, right? We wanted to reach more people. That was the purpose of me begging y'all to help me make these songs go viral. But you can't come in here and just like demand shit. If anything, if you have a badge that says nerd, that person's request, like they're going to come first. But I was trying to let him finish talking, and for the whole purposes of like now what I was getting ready to say to him about the social experiment, I can't even say because he's gone, and because Carol wanted to make it all about her ass. That's crazy. But what I was getting ready to say about the social experiment was, it's okay. You don't have to come back. I'll say it. What I was getting ready to say about the social experiment is, I think that the lady that's doing it is doing oh, okay, Child of Brenda. She's doing a wonderful thing, a wonderful job. And then the responses from the pastors is bringing out even more, right? Not just that the church isn't helping, but what the stances are from the pastors when the light is shined on them. and they're not helping. One pastor posted on Twitter and was basically saying that Jesus wouldn't even want them helping single mothers because of their fornication, and because the fact that they're single mothers means that they're whores. And he quoted First Timothy or Second Timothy to back him up. He didn't even quote the Jesus. He went to the pastoral epistles, the epistles that I call the institutionalized Jesus. Because when they say Jesus said, this is their version of Jesus that they follow, that they believe in. And this is why I say there's 6 different Jesuses in that book. He quoted from the institutionalized Jesus to back up what he's saying, that they shouldn't be supporting unwed mothers, and that it's not their responsibility. They are always they do some fucked up shit, but the crazy thing is that they will always be able to go to that book and back up the fucked up shit they do and say. Even if they're using it out of context, because it's in the book. There's fucked up shit in the book. But I think she's doing an amazing job shedding light on the mindset of the leaders of the church too. So that's what I was gonna say. Maya Rose, you didn't like what I just said, I see. Are you a believer?
Oh, no. So like I got kind of chimed in halfway of what you were talking about. But I just came out of this room with some crazy white supremacists. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I
Trying,
don't want to talk about that. I
yeah,
don't want
it
to talk about
was
somebody
wild.
else's
It was
life.
wild.
Are
Um,
you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm not an atheist. I more so
What
study
are you though?
I study Gnosticism.
So you are a believer in the God of the Bible.
Not in the sense of what you would. I don't think he's the all living creator, but I do think, he's part of, well, he's the creator of this world. That's it.
So you are a believer. That's a believer. I'm not asking how do you believe in it. I'm not asking if you're a Christian. I'm asking, do you believe in the God of the Bible?
No.
Okay. So when you say that the God of the Bible is the creator, that do you believe he's the creator, or are you saying you know he's the creator, therefore you're
Well,
not a believer? What are you saying?
because it's kind of a technical topic to talk about because
I'm not talking about
um,
a topic. I'm trying to get you to just. I'm trying to qualify you for the
I
conversation.
don't, okay, so I don't think he's the creator of of energy. No. Do I think he's the creator of this world? Yes.
The creator of energy. Are you saying you don't think he's the creator of humans? When you say he's not the creator of energy,
He definitely created humans. He created shells because he traps souls inside of bodies, and
What
he
the
does
fuck?
he doesn't
hold
want
on.
people to he
So
doesn't
the
want
God of the Bible is the demiurge. You believe in the demiurge? Is that what you're trying to say?
he is definitely the demiurge.
Okay, the demiurge. Um, the God of the Bible is a demiurge, and does that include Jesus?
No,
Okay, so Jesus is the one you believe in as the good God or a good
no.
prophet. What is Jesus?
So okay, so Jesus existed way before
No, what is
Christian.
he? What is he? Is
He's a
he a
concept.
prophet?
He's a concept, or he's a concept. His specific teachings were to
So you
um,
believe in Christ consciousness?
Christ consciousness. Yes,
Okay. Um, and so I think you would fall in line of deconstructing. Did you grow up Christian?
I did.
Okay, so yeah, you would fall into the deconstructing category. Um, as a Gnostic, you're not deconstructing your belief in the God to like do away with it. You have you're
Hell yes, I
deconstructing
am.
it. I'm sorry. No, you're not. Not if you're talking about the God of the Old Testament as a demiurge and Jesus is Christ consciousness. That's still deconstruct. That's deconstructing your beliefs and reconstructing it in a different way.
Well, okay. So my thing is what we're on is, it's a trap, right? It's a trap for
Hold on. I'm not
souls.
asking you to explain it. I'm just trying to qualify you for the to stay on stage. I just need to know if you fit the
Okay.
conversation. Yeah. So
Gotcha.
you are
Gotcha.
a you're deconstructing your belief, but not to be a non-believer. We're atheists. So that's why I want to make sure you know where you are. We're atheists. We talk about the topics
Okay.
on the board. We talk about the topics that are on the board. And we discuss it. This is a research based live, so we ask questions, we pull
No, I love that.
resources, things like that. Okay.
I love to research, especially ancient history. That is my shit.
Okay. Now the topic for those of you that are deconstructing are the three on the post. As a believer, you're a deconstructing believer. I don't think that it would be beneficial for us to talk about the believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil with you, considering you believe that the God in the Old Testament is the demiurge, so an evil God. So I would assume that your answer for that God not wanting the humans to have the knowledge of good and evil is because he wanted them to do evil and not know they were doing evil. Is that he didn't want pushback? Is that right?
No, I think that I don't really think that there is like evil in a sense, because like, okay, I know a lot of Christians like to go back to the Adam and Eve, and oh, she ate the apple and whatever. But I think that the so-called God of the Bible was actually trying to keep them from gaining any type of knowledge. He was trying to keep his creation ignorant so that they can remain enslaved.
Well, it doesn't say knowledge at all. It says the knowledge of good and evil. Nelly, can you take over for just 1 second? I got to do something.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, go ahead. What was you saying?
No. All I was saying is that the so-called God of the Bible wanted to keep his creations um, ignorant, which is the trap. Because, like I said, I believe in Gnosticism, right? And you can even break it down on a level of physics, right? Because you have the infinity sign. The infinity sign looks like an 8, right? But when you break it down on an atomic level, it comes to like a dipole, right? A dipole is two atoms with two opposing energies. So it creates like a magnet, right? So you have a positive energy and you have a negative energy, or you have the feminine aspect and you have the masculine aspect, but they both create energy. And at the very center of that vortex, it's like it creates a spiral, right? A spiral, or it's a 3D golly, I can't think of the name right now, but
Well,
it's a spiral.
before,
Yeah,
No, go ahead.
what's the part?
I'm lost.
Yeah, I was gonna ask like what's the purpose of this knowledge that you think this what you are explaining right now, this 3D spiral stuff. Like, don't go explain the spiral. I want to know what the purpose of humans having that information would be, that would make a god trick humans into not getting that information. Like, what did the god benefit by us not knowing
Right.
about this 3D spiral?
Because in the grand scheme of things, it relates to the loop. It relates to the loop of reincarnation. Um, the world is ran by the demiurge and the archons, who are here to trap your soul in the loop of reincarnation, when in reality we should be free. Like, we should be free spirited. Like, everything on this realm is hell. Everything on this land is meant to suffer, just so that something else can, benefit off of it, or have. I'm sorry, I'm getting a call, you guys. Let me exit out of this. Okay, but yeah, so everything on this world is meant to suffer for the satisfaction of something else.
Okay, and so when you say that we're meant to be free, you're saying that the reason that this demiurge god tricked the humans into being ignorant and not learning about this loop is because the demiurge wants humans to continuously die and reincarnate into these traps, these vessels that it created for them for the purposes of suffering. But
Right. And
what's
these
really supposed to happen is that humans are supposed to be free. Free to do what? Free to go where? If not reincarnating back to Earth. Like
free,
where
okay, so they're supposed to be free in the perfect realm. So the pleroma is like a perfect world where nothing um nothing bad exists, nothing imperfect exists. Everything is perfect in the pleroma. When Sophia Pistis came down to this realm, she decided that she was going to, do like parthenogenesis and create her own, what she thought would be a perfect being. And she didn't necessarily make this thing with her other half. Right. And that kind of ties back into the infinity loop where I was telling you, like, masculine and femininity, they're supposed to create this synchronicity, this energy. But she decided that she was going to make this being by herself. So she gave birth to like this parasitic, crazy looking deity that had like a lion's face and a serpent's tail, and she thought it was so hideous that she threw it into a black hole and like just kind of left it there. And so this being started becoming like very arrogant, jealous, thinking he was the only creator, and he created like this his own little imperfect world, and he created humans because he literally was trapping spirits inside of physical bodies so that he can keep them as slaves.
yeah, you're talking about the monad, right?
Or the Nagamaki. Same. Yeah, I've never heard of that one before, but I've read the Nagamaki before, and that's pretty much where it's leading to. And then on top of that, the so-called Jesus, also warns people about Yaldabaoth.
So the God that that Sophia created from her rebelling against the one and only God, right? Like Sophia rebelled and thought that she could do it better. Is that right?
So
Is
it's
that
not that she rebelled against the one and only God, because they're all gods in this realm. They're all divine beings in this realm. The Pleroma is a perfect place with all the divine beings. But yeah, she decided that she was gonna, conduct parthenogenesis, and she ended up making like this crazy parasitic being.
and that is the God in the Old Testament. I still don't understand what you are saying humans are supposed to do, because if Yaldabaoth or monad, and I don't know if they are the same, but if Yaldabaoth created humans, then what are you saying humans are supposed to do other than what they were created for?
Right. Humans were created to be enslaved, because
Which would be us.
which would be us.
Right. So what information are you saying that this Yaldabaoth is hiding from humans that it created if they were created to be slaves? That's what I don't understand what the purpose would be to hide this knowledge that you're saying, that the demiurge god is hiding from humans.
Right, right, right. Because they want you to have some kind of religion so that you will be grounded to this earth, so that you never leave the loop, because lower energy beings feed off of your negative energy, because we have two different types of energies. We have well, in Buddhism they call it chi and they call it lush. Your chi is everything associated with positive energy, happiness,
Yeah,
aligning your
I, kn-
chakras, and then your
I
lush.
get that. No, I get that. But if humans were created by Yaldabaoth, when was it decided that humans were supposed to not be on Earth? Like, did the gods decide like, oh, Yaldabaoth has now created humans, and he's put them in this loop of reincarnation. We need to free them so that they can now live in the perfect world, or was it always supposed to be that they're supposed to live in this perfect world and then they got trapped? What which is it?
Right, right. So this this world, like I said, it's a trap, and we were at one point like free spiritual beings, free to go wherever we want. Like we weren't confined to like this 3D brick of a earth that we're on right now. Like we literally live on a planetary system that's like a terrarium. The
Okay,
sun.
how did he trap us as energy? So you're saying we existed as energy first, as spirit beings.
Right,
Then
because energy is
Yaldabaoth,
binary.
and then Yaldabaoth created these traps, these flesh traps that were
Right,
empty. That right, and the flesh trap was empty, so he had to capture a spirit and put it into the flesh trap. How did he capture the spirit? How is he capturing us and putting us in the flesh traps?
how is he capturing us?
Yeah, like if we start out as energy beings, free spirited energy beings,
Right,
somehow we're getting trapped
capture it.
and put into these flesh bots and sent through our mother's womb. So I'm trying to figure out how that's happening.
Right, right, right. So when we are free spiritual beings, we literally get entrapped inside of the matrix. The matrix is a it's not just a concept, but it's an actual literal 3D matrix that we're put in. Like when you pass away, supposedly, right? But you can't really pass away. But when your physical body passes away, they always say, oh, come over to the light, come over to the light. You'll have beings that show up. They appear as people you might love dearly, your ancestors, your brothers, your sisters, whoever, or Jesus. And they tell you to like go towards the light, go towards the light. And if you
You're
go
talking about at
towards
the
the
end of death?
light, no, I'm talking about when you enter into the spiritual realm, period. So like the dream world is also the same as the spiritual realm.
Yeah,
So
but who would have ancestors without having been trapped yet? I'm trying to figure out how the trap started. Like, how did the spirit person get trapped into the flesh bodies in the first place? If we were in this perfect world, this perfect realm, roaming free,
right.
how did Yaldabaoth trap us in the first place before humans started
Because
having babies and started having ancestors and all that? How did we get trapped in the first place?
they had to lower her down to the lower realms.
Lower who
There's
down?
different. They had to lower Sophia. Sophia was a goddess from.
Were we inside of Sophia?
Sophia.
We were not insiders. I mean, I guess technically you could say that because the
I'm trying to
Sophia
figure out
was.
how. I don't know what do I like if I'm a spirit being. What do I have to do with Sophia? Like, how did I get trapped in the first place? Is what I'm asking. If I was
Right,
in the
right, right.
spirit world,
So
if I was already in the spirit world, and the spirit world is this perfect place.
right, but listen, in the spirit, there's levels to it. Just like there's levels to Earth, there's levels to the spiritual realm. So like you have the lower realms, which are the hell realms, and Earth is one of those hell realms. We're just on one of the upper hell realms. But Sophia had to be lowered to one of the lower hell realms in order for that to happen. In order for Yaldabaoth to trap some of the spirit so that he can keep on reincarnating humans.
So he's creating our spirits from Sophia. Like, he had Sophia
Yes.
trapped, and then he's like plucking off pieces of Sophia to create spirits, and then putting pieces of Sophia inside of these traps. So we're all
Yes.
Sophia.
We are all
Is what you're
we are all a part of Sophia. Yes.
so we've never been free, is what you're saying.
No, we've been free. We've been free. We just haven't been free here on this earth.
Well, we wouldn't have existed prior to that. If Yaldabaoth trapped Sophia and he's taking pieces of Sophia and putting Sophia in these flesh traps that he calls humans to create multiple humans, then we are getting created from pieces of Sophia. If that's how it started.
Which
So we
essentially just right. Which
right, so that
essentially
means
is just
we were never free. That means we were never free. Because we came from Sophia, who was trapped.
right. She was only trapped once she got down to the lower hell realms.
Right. And we didn't exist before that. If we came from Sophia after she got trapped, we didn't exist before that.
I mean, we technically did exist because if you think
Where?
about it, even if Sophia did exist the way she existed, she wasn't the only being of existence in the pleroma. Because
So then,
if
hold on, I
if
need
you
you to
break
go.
it
I need to hold on one at a time because I'm getting confused. If just a minute ago you said we are part of Sophia because the Yaldabaoth is plucking pieces of Sophia and
and
putting
bring him to the
the
lower realm.
and no, you said Sophia is already in the lower realm and
No, no,
trapped.
no. She was lowered. She was tricked into going into the lower
Right,
realms.
right. So Sophia gets tricked by Yaldabaoth as a whole spirit. She's whole. She gets tricked and she gets trapped. While she's trapped, Yaldabaoth is cutting pieces of her or plucking pieces of her or draining pieces of her and putting whatever it is that he drains or plucks inside these human traps, creating human beings with a piece of a spirit of Sophia inside it. That would mean that we didn't exist as individual spirits prior to her being trapped and him cutting pieces of her and putting him into these humans. Right?
I mean, technically, we did exist just because like whatever form that we were in, whether you were, coming from a past life of being an Atlantean or a Lemurian or, coming from any type of other different planet, um, you did exist. You did exist. You just
How did
didn't
we get
exist
in
inside of
Sophia
this.
then? If
Because I
we
mean,
exist,
you can't destroy or you can't create energy,
do
and
you
energy needs some type of right. Go ahead.
like? I don't think you. Okay, I'm looking for timeline chronology, right? Chronological order. If Sophia is us, or we are Sophia, you saying that we existed outside of Sophia before she got trapped as Atlanteans is weird to me because that like that would mean when Sophia got trapped, we all got trapped with her at the same time.
Essentially.
So Yaldabaoth didn't just trap Sophia. Yaldabaoth trapped every being in this spiritual world, in this perfect spiritual
I
world.
wouldn't say he trapped every being, but he trapped a lot because that's kind of where like I guess Jesus. Well, I don't even like to call him that, but because he has many names in many different cultures, Buddha, Zeus, whatever you want to call him. But his ultimate teachings were to be aligned with your chakras, so that you don't have to be reincarnated in the loop, so that you can be a free spirited being. Otherwise, you get trapped in the hell realms. You get
But you're already trapped in the hell realms, according to you. Like, I'm sorry, but this doesn't make any sense. Like, there's
right.
no,
You're
there's no
only
foundation. There's no
so you're
foundation there. I'm sorry. There's no foundation there. I hear you saying that Sophia was trapped. We're all part of Sophia. Then you say, no, we existed outside of Sophia before Sophia got trapped. We were all in this perfect spiritual world. Yaldabaoth created humans, and he's putting pieces of Sophia in the humans. But then you're saying it's you that's in the human that has got trapped, and you just keep reincarnating. Like there's no foundation there. Like it feels all over the place.
And that's because you make a soul contract. Like when you pass away, a lot of people make that soul contract, and when they make the soul contract, they end up right back here on Earth.
No, it's the lack of foundation is because of the way you're explaining it. It's not. It has nothing to do with like a soul contract. And what you just did was add another element to it, right? So I'm saying the lack of foundation. It doesn't make sense in my head because of how you're explaining it. Because you one moment you say it's this, the next moment you say it's something else, and then you just added another element to it.
Right,
So it's
right.
not sounding logical at all to me.
I mean, and that kind of stems back to what I was telling you earlier about the archons. The archons literally run this world along with the demiurge, and
But that doesn't have anything to do with your ability to explain it or not.
I mean, the interjection. It's the like when you pass away, there's this interjection with the archon saying, "Oh, okay, you messed up. You have to look at your whole life. This is what you did wrong. You have to go back." And they send you back. You sign a new soul contract, and you end up back here, and you end up being stuck in the loop. And really, when you're in the spiritual realm, you should be able to go wherever the fuck you want to go. You shouldn't be trapped. But with the grid lines and the pyramids and things like that, how they're set up, the archons monitor everything that every individual does. So I mean, it's
what I hear you saying this, right? Like you keep adding different elements to it that doesn't make sense. You're not able to explain it. I don't see the reason that anybody would need to know this as a human,
so that you don't get stuck in the loop. I mean, unless you want to.
Jesus literally came back after he died. He came back. In the story, he came back. In the story, Jesus is planning to come back. I don't understand. Like you're saying that humans need to know this so that they don't get trapped in the loop. But when you die,
you don't die.
The information that you yes, you do. The information that is in your brain, right, dies with you.
Or, no, it doesn't.
If you so let me ask you a question. How many times have you died? How many lives have you had?
I'm sure I've had many.
No, but tell me definitely. Since the information doesn't die with you, since the information doesn't die when your human brain dies, let me finish talking, please?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Since the information does not die when your human brain dies, that means that from all of your past lives, you should still know all of that information. So, and you should be able to tell me the exact amount of times that you've died and come back, that you've been in this loop.
Right. So when you pass away, the information doesn't just go away. So it's actually the opposite. So when you pass away, you actually start to gain all the lost memories that you had from your past lives.
Right. So I'm asking you, how many times have you died and come back?
In this life, I haven't died at all.
Not in this life. And just how many times have you gone through the loop?
Honestly, there's a therapy for that. Like that you can do hypnotherapy to see how many lives you had. So I'm not sure how many lives I had because my brain has been erased. Like they've erased every single time you come back to Earth, they erase your memory.
I thought this was an internal critique. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nelly.
Where are you getting this information from?
The Nagamati. Uh, I've read I've read all kinds of things, okay? I've read like the Bible, of course. The multiple Bibles, not just modern day Bibles, cuz most of them are fabricated. And then, the KJ 1611, the Ethiopian Bible,
Right. I understand that
the
you
Sumerian
read a lot.
tablets.
I understand that you read a lot of Bibles, but
That
I guess because the way you're talking as if you know there is life after death.
absolutely.
How do you know this? That's what I want to know.
Because you can't destroy energy.
Are
Where
you
does
saying
energy
that
come from?
only? Give me just a second. Are you saying that only humans are this energy?
No, it's not only humans. It's pretty much everything. Everything that is constructed on this earth, any carbon based thing, pretty much is
So
energy.
a car has eternal life. After a car dies and it goes to the junkyard and is smashed, that car is still alive in the spiritual world. That car still exists in the spiritual world.
No, not in a spiritual not in a spiritual sense, but the atoms it's themselves are still there.
As a car,
Yes, with the car, the atoms, the physical atoms are still there. So just because you take a car and you crush it up and there's some metal, it no longer becomes it's no longer a car, but you still have the particles that are still there, the metal that still exists. It's still there. It's not
not I'm not
destroyed.
talking about in the physical world. I'm talking about the energy that is of this material. When a car is smashed to death, like when a car is smashed and it no longer exists, the energy that was a part of that car, of the metal, the steel, the rubber, all of that, you're saying that car knows that it was a car.
No, cars don't have sentience,
It's energy.
but it is energy.
You're saying right. So you're saying energy um has memories. Energy knows, right? That is energy, that it had a life here on earth, and energy just keeps re incarnating itself here into the physical world. That's what you're saying. Regardless if that energy was ever put into the body of a human, because you're describing the human body as if it is the same as a car. You're saying the human
It
body
is.
is a trap, right? So if the energy is trapped in a human body, or the energy is trapped in the metals and rubbers of a car, it's still energy trapped in physical essence. So this energy you are claiming knows information when the physical vessel of it that's containing it is destroyed. So with that being the case, the energy that is trapped in the material of a physical car would know that it was a car when that car is destroyed, because the energy can't be created or destroyed, right? It goes back to the physical world or back to the energy force with its memories, is what you're saying.
I mean, a car wouldn't have any type of sentience
The
per se, but you're
energy
right.
does.
But it
The
would go back right
energy
here.
does.
Yes, being on this 3D realm, you're absolutely right. It will get reused on this 3D realm. You're absolutely right.
The energy of that was a part of the materials of that car. You're saying that energy would know that it was a car in its last incarnation. That's what you're saying.
I mean, it's physical energy. I'm not saying it's a spiritual energy. Like a car doesn't have a spirit.
No, do you you're saying energy is spirit. Now what you're doing is you're saying that this type of energy is different than this type of energy. Like the
Right.
energy that doesn't make sense. You're trying to say the energy that was trapped into a human vessel by Yaldabaoth is conscious energy, and then
Right.
the
Right.
energy that's trapped in a car is not conscious energy, but it's
No,
all
because
energy. That doesn't make sense.
well, it's because the energy from a car is not. It's like it's not the same. Like it doesn't come
Why
from
would it
a
not be the
sentient
same?
because it doesn't come from a sentient being. It's artificially
A
made energy.
sentient being was created by Yaldabaoth, remember? The reason
Yeah,
you're
you're right,
sentient, the
but it's
reason you're
because
sentient is because you have a human brain. But that human brain dies just like the car engine dies. The human brain is made of
but the
physical
conscious doesn't
matter.
die.
Hold on. No, the consciousness would be the energy that you are describing. This is why I
Yes.
say it doesn't this is why I say it doesn't make sense, because you're not understanding is that what you are explaining to us is that your body is a physical vessel housing energy,
Yes.
and that because of this physical vessel having a brain, that energy becomes sentient. That's what you're explaining. But what you're also trying to do is say that the energy is sentient without the human brain when it dies. And because the energy was put into a human body and had a brain, it's different energy than the energy that is put into a vessel that is a car. And when that energy leaves, because it was never put into a human brain, that energy is not sentient. That makes no sense, because what makes you sentient is your physical human brain.
But it's not though.
Do you understand that the reason you are saying the energy that went into a car is not sentient is because a car doesn't have a brain?
I mean, technically it does, but it's not. It's a
A
mechanical
car has a brain?
Yeah.
What was
A car has a whole body system.
what's the brain in the car?
The brain would be like the. Hold on. Hold on. So like pretty much like all the computer chips that run everything. Um, what is the? Hold on, I'm having a brain for you guys.
Y'all do realize that not all cars, y'all do realize that cars didn't always have Bluetooth, didn't always have digital. Y'all do realize that, right? Like some cars, people had to push with their feet. Y'all do realize that, right?
We still on it. I'm so confused.
It's interesting because I think like a lot of people look at this concept from their modern life. Like y'all, a lot of people are saying that the brain of the car is the motor, but cars didn't always have motors. Um, they didn't always have these digital systems, right? So we're talking about the material that these cars are made out of. She's saying that the energy in the materials are not sentient, but the energy that's put into the car for a human, which is our human vessel, is sentient, while ignoring the fact that the reason humans are sentient is because we have a brain that fires off neurons.
I'm lost. I'm not going to even lie. Ugh. I
She
mean, to me,
dropped.
it sounds like she's saying, oh, she dropped. It sounds like she was saying to me that basically, when you die, your memories go with your energy.
No, she was saying that everything that you know, all information go with your energy. That's what she was saying. She was like, you don't forget anything, right? And that's why I asked her, like, if that is the case, then you should know how many times you've reincarnated. You should know how many times you've died.
The- yeah. There's not a scientist on this planet that would agree with that. Your
Oh, I don't
memories
think
is
she's
not
trying
going
to
to go
go
with
by
your energies.
science. Yeah,
Yeah, I
she's going by
know.
spirituality.
Yeah, yeah. That's what that is. Replace one God for another.
Yeah, and she identifies as Gnostic, but I don't know. She sounded more New Age spirituality to me than Gnostics. Like traditional Gnosticism. She sounded more like is it a Shockic? A Shoctic? A Shockic records connecting to like the Pleiades, the Atlanteans, like New Age spirituality to me is what she sounded more like.
Uh-huh. I mean, it just kills me how people can honestly sit up there and fix their mouth to say they know exactly what happens when you die. That when you die, you going here and there, and you're coming back, and ah,
Yo, so Mr. Nelson, what does
I'm
faith
sorry, I
mean?
don't know who you are.
yeah.
I don't know who you are. 1 second. I think wha- the fact that she was saying that this was done to trick that energy from knowing that it was being tricked is the thing that I wanted to talk about with her. Like, it didn't make sense why a God would do that. If you were listening, I told you why you were muted. I explicitly told you why you were muted, and I said, hold on. Um, it didn't make sense to me why this God would trick, like why we needed to know this information. You know what I'm saying? Like what does the information do for humans, and what does it do against this God that it would need to trick humans by hiding the information from them?
Correct.
That's what I was trying to get to. I didn't understand the purpose of that. Yeah,
I
that's
didn't
yeah.
either.
Wonder Muffins, how old are you, and are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am a full believer.
And how old are you?
I'm 40.
All right. The topic that we are discussing with believers of the God of the Bible is the one at the bottom. Believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. What are your thoughts on that?
I believe if believers who are a student of the Bible and a student of Jesus Christ will fully understand the knowledge of good and evil.
Okay. What is the knowledge of good and evil?
The knowledge of good and evil is the purpose of restoration, where everything has a balance in life, where you have cold, you have hot, you have evil, you have a good, you have pain, you have relief. I feel like the knowledge of good and evil is understanding that balance.
The knowledge of good and evil is understanding the difference between cold and hot, pain and relief.
That's one example of it, mommy.
What's evil about cold?
No, I'm talking about balance of contrast of negative and positive, hot or cold, bad and evil, dark and light. It's talking about the balance of what life is.
The
There's a
knowledge
balance
of good and evil
of
is knowing that
opposites.
there is a contrast between
Yes.
two things.
Yes.
That's the knowledge of good and evil. Knowing that there is
Yes.
a contrast between two things.
Yes, madam. Yes, that's what I believe. Yes.
And when Adam and Eve
Hmm.
gained this contrast, this ability to understand that there is a contrast between two things, right?
Yes.
There the world changed. Like you gained this knowledge as well. What is bad about you knowing that there is cold versus hot?
And so, you saying what is bad about it? The discrepancy is where the first humans that were created, they only knew what is holy.
No. What is bad today about you knowing that there is cold versus hot?
There is nothing bad about knowing what is cold is hot, but that's a prime
Okay.
example.
Okay,
Hold on,
so
wait,
the
let me finish.
hold on, no,
You
no,
didn't
no.
let me
I
finish
asked
my
you, no,
sentence.
no, no,
You
no, no,
didn't let
no,
me finish
no.
my
You
statement. I
did,
didn't say.
you did,
I
you
know I
did.
did not,
You
madam. There
yes,
was
you
no
did,
period.
yes,
That's
you
fake.
did. You finished it. I asked you what is bad about you knowing what is cold is what is hot. You said there is nothing bad about it. My next question is, why would your God command you not to, or command the humans not to learn this balance between cold and hot, up and down, round and square? Why would your God not want you to know this balance, this contrast?
You have to come off and mute to answer the question.
Also, yelling at me will never get you your way in
I
here.
wasn't yelling at you. You started
You
yelling,
were.
madam.
You were young.
My name is Thinker.
What's your name?
It's Thinker.
That's a raw name. I like
I
that.
don't
Okay.
care what you think about that. Can you answer
Why,
the question?
wait. So you mean disrespectful? Why don't you care about what I feel?
But who the fuck are you? I don't give a damn about what you think about me.
Oh, okay.
Answer
All
the
right.
question.
I understand. I understand more so. Okay, what's going on? Okay, ask the question again. I'm sorry. All I was saying is I thought Thinker was a good name. Please ask the question again.
No.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for coming up.
Respect. Peace.
War.
You don't know how to leave?
No, I'm just chilling. I have a lot to
No, you're
say.
not. You're not gonna chill on my stage. No, you're not.
No, when I say I'm not chilling, I'm not about disrespecting you. So I won't disrespect
Okay.
you.
We already said
You cut me
salutations.
off again. That's a
I said
problem.
goodbye.
Can't you
I
the
said
host?
goodbye. I said goodbye. I said goodbye. That means it's your turn to hit the X and drop.
So you don't want anybody to prove you wrong.
You were not listening. I'm not repeating
No,
myself.
hold on.
Goodbye. I'm not repeating myself. I have no desire to have a conversation with you. Goodbye.
You don't need. You don't need to repeat yourself, but you. So this is. Oh, and
Can you just hit the X and drop, sir?
why can't I speak my piece?
Because it's not your stage, sir. It's her stage. And she asked you to leave, so just hit the X and move on.
I was asking.
Just hit the X and move on, sir.
So y'all are weak.
Okay, we weak. Hit the
Okay, we
X
weak.
and move on. Is this how Jesus' children act? They don't know
Yeah,
when
yep,
somebody says no?
yep. They don't.
Yeah,
They talk
consent
about
means
the knowledge
nothing.
of good and evil and the contrast and all this shit, and this is exactly how they act.
Hit the X and goodbye. Have a good day.
Oh, he protested.
My goodness, man.
No, I'm just letting y'all see that they don't have the ability. They do this every time. They don't respect boundaries. I'm gonna take them down,
If I
but
don't have to
I'm letting y'all see that they don't respect boundaries.
let
They're very intrusive individuals. Yeah, very abusive behavior. So if y'all ever wonder why I allow certain things, there is a reason. Do you have it in you to hit the X and leave?
This guy has no dignity at all. Just hit the X and goodbye.
Well, we'll
Wow.
do it for you since you don't have the ability to respect people's boundaries.
That is just so weird to me. Why they act that way.
They've not been taught about boundaries. They've been taught love everybody. There's a sense of entitlement, right? He's back in the request box. That's they don't have boundaries. They're not taught consent. They believe they have the right to pray for whoever they want to pray over, while not thinking that they are literally saying, "I don't like your life." So I'm going to ask my all powerful God to change it so that I'm comfortable with the way you exist in the world. And no consideration for the other person or what the other person want. Like they are not trained on boundaries or consent at all. That's why they behave the way they behave.
He does realize
Courtney,
you have
see,
to let him up, so being in the box means nothing, right?
no, they don't realize that. That's why
Okay.
they continuously do it. Courtney, see,
Yes, hello.
hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Can I get your age, please? Let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist.
32 and deconstructing.
Okay. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
I actually just came in when I heard the previous lady. She was speaking on the demigods and everything like that. So I didn't get the full message about everything. But I did agree upon when she did say about the
So let me stop you quick.
when you
So I
pass
don't
over.
allow people. I'm sorry. I don't allow people to come up and talk about a previous guest conversation. As someone
Oh, okay.
deconstructing, you can pick one of the three topics on the post and discuss one of those from your perspective. With a just start a new conversation.
Okay. I'll go with the does the world need less or more Jesus followers? I would say less because it's for far as the Bible wise, like the Bible version. Yes, I would agree upon that.
Is there another version of Jesus that you think needs to be more followers of?
I wouldn't say Jesus. I mean, he has all, like you said, he has all forms of names. I would just say the Most High, like far as knowing that it is a higher power. Period. Not just calling him one specific name. Yes, it's okay to experience different. I'm not a religious person. It's okay to be open minded. It's okay to take pieces. I feel like it's okay to take pieces from different religions and apply it to yourself, but not just be a specific religious person because it makes you judgmental to different religions and different people and different ways of viewing. It makes you
Do
close minded.
do
Okay.
you
And
realize? Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Nelly.
Mhm.
No, I was just going to ask her, do you realize that when you say the Most High,
Mhm.
that term also come from the minds of humans, just like Jesus, God, Buddha, all of these come from the mind of humans. So when you say the Most
Okay.
High, that doesn't separate uh, him or them or it or whatever from
Okay.
the other gods.
Okay. Understood.
No, I was just asking, did you know that?
No, never viewed it like that.
Okay, I was just asking.
Mhm.
What is like? Where are you getting your information regarding what the entity or the God or creator or source that you are identifying as this Most High? Where are you getting the information that from them for what they want you to do or how they want you to be, that you are saying there needs to be more people following that? Like, where are you getting that information from, if not the Bible?
Your higher self, I would say. It's a more close connection with the higher realm or whatever you guys would prefer to call him or her. But I really feel like I don't need a specific person to keep me connected to source. I would say source. Okay, I don't need a middleman to keep me connected to source. It's something that you should be able to conjure on your own.
So if there is a person who is cutting out the middleman, who
Mhm.
is connected to their higher self, and their higher self tells them that enslaving another human being is okay, then that's fine. There needs to be more people who make decisions based off of their higher self, is what you're saying.
Yes, I would say, but self-consciously knowing, enslaving another person is a bad thing. It's a feeling. It's a feeling within. Right from, it's nothing that's taught. Right from wrong is not taught. It's a
That's
feeling.
not true. That's
That's
not
not
true.
true.
Okay. Okay.
There
So
are there are a lot of
that's
people on the earth who think that owning another human being is justifiable and a moral thing to do. It's not an objective moral standard that every human just has. But if you're like
okay. So
if
when you
you're saying, like, if you're saying that a person um can just decide, right, that they are the highest source and
Mhm.
everybody needs to be like that, then like that, like, it's just saying that whatever goes, right? Like, there's no need to talk or reason as a society and discuss, what would be socially moral or socially immoral for that society, and abide by that, because you're cutting out the middleman and you become this highest source of, for yourself.
correct. I mean,
Right. and
what is
and
the
so
purpose
then
of a
then
middleman?
you have there like I'm not saying a middleman. You're saying you're making yourself a god in this when you say that your highest self is connected to this Most High. You still have a middleman. You still have a god that you are calling source, and you are saying you are connected directly to it, and the
Your higher
information
self.
that you get, which is the god.
Yes.
You called it the Most High, right? So you are saying that you are connected directly to the God, and the way you know what the God wants you to do is directly through your connection to this God. And so your God, your connection to the God says don't enslave. Somebody else's connection to the God says enslave. That, to me, just spells chaos.
Okay, that's one way of looking at it. But from you asked me for my opinion, so I'm giving you my opinion. That's why I say the middleman, yes, no. There's no need for a middleman. When you are directly connected to source, things flow properly. Is no reason to have a middleman. And like I said, it's automatic knowledge. It's automatic knowledge. It's no, you don't have to have no one to teach you right from wrong because it's automatically known.
That's
Once you're
not
at your
true.
highest frequency, okay, once you at your highest frequency, you're going to elevate in your highest capacity. It's going to be a positive energy.
Right
When you're
and
vibrating high, your energy is high.
right right and wrong is subjective, and that was the whole point of me saying that you could think that it is wrong to enslave another human as connected to this
Mhm.
source, and another human connected to the source could think that enslaving another human is right.
Yes,
Like that
yes,
it's
that is true.
subjective. It,
That is
I
true.
don't
But
think you
you're also
understand. I don't think you understand what, like, you're saying in one sentence. You're saying that there is this objective moral standard that everybody connected to this higher source would share. That they would all feel that slavery is wrong because it's an objective standard, but that
yes.
isn't true. And then on the other hand,
Okay.
you're saying yes, it's positive. It is true that it's subjective. You're saying it's objective and subjective at the same time, and that's
No, I'm
chaos.
saying it's
One
no,
it
I'm
can't
saying it's
be. Let me
subjective.
finish. Let me finish, and then you can respond.
Okay.
No, what you're actually saying to me is that you say it's subjective, but when you agree that the source could be telling the person that enslaving somebody is right while also telling you that enslaving somebody is wrong, that's subjective. So you're saying it's objective and subjective at the same time, when logically that can't be, because when something is objective, it is always the case. Subjective is relation like it's based on different experiences, right? So uh not only does it not can it not exist definition wise, it that would spell chaos, because you're kind of double speaking right now.
Okay. And I understand why you're looking at it like that. I was agreeing if you're looking at it as if, okay, one God is, if we all look at God as a source, as being a positive thing, a productive thing, a good thing, like you said, good and evil. Okay, we all looking at God or source or the most higher power as being good. So why would it not be wrong for me to say, okay, enslaving someone is wrong? If my source telling me enslaving someone is wrong, and we both are both are viewing the same source, why would it tell the next person, okay, you can enslave someone? It wouldn't tell them that. If we're both viewing the same source the same way, getting the same information from the same source. It
You
doesn't
So
know
it
what
doesn't
why?
make sense
so
to
what
me.
you really mean so what you really mean is that there needs to be more people like Courtney, because for you to assert that the next person sees this source the same way you do, or would need to see the source the same way you do in order for it to work, you need more Courtney followers or more people like Courtney. And Courtney would be the middleman, because they have to think like Courtney in order for the God to tell them the same thing the God tells Courtney.
No, I'm saying that God is a positive being. He's in
To you.
positive energy. Okay,
To
well,
you.
to me,
Right.
that's why I said
But
you're asking for my opinion.
to somebody else, they may not see the source as positive.
Okay, if you're viewing it like that, well then yeah, it would be
That's the
whatever.
truth. Everybody has different brains.
Yeah,
Everybody has
that's true.
different brains and different, right? So if you're saying their higher self is connected to this source, then unless they all see the source as the source of good, then this God would never tell someone that enslaving another human is good, is okay to do. But they have to
Correct.
see the source as good, like Courtney does.
Yeah. Okay. So I would say, yeah, you could say it like that. But if we're talking about God's energy, God energy is good energy.
That's to
Is nothing
you.
negative.
That's to you.
That, but
That's what you don't
but I'm
understand. You
saying
can't
that
make
what is
that
the difference
declaration.
between
You
that's the
can't
difference
make that
between God
declaration.
and the devil,
No,
right?
that's to you. You can't. That's from your religious indoctrination, right? You can't make
Yes.
you,
Yes.
but you cannot make that declaration for
For
anybody else.
everybody. I understand.
But that's what you're doing, and you don't
No,
understand that that's
when you,
what you're doing.
no, I understand that's what I'm doing. What I'm saying, you asked for my point of view, and I'm giving you my point of view. I
That
can't speak for
everybody
anyone
needs to
else. I'm
think
just
like
saying.
Courtney.
No, I'm not saying everyone needs to think
That,
like Courtney. That's why I'm asking you in a conversation. I gave my opinion, so I'm asking
Courtney, the
yours.
topic that you are discussing is, does the world need more or less of Jesus followers? And your answer is they need more people who are connected to the Most High.
Source, yes. If
Right.
you're if you're viewing God
Hold
as a
on,
what
hold on,
positive.
Courtney. You keep putting this condition on it. If you are viewing God as positive, that
Yeah.
means you are saying more people need to be like Courtney and view God as positive. Therefore, we need more people like Courtney. That's what you are saying because you keep putting this condition on it.
Okay, without the conditions.
Without the condition is they see this God the way they see the God,
Okay, correct.
which means that a person could be connected directly to this source, and that source could tell them that enslaving another human is okay, while that same source is telling you that enslaving another human is not okay.
Yes.
And you're saying the world needs more of that.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Since
The
you put
world
it
needs
like
more
that.
chaos.
Yeah. The world needs more chaos in order to rebuild destruction.
I think it's interesting that you're not a believer in the God of the Bible, but to hold on to your original statement, you're willing to say that the world needs chaos.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, and which, like your stance is similar to that of a believer who has a loyalty to the God in this book. You're loyal to your idea of higher self and this source. So you're willing to sacrifice the well-being of the rest of the world in order to hang on to that. And instead of saying, well, I get it. What I'm saying does create chaos that wouldn't make sense for there to be more people who just do whatever the fuck they want to do because they believe a God is telling them to do it. You agree that the world should just be like that so that you don't have to think or adjust or be wrong.
No, I'm
That's
not. I don't
exactly
have a
what believers do.
no. I don't have a problem with being wrong. I'm just saying that in order to rebuild, something has to be destroyed. That's a known fact. So, in order for people to have an open mind, you have to, your mind has to first be closed in the beginning. If you don't look and research and do other things, you're not gonna know what's really going on in the world. So, with that being said, I just view it a slightly different from a lot of people, but I have no problem with being open minded to what you're saying or anyone else is saying or how you're viewing it.
So the way the
I
world
mean,
is right now,
when you're talking about
the way the world is
yes, when you're
right
talking
now,
about
we need
religion
we need
or
more.
God anyway, to touch it.
We need more of the way the world is right now.
Yes, because that's the only way it's
So
going to
the
end and rebuild. You asked
okay.
for my opinion. I'm
Yep,
just giving you
yep,
mine.
I got
That's all.
you. I got you. We need more pastors essaying children, more people gang raping men, more people raping women, killing and beating women in South Africa. Like, there's no reason for us to be fighting against gender-based violence, because we need to turn up the chaos. We need to turn up the gender-based violence, turn up the essay of children, turn up the raping of women, turn up the sex trafficking and enslavement of people, the oppression of poor people, the hunger in the world, the homelessness. We need to turn it up so that the world can end and
Be
something will
reborn.
start it back over again, according to Courtney.
Yeah. I mean, because who's going to stop it though? Like, who's going to stop it? If we don't change ourselves, how will the world change? So who's going to stop it? Me personally, Courtney going to stop the world. You personally, you're going to stop the world. I mean, even if it's a group of us, more than a million people, we're still going to stop what's been going on for centuries. This has been going on for centuries. This has been going on for centuries. Like, it's a repeated cycle over and over again.
I think it's interesting that you went from this idea that everybody sees your God as positive to your God wants chaos to end the world. Like, you
He
you
put
would
us here
rather
for chaos.
say that than say, okay, I get what I'm saying, that didn't make any sense. That's very interesting that you would. Sometimes we ask believers on stage if they would, if their God asked them to sacrifice their child, would they do it? And then when we show them in the text where the God required child sacrifice and blah blah blah, because at first they're like, no, God would never, God doesn't do sacrifice. And
He's
then when we take
selfish.
them to when we take them to the text and we prove that the God does, then they change on stage and they say, I would do it in a minute. I'd sacrifice my child in a minute. You're doing the same thing. Your position has pivoted for the sake of holding on to your idea of this higher source, higher self concept, that you are willing to say the world needs more children being essayed. That is wild to me.
I mean, that's one way of looking. That's your version of looking at it. Like I said, God is selfish. The Most High, the source, even in the books, He's a selfish person. It's chaos. He put us here on earth with sin. What do you think sin is? That's what we've been doing. That's what we continuously do. So when someone, it's weird to me when someone hears it coming from another person, or when they speak bluntly, people get offended when you're saying that you're not, oh, I'm not a believer of God, or I'm atheist. You still get slightly offended when I say, oh, well, not just me, or when someone says, okay, well, he's dead, or okay, well, he should have been locked up, or well, the baby. How do you not know that was the purpose? That was the
Let me
sole purpose.
hold on.
No one gets offended when someone says somebody needs to get locked up. I am appalled at you saying there needs to be more children being raped.
I did not technically say that. You said that
You
out of your
did
mouth.
say that, and you
I
said
said chaos.
yes.
I said
And
chaos.
when I listed the things of chaos that needed to happen more, your answer was yes.
Yes. Yes. And I will say it again because of the simple fact. How
That's
do you
why
not
we
know?
are appalled.
Okay, but how do you not know that was the specific purpose? Everyone has a purpose in life. That was a specific purpose to teach you something or to teach me
Hold on for a
something.
second. Hold on 1 second. Okay, you said, I just want to make sure I understand you.
Okay.
You said that your God, the Most High, is
Mm-hmm.
chaos, right? He's the one
Mm-hmm.
that's letting the chaos or causing the chaos or whatever the case is, right?
Yes.
In order to end the world.
Yes.
Okay, tell me what the world is, first of
This
all.
the worldly things, the realm, the people that are here, the you, me,
So you're
the
talking
governments.
about, so you're saying human civilization.
Yes, human
Okay,
civilization.
because that's not the world.
Okay, human civilization.
There we go. Okay.
Okay.
So now if the God is the chaos and the God is doing all this, I heard you mention the devil. What's the devil's purpose then if God is the one that's doing all this?
The devil's that was my question to ask her. Miss
I don't
Stanton.
believe in a devil. I don't believe in a God or a devil, so there's no point in asking me that.
Oh, okay. So me thinking this just me, like I said, this just me. I'm thinking God and the devil is the same person. It's a duality. Like you said, good and bad, good and evil. It's the same thing. So when he releases chaos, that is the form of the devil.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Everything that you know about your God and the devil,
Hmm.
where did you get that information from?
Life, just life.
No, you didn't get
Books,
that
research,
information. Yeah, there you go. Books. You got it from
books,
other humans.
hmm books. Like I said, life too. Also, life's a teacher itself.
So you got this information from other humans.
Hmm.
And why do you believe that is true?
Okay, I believe that it's true. Just like I said, from different life experiences that I've experienced, watching other people's experience through life. Um, like I said, I've seen. I live in a city that is total chaos, so I've seen innocent children get killed because of something else, something else someone's got going
Yeah,
on.
but
Even.
okay, but what you're seeing is you're seeing other humans
Hmm.
act out evil ways or kind ways or right, wrong. You're seeing humans do this.
Yes.
Okay. God, there's no God doing this. This is humans doing this.
Yes. Correct.
So why do you keep saying God?
No, you're asking me where did I learn these things about knowing if it's a god or it's a devil. I'm saying that it was a duality because of the situation with the chaos. If I'm
But
seeing all of this going on in the world, we're not going to say
but
world, in
but is the
society.
chaos coming from a God or is it coming from humans?
Majority of the chaos is coming from humans, but don't you think God is
Okay,
allowing it?
what no what no, I don't think God is allowing anything because the term God itself was invented by humans. Every
Okay,
God on this planet that you can mention was invented by humans.
so let me ask you a question so I can get a better understanding. Do you believe in God or the devil?
No, because
Okay.
I know where it comes from.
Okay. So you're
No,
atheist.
absolutely. And the
Okay.
reason why I'm atheist is because when you study, you know where these so-called gods come from.
Okay.
And they come from the minds of humans.
Okay.
It was humans that got together and created gods
Okay.
in
So let
order
me
to control people.
ask you one more question.
Go
When you
ahead.
see something that's terrible, just say a situation that's happened in your immediate life or your immediate family, when something is going wrong, who what do you do in that situation? Do you pray? Do you think? What is your reaction? Like most people that say they don't believe in God, that they're atheists, the first thing that they do when something happens to their child or something happens to their mother, something happens to them, they say, "Oh my God, Lord, please
Oh,
help me."
but do you know why they say that? They
But
say
also,
it
that's
because it
not
was.
true.
Go ahead.
That's not true. Like my daughters were in a car accident 2 months ago. Their car wrapped around a pole. Not one time did I call for this God. Not one time. My cousin just died of glioblastoma. Not one
Mhm.
time did I call for this God. That isn't true. You can't make this
I said
general
most people.
statement. You said atheist.
I said most people. I didn't say atheists. I said no. I
You
did say
did say
atheists. I
atheist.
said okay, atheists. I said most though. I didn't say you. I asked. That's why I asked him. That's why I asked him in
How
that
do you know
situation. What
what
would he
most
do?
atheists do? How
Because
do you know what most atheists do?
I've seen it. Well, I seen
How many? How many
some.
atheists have you
I
seen do
seen
this?
some. I seen some. I don't know everybody in the world, so I can't say
Exactly.
95%. But
So,
the
so
ones
you
the
cannot
ones I have
exactly.
seen.
So you cannot justify that statement that you made. It's not true.
Okay, the ones I have seen. I'll say it like that.
When something is embedded into your history,
Mm-hmm.
like these terms, you hear people say, "Oh Lord," "Oh my God," that's something that is embedded into your history
Correct.
because you heard it so much, you repeated it.
Yeah.
Or you was even taught it, or at one point in time you believed in God or you believed in Jesus. You went to church, you was Catholic or whatever you were.
Mm-hmm.
You know, me going through my deconstruction because I was once a Christian.
Okay.
So me going through my deconstruction, you know, yeah, sometimes I might say that like when somebody get on here and say something real stupid, you might hear me say, "Oh God," like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's because it's something that is embedded into me to say. It's a saying. No different than shut the fuck up is.
Okay.
It's no different than that. But for as when it comes to a God, when it comes to any God, you
Mm-hmm.
can't you cannot show me one so-called God on this planet that exists outside of a human's mind.
Yes, that's a fact.
So again, it goes back to what I said to you earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you keep saying it's God when it's actually just humans? The chaos is coming from humans disagreeing. That's why we have 45,000 different denominations of Christianity
Yes.
alone. That's
Okay.
why we have the Islamic faith. That's why we have these black Israelites and all of this stuff. That all comes from the mind of a human, all because of a book, all because of a bunch of old white guys got together and wrote a book.
Okay. I'm following what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. I'm following what you're saying, and I'm very open minded to what you're saying. I just
But
still feel like it's a feeling. Like a feeling. I mean, it can't be
it's always a feeling.
explained. Yeah, like it can't be
It's
explained.
belief is a feeling.
Yeah.
That's all belief is.
Yeah.
But belief ain't facts.
No.
Belief has no grounds nowhere for evidence. That's what belief is, the lack of evidence.
So you don't believe in miracles.
No,
Okay.
I don't believe in no miracle.
Okay.
Okay, let me say it like this. If you, the reason why don't like using the term belief, because I had it mixed up just like every other Christian had it mixed up. I think belief is knowing, and belief is not knowing. Now, to separate the two in an easy term would be to say, do you believe you woke up this morning, or do you know you woke up this morning?
Okay.
I'm asking you.
No, I know I woke up this morning, but how did you wake up this morning?
Th-
Is the question.
Well, that has everything to do with your body. That has to do with the amount of rest you got, your brain. I mean, people want to eliminate their brain.
So
They think some superpower woke them up this morning. Think
so
about that.
I totally understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But you're sitting telling me that you do not believe that it's something else working around us. That's all I'm saying. Like regardless of what
No, I don't
the
believe
parts
there's
the book.
no. I don't
Okay.
believe there's no superpower in the sky that's looking down on us and waking us up every morning and all this old stuff because that's going to contract all the way back to the belief system in that Bible. It's going to take you all the way back to this God
Okay.
that was
I,
created by humans. That's all that's going to do.
but if we're taking the books out of it, if we're taking the books out of it,
Hmm.
there's still no feeling or no inkling that you guys have that you're saying there's something else. There's something else. Just something. You might not know what it is, you might not know what to call it, but it's
No,
something else that's helping us
No,
here.
no.
outside
That
of
is
me and my mind, my
crazy.
body, no.
That's
Yeah, it's
crazy.
only one person on stage at a time, unless you are a dragon, and the dragons know who they are. So I only have one guest on stage at a time. I see you in the guest request. When she's done, I'll bring up the next guest. Okay. But no, I don't. I don't think that there's anything helping us. Do I sometimes wish there was? Yes, because of all of the shit that's happening in the world. I wish that more humans would come together and do the things that we need to do, right? And realize that we have ability to come together and fight against a lot of the harm that's happening on the earth. But like, if there's going to be a God, that supernatural power will have to do something that my body, my human body cannot do. There's no need for me reaching to a God to do human shit.
Okay, I get that. I agree with that. But in order for a human race to come together and do the things that for the greater good of the human race, that will be considered love. And nowadays, the world really doesn't. The human society really doesn't have that. And I consider love is God. It's a different source. That is a
No,
You
different
love is
consider
source.
it you consider it love. I don't.
Yeah. Okay.
I
What
don't
do
You
you
don't have
consider
to
it
love
as?
somebody to respect their right to life. You don't have to love someone to respect their right to food, to not be greedy and hoard up food that you don't plan on eating and then throwing it away while other people are hungry. You don't have to
That's
love
compassion.
someone. That's not love. Yeah, like
But
how you
compassion is
define.
a
I'm
form of
sorry. Like,
love.
don't talk over me, okay?
Okay. Okay.
It's interesting that you're talking about love and compassion, but you don't understand why it's rude to talk over someone.
Okay.
How you define love is different than how someone else might define love. I don't have this belief that you have to love everybody in the world in order to not harm them or cause harm to them, to respect that they exist and they deserve the right to exist. That's not love to me. That's respect. That's empathy or compassion. Love to me is something different.
But when you say that empathy and compassion are forms of love,
They are forms of love if you
okay?
say they are.
Oh no, I'm asking you.
That not for me. I just explained that to you. Not for me. But if
Okay.
you say this is how I love and this is how you love me, then they are forms of love
Okay.
for you.
Okay.
you're
Okay.
saying that I can't have compassion for someone without loving them
I mean, why would you have compassion for someone that you don't love?
because I'm a good person. I'm a human being. I respect other people.
Okay, and in order to be a good person, it has to be some type of love inside of you, right? That's what
My,
I'm getting at. Like
the
it has to
but
be
the
some.
love inside of me has nothing to do with me having compassion for someone else
Well,
or
well,
having
that
empathy for someone else.
will that
Like,
be love for
if
the
you sat on a
cause?
jury, if you sat on a jury trial for someone who did identity theft, if you sat on the jury trial for someone who did identity theft, and you had to decide the level of conviction depending on, and that level of conviction depends on the sentencing that the person would get. If you take into consideration that the person is a young person and that this is their first offense, and you choose a lower conviction so that their sentencing would be less, showing compassion on the fact that they're young, does that mean you love that person?
No.
Right. When I served on the jury trial for a person for identity theft, we all discussed the fact that this person was young. This was their first conviction, and we chose a lesser conviction so that they would get lesser sentencing because they were young. Right? That's showing compassion. I don't know that motherfucker. I don't love that motherfucker. I show compassion for a young person. That's not love to me.
Okay. So can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So wouldn't that be like, far as you would have love for the cause? So like, okay, you being for you to want to be a good person, saying that you are, okay, we're not going to say want, you saying that you are a good person, you want to
I didn't
show
say that.
good,
That's what Nelly said. I never
I'm
said I
sorry,
was a
okay,
good person.
okay, well, showing morals and conduct and saying, okay, this is the right thing, you choosing this, you're saying to yourself, this is the right thing to do in this situation, wouldn't that be love for being right? Or like, okay, this is the right thing to do, so I'm showing favor, and because this is the right thing to do, I got to have
You
some type of love for
you
the judicial system. This is what I'm saying, I'm
you
interested
keep
in.
trying to get me to like subscribe to this universal definition of love, and I've already explained to you that there is no universal definition of love, right? Because how I want to be loved and how I love is different from you, and
Yes.
like what you're doing right now is trying to get make my actions fit your definition of love. However you define love, that's on you. And no, I don't see sitting on a jury trial. Like I was forced to do that. I didn't do it because I love the law. I would have
Okay.
gotten arrested had I not shown up for jury duty. And
Okay.
to the guy, Zion Lion, don't type in all caps in my comments, please. Caps are for mods and for those who have a vision impairment.
Okay. So
But compassion is not love.
okay.
Compassion is compassion.
Okay.
Empathy is empathy. Sympathy is sympathy. Love is something totally different.
Okay.
Now, if you want to associate because you have compassion for somebody and you want to say that you love them, then that's on you.
Okay. So it's just for like basically the greater good. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Sympathy and empathy don't mean the same thing.
No, it doesn't.
So how
It
could
doesn't.
they both be love if that's the case?
Okay. I was just saying because you could associate it with love if you choose.
If you choose to, there you
Yeah.
go. If
Yeah.
you choose
If
to
you choose.
associate it with love, then yes, you can if you choose to.
Okay.
Don't associate those things with love.
Okay.
I associate those things with just being kind to the next person and respecting the next person.
Okay.
That's what I associate it with. That's it. But when
Okay.
it comes to me loving somebody, there's that's a whole different ball game right there for me.
Okay.
If I love you, that surpasses all that.
Okay.
But I want to get back.
We don't have
Go
to
ahead.
tell y'all what love is to us. None of us, I'm not trying to get love you, and I'm not trying to get you to love me. I don't have to tell you what love is to me.
No, I was asking
I'm not
him
I'm not
because
talking to you.
he
I'm not
felt
talking
like,
to you. I'm talking to the person in the comment who is
oh,
demanding that I tell them what love is to me. That's none of your business. I don't have to tell you that. I'm
okay.
not asking you to love me, and I'm not saying that I love you.
That's personal.
Okay. May I ask one last question? Why do you see love as personal, Mr. Nelly? I
Oh,
mean,
you,
we
you
deep, we deep,
you
we
see?
deep,
No,
we
that's not a deep question. That's kind
deep.
of that's not that. Well,
I mean,
okay.
since it's thrown around so lightly, why do you see it as deep? I'll say it like that.
Love is personal. Has nothing to do. You telling me, basically, that if love is not personal, it's a universal thing, right? That's how you're trying to make it sound like it's a universal thing. Then why don't me and you love the same way?
It's different love languages.
I mean,
Just
it's
like there's different
interesting.
gods.
Yeah.
But Nelly, do you notice that she's now saying that love is personal, but we just finished going back and forth with her to explain to her how it's not universal. So it
Right.
went from
No,
being
no, I asked.
universal to now it's personal. I'm confused by that.
No, I asked him why was it personal to him.
Oh, I
Because
thought you were saying that it's personal.
No, I asked him why was it personal to him.
love is personal.
In your
Do,
opinion,
do,
No,
so
that's
you're
not an opinion. That's a fact because everybody loves differently. It depends on that person on how they love.
but
Or what?
everybody loves.
your would you be okay with your child loving a rapist?
I don't have kids.
I didn't ask if you had kids. I said, would you be okay with your child loving a rapist?
If my child wanted to love a rapist, so be it. That's his
Wow.
decision, her decision. Who am I to stop it though?
Who was that snoring?
The parent, the person who's supposed to protect your child and teach your child boundaries, teach your child danger.
Yes.
Like you are the things that you say, you present as someone who would be dangerous to be around, and like you would be
I
someone that I
am.
would teach my children not to be around, and teach them that it's okay for them not to love you. Like if you were an auntie, like you would, like if they didn't want to hug you or speak to you, they wouldn't have to. I would
Okay.
understand why, right? And that is their right to not love you. I don't like Auntie Courtney. She's dangerous. And I would be like, oh, I get it. And you don't have to like Auntie Courtney. You don't have to love Auntie Courtney. You don't have to speak to Auntie Courtney. You can stay away from Auntie Courtney.
Okay. And I understand that. That's like I said,
Yeah,
that's your
that's an
opinion.
example of love being personal. That's an example of love being personal and not
Okay.
universal. Universal love is that's your auntie. You don't have a choice. You have to love her. That's your auntie. You don't have a choice. You have to hug her. You have to speak to her when she comes over. That's universal love.
Mm-hmm.
Love being personal is you don't have to like dangerous Auntie Courtney.
Okay. You're saying that I'm dangerous. Never denied that me being dangerous. When I said that if my child wanted to love a rapist, that's his or her decision. I still, even if I tell my child not to or stay away, eventually, as they get up, as they grow older, or what, they still make decisions of their own. So I'm still technically, I still cannot control that. I can try my best. And as parents, don't get me wrong, I'm not a parent, but as parents, you can only try your best to prevent your child from doing whatever you feel is harmful towards them. You can only try your best, but you can't make a person do anything. Just like you said, that's their sole right. That's their
Courtney,
that's
you
their
didn't say that you would try. You said you would just let them.
I
You
said
like
I can't.
that.
I
You
said,
did
who am
not.
I to
You
stop
didn't
it?
say right. You did not say you would try to teach them why being around this rapist is dangerous as a child. You did not say that. You said you would let them love a rapist as a child.
Okay.
And
Maybe
you
I
also said that we
maybe I
need
said it.
more of
Maybe I said
rapists
it
out there.
wrong.
You
No,
did
you
say
couldn't
that
hear you.
earlier, huh?
Couldn't
You're
hear
on
what you were
mute.
saying.
We can't hear you.
Couldn't hear what you were saying just now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Oh,
thought my phone was. I'm sorry. I thought my phone was on. I said maybe I worded it wrong for you guys. I'm sorry. Let me say it correctly then. When you asked me, would I be okay with my child loving a rapist? Would I allow my child to love a rapist? Technically, I can't stop my child's heart from loving anything. I could prevent my child from being around or staying away or teaching them that's the wrong thing in my eyesight. But yet and still, if my child heart still earns for this rapist, I can't technically stop her or him from loving them. I can keep them away, but I can't make them stop loving. That's their choice. That's what I meant
mm.
when I said I can't stop it. I'm sorry. So if I didn't make myself clear, that's my apologies.
Well, what did you mean when you said that the world needs more chaos, the world needs more rapists, the world needs more killings, the world need? Well, you agreed with that.
Yes, I did agree with that because of the simple fact with chaos, like I said, it's only a way to destroy the human race that is already going to be destroyed anyways. The human race is already going to be destroyed anyways. That's the end goal from my eyesight, from what I've learned and the knowledge that I have received. The world is going to supposedly, with the air quotes, supposedly end, and it's supposed to be destroyed because of the human race being in sin. So if there's
D-
more, and it's more going on, and
Courtney,
it's more killing going on, hey, it's
Courtney,
gonna end.
Courtney,
Yes.
you really need to study
Okay.
because that concept of the world ending because of
Mhm.
sin, that also comes from the mind of humans. And that concept has been going on for so long.
Mhm.
The world has supposed to end it, I don't know how many
So
times.
many times.
People has predicted this, that, and the third. Courtney, you need to study. You really do.
Okay.
Because your way of thinking right now is dangerous.
Okay. To
I
you
mean,
though. To you
no,
though.
it's dangerous to all humans. Because
Okay.
when you can physically sit up here and fix your mouth to say
Mhm.
that we need more rapists, we need more killing, that is a very um uh, that's a very sick thing to even say.
Okay. It's sick. Okay. So what I'm trying to understand is it's sick for me to say that it's okay to have more killing and more rapists in the world when but it's also okay for you. I don't feel like it's nothing wrong with that because you guys don't feel like it's nothing wrong with not believing in a god or the devil.
Well,
So
then why?
most
Okay, then if that's the case, then if you agree with that, I mean, why aren't you contributing to the cause?
who said I haven't contributed to the cause? When
Oh,
you said loving is personal, yeah.
oh,
So who said I haven't contributed to the cause?
okay. Well,
So
I'm done with this conversation.
it's funny to me how you guys can be judgmental towards the chaos, but I also view chaos as not believing in a higher power. I feel like that's chaos. So
Let me ask you
one
this,
form of
Courtney.
chaos is
Hold on,
not
hold
better
on,
than the
hold on,
next form of
hold on,
chaos.
hold on. You feeling like
Mhm,
our lack of belief in an imaginary deity is
mhm.
one thing. You being able to prove that our lack of belief in imaginary deity causes chaos and harms another human being is another thing. There's a difference between what you feel and what you can prove.
Yes.
But you saying that you think that there needs to be more rapes in the world of children of anybody, and that you are contributing to that is a fact that is harmful to society and
Yes.
that it causes harm. So I don't give a damn about you about your feelings regarding whether I believe in a make believe deity, because how you feel about it does not equate to statistical harm to another human.
No, it doesn't. That's just how I feel. I never said that.
Exactly, and your
Okay.
feeling, it's irrelevant here when we're talking about you saying that there needs to be more raping of children.
Okay. Well, like I said, that's my view.
Did this whole say okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I got it. Why?
she says that she said that how do I know she's not contributing to it? That's what blew me away.
Yeah. I
See,
mean, I
that's
asked
what
the
I didn't. That's
question.
what I was. That's what I didn't hear, Nelly, and that's why I was like, if it could be repeated, but I'm sad it was at this point.
I mean, what's the belief in the higher power do? Like, is this supposed to make the belief in the higher power more attractive? Like, it's obviously making you a horrible person, or you're just a horrible person that believes it, and you're okay with how horrible the God is. Like, that's what I'm getting from this. It doesn't seem like the higher power is that attractive. If you're the if you're the kind of person that comes out of it, hell no.
Yeah, go ahead and burn me now if I gotta have a thought process like this.
In other words, Courtney, it sounds like you're saying that without belief in the God, we can't be good people. We can't treat others right. We can't do none of these things. We have to believe in a God in order to love other people, or even in order to have compassion, or be considerate, or be respectful. We have
She
to
would be
love.
saying the opposite, Nelly, because
Exactly.
she
That's what I'm
she
about to say.
believes that, yeah, her God is her God wants more chaos, and because we don't believe in the God, we are not adding to the chaos. We're not raping children. We're not oppressing people. We're
Oh,
feeding the yeah. So because we don't believe in the God and we're doing the opposite of chaos, we're adding to the chaos.
oh,
Like she can't be saying that the belief makes you a loving person because look at her. Like, what is that?
Raping
Because
children.
the
We
goal is
need
to
more rape.
increase chaos to end the world, according to her.
She is
for
just
you to say
discussing all
that in
around.
front of seven, eight, 900 people. I mean, to even fix your mouth to say, how do you know that I'm not contributing? That's that is just that, I don't even know what to call that besides sick.
And we are the demonic ones because we think that's sick. We would be the demons. That's crazy to me. When like it's the demons that's saying stop essaying children. It's the demons that say feed the poor in your community. Stop uh tricking people out of their money. Stop tricking elderly out of their money so you can go and buy big houses for yourself while they're trying to figure out how to pay their electricity. It's the demons that's saying that stuff. And it's the believers of the God that's saying, I would sacrifice my child. We need more essay. Slavery is good. Like that's the reality that we're dealing with right now. That's how the conversations go on this stage.
Hmm.
I
Wow.
keep telling y'all, they live in the upside down. They wanna convince everybody that they're loving and they're great and this Jesus and God gives them this epiphany and they just become these amazing people. But they're sick, disgusting people when they start opening their mouths and when you look at their lives in real time, they're not okay.
Well, that's not okay. I agree.
And
Well,
it's like when they be saying this stuff, they have no shame, right? And so going back to the Adam and Eve story, when it says that they were naked and they had no shame, this is what I imagine, right? The symbolism in that story is a lack of moral conscience, right? A moral consciousness equates to not knowing or not caring about how your actions morally affect other people and having no shame. The lack of shame allows you to continue to do it, allows you to continue to say it, promote it, ignore it.
Yeah,
And
that's how you guys feel.
that was uh the status, you know, that was the way the God wanted the humans. And when they were naked and not ashamed, it was seen as good to the God. When they lacked a moral conscience and did
That's
not
worldly.
care that was seen as good to the God.
A moral conscience is worldly.
It is. It's worldly.
Oh wow. Okay.
In my opinion. I can only speak for my opinion.
Right, as in like you shouldn't be worldly, right?
I mean, no,
All right, there you go.
no, honestly. I just feel like you should live for yourself and worry about yourself. Trying to save the world is not, is never gonna happen. When people realize that, the better off the world will be. That's
But
how I view
you
it.
said the reason
It's not,
chaos needs to turn up is to save the world. Like, do you hear yourself when you talk?
yes, eventually it will, eventually. Yes, eventually it will save the world. In the long run,
So
it's the
that
long
is you
haul.
trying to save
But
the
like
world.
right now, no, it's not gonna happen. Yes. Everything here is already damaged goods. It's already damaged. It's already tainted.
It's interesting that
Even
believers will
even you,
say
even him,
it's
even the
interesting
other
that
lady, it's
believers will
already damaged
say
goods.
that not believing in a God, atheists are nihilists. But here we have a person who believes in
Mm-hmm.
a God who says the world is fucked up. Bring on the more fucked up because it'll never get fixed. What's the point of fix? Like, this is why I say what matters to them is what they say, not what they do, what they believe, and not what they see. Their
I
God is
mean,
the God of deception. When I say he is the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, who are all deceivers, when you call on the God of deceivers, then you are tying yourself to deception. So you're going to say one thing, do another, believe one thing, see another. It's delusion.
if that's the way you viewing it, but I don't see it like that. That's just the way
I
you're
know you
viewing it.
don't because your God is the God of deception. I know you don't. Like, you just proved what I said. What?
Like I said, hey, I can only speak for me. I can only speak for me. I can't speak for the other believers, but like I said, trying to do something about the world right now is not gonna work. It's not gonna happen. Eventually, the world will come to a form and it will be back whole again the way it needs to be. But until then, everybody's gonna think what they think. Everybody's gonna feel how they feel, and it's worthless trying to repair it. Only thing I feel like people should worry about is themselves, their families. Move on. Make sure you got your money. Make sure you got your houses. Make sure you got your crop. Move on.
I mean, even
It's
worrying about yourself or your family because you believe there needs to be more rape, like, you would be increasing rape in your family. Like,
I wouldn't have to worry about nobody raping nobody in my family.
oh, so there needs to be more chaos in everybody else's families, not yours.
Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't say that. I said I'm not worried about nobody raping nobody in my family.
Why not when you said there needs to be more rape?
Because if someone
And you
was
said that
to,
you are contributing to the chaos. So why not your family?
Right. Who's getting raped?
I am contributing because of the simple fact if someone does something to one of my family members, I will contribute to the chaos because I would be the one doing something to them.
What?
You said you are already contributing to the chaos.
I said already contributing.
And
I
then you
never
said
said I was contributing
I am. Yes, you did.
in a form. In a form. I'm not out here raping nobody, if that's what you want to know. No. If someone was to rape my daughter, or if someone was to rape my niece or my nephew, they will be unalived. Yes, I believe in that. So if that's demonic, okay. I have no
But
problem with that. And I
why
have no
would you
problem with
kill
sitting in
someone for
prison.
doing the thing that you said needs to increase?
Because like I said, if the only way the world is going to get better is it gets destroyed. Eventually.
Right, but so why
So with
would
that
you
being
kill
said,
someone? Why would you then turn around and kill someone for doing the very thing that you said needs to increase so that the world is destroyed?
because it needs to be done. And if the world wants to let other people rape their children and their cousins and their nieces, and they don't do anything about it and depend on the judicial system, that's their business.
This is what I say. You're saying harmful shit. For one, you're saying harmful shit because you lack the inability to say, oh, what I said 30, 45 minutes ago didn't make any damn sense. So now you're up here saying that there needs to be more rape. And then you're saying other people's children need to be raped, just not yours. Other people's family members need to be raped, just not yours. All to save yourself from saying what I said 45 minutes ago didn't make sense.
Oh, it made complete sense. I'm just saying if it was to happen to my family is not excluded. If it was to happen to my family, I would be the one to and add more chaos to the situation because I'm going to unalive the person. That's all I'm saying.
You don't even
I never
understand
said
what the
that
fuck
my
you're
family
saying.
is not excluded. I
You are
do.
if you are going to kill somebody for doing the very thing you said needs to happen, you are just being hypocritical right now.
How is that hypocritical when it's going to be done
Which is why I said you don't understand what you are saying.
Okay, sweetie.
You
If that's
you
how you viewing it.
no, that's not a view. That's what you said. Did
I
you? Okay, let's
said,
just break it down. Let's break it down.
okay, go
Do
ahead, break
we
it down.
need more raping in this world?
I said chaos. When she started naming things, I said, well, yeah, that's a form.
Okay, well, I'm
That is a
asking you
form of it.
directly. Do we need more raping in this world?
Me personally, more raping, I can do without the raping, but that is a form of chaos. So if that's what you want to add in, that's your
Do we
Trying to
need
walk
opinion.
it
That's
more?
what you
back.
want to
Do we
add
need
in.
more
She
killing?
45 minutes ago she said, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
Okay.
she
yeah.
did.
Okay.
She's trying to walk it
That's
back
a
now.
form of
Okay, well,
chaos.
okay. What about killing? Do we need more killing in this world?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay, so somebody kill one
Hell
of your
yes.
family members, you cool with that? Because we need more of it.
And that's how you want to view it.
No, I'm asking you. You said we
If that's
need
how you
more
want to view
killing,
it.
and that's not a
If that's
view.
how you want to view it.
I'm asking you a question. It is a question.
I mean,
You
it's
said
not like I'm not going to get my get back.
okay. Okay.
Do unto you, do unto the people that do unto you. So if that's what's going to go on in my family, it's going to go on in somebody else's family
That's not
because
what
I'm going to make
you
sure
are
it
you
gets
quoting
done.
the book when you say that?
Yeah, eye
That's
for an
not what
eye,
it
right?
says. Not
Okay,
okay. Okay, eye for an eye. Yeah, okay, I got that part.
okay.
But don't say to do unto others, because that's ads. It's an ad. There's an ads
But
in there.
but but you guys are saying that you're not you're a
He's
non-believer.
saying
So
you're
how do you
quoting
even
it
know what's
wrong. He's saying you're quoting it wrong. It doesn't say do unto others what they do to you. It says do unto others as you would have them do to you. You are quoting it wrong. That's
Okay.
what he's saying.
And I'm asking, how do you guys know it so well when you said that you're non-believers?
Because we read and study. We read and study.
Okay.
That's how
And,
we know it.
and
That's
those
how we
quote,
know we don't believe. Because we read and we study.
Okay.
those
Okay.
quotes that you are quoting, the Bible, the quotes that you see in the Bible were said in way before the Bible even existed. Those
Okay.
were those were embedded in cultures.
Okay. But it's still something I believe in. So it's just like I said, I can
Yeah,
only speak for
I,
myself.
I don't care what you believe in. That has nothing to do with it because uh, it's wild how your belief system, where it takes your mind, is dangerous to me,
Okay, to you.
and probably dangerous to anybody else who with common sense.
It have to be dangerous to live in this society today. And if you don't, you slipping. And
Hold on a
Wow.
second.
you allow anything.
Hold on for a second. Do not promote your page in my comments, if especially if I don't know you. If you don't have a nerd badge next to your name, that's gonna get you muted because it's disrespectful as hell. Don't come in here promoting your business or your profile in my comments. Go ahead.
That was all I needed to say. I don't really have any much to say about that no more.
Either.
All right. Have
But I did
a
enjoy
good day.
talking to you guys.
I didn't enjoy it, Courtney. You said a
I
bunch of
I
didn't.
harmful
I
shit.
Uh-uh.
didn't either.
Oh,
It's too
okay.
awful for
This
Okay.
me.
was
Yeah,
terrible.
this is me not
This
loving
is
you.
one of the worst things.
I would say unbelievable, but I've heard people talk like this before, and it's just dangerous. Ooh,
Oh my God. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, you came up last night and it was very unpleasant. Am I remembering it wrong?
You right.
Are you going to be different today?
Of course, I'm different every day.
Same topic. Knowledge of good and evil. What is it? Ria, do you want to do this one?
I just want to listen.
You
Yeah, it's
can't
okay.
sit on my stage and listen, no. If you just want to listen, go back to the comments, okay?
Listen. What?
Requesting to listen from the panel is crazy work.
Like,
You know?
Yeah, you can say it, or you can say like Enam.
All right. What's the right way to say it so I can say your name right?
It's literally my name backwards. Honestly, you can call me Armani.
Oh, okay. Armani, how are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age and then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist?
I'm 24, and I would say I've already deconstructed in a little bit, in a mostly, but I'm not an atheist. I'm more so still like I would say like I'm still like a pagan. Like I still follow like ancient Kemetic text, ancient Egyptian. I still like follow natural, like things that are very old, or like even things from Acadia or Babylon, like the things that the Bible was written about. I would say I still look at those because it kind of led me to that when I was deconstructing and when I started to research and realize that, oh, okay, like this story is literally just taken from ancient literatures that existed before this. It kind of like opened me up to those different beliefs.
Okay. You look like my niece right now. Like looking at your PFP, you look just like my niece, which is
So,
wild. Yeah. Smile and everything. So on in here, the topics are centered around the God of the Bible, and I only talk to people who currently have a belief in that God, or people who, yeah, she's very pretty, or people who are in the process of deconstructing that belief, or thinking about deconstructing their belief,
Yeah, well, I
or
would say
atheists.
I think I do kind of like still go against the topic because you said you use like Jesus followers, and I think y'all are mostly the panel is atheist, and I would say I actually don't have a deconstructing belief around his character though. So I think that's where my I might add something different to the convo.
So I'm not looking for ops. I don't do debates in here. This is just discussions. And so that topic is for people who are deconstructing their belief in this God. And so I'm trying to qualify you. Are you saying that you are still deconstructing your belief? Like, were you once a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible?
Yeah, I mean I was, yes.
And are you still deconstructing that belief, or are you saying that you are fully deconstructed from that belief?
From the Bible, yes, but
From the
the
God of the
character
Bible.
Jesus, no. Like not from the
Okay.
New Testament, because I don't consider them together. The Old Testament and the New Testament are two different books to me because they're written by two different people.
Okay, so you're still deconstructing your belief in Jesus is what you're saying.
Yeah, I guess you can say that, but
Okay.
yeah,
Okay. And you want to talk about, does the world need less or more of Jesus followers? That's the topic you want to do?
yeah. Or I was gonna do like believers don't understand the knowledge of the good and evil within the followers.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so I would say like when it talks about the text, when you talk about God Himself, and if we're attributing that to Yahweh or Allah or El Adonai, no, I don't follow that. I think that person is evil and that entity is attributed to evilness. But for Jesus, no, I don't think so because I think Jesus is actually supposed to be the same person as Lucifer. And they both come from the New Testament. They don't exist in the Torah, they don't exist in the Quran, they don't exist in the old Hebrew Bible. So they're created by the same people, by the Romans, and they took basically their pagan beliefs of bringing.
Hold on, because you're far away from that topic. The topic
uh,
says believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. That's the topic. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
yeah, that I'm getting to it. It's for whose Jesus character is. So
But that
uh,
has nothing to do with Jesus. Like, if you want to talk about Jesus, I think topic two works better for you. Topic one is about the knowledge of good and evil, that not about Jesus. I mean, the last
right,
topic is about the
yeah,
knowledge of good and evil.
yeah,
I
and the
think,
knowledge
like, if
of.
you want to, I'm sorry. If you want to talk about what you were talking about, I think knowledge one. I think topic one or topic two fits better for what you're talking about right now. But if you're gonna pick number three, I need you to be concise and talk uh, explicitly about the topic, which is believers and their understanding of the knowledge of good and evil.
Okay, yeah. So, okay, then, well, believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil based on not understanding who the character of Jesus or Lucifer is. Is that like you better?
No, no, the knowledge of good and evil in Genesis 2 and 3 in that story, they don't understand what that is. So that's explicitly talking about the story in Genesis 2 and Genesis 3 and what the knowledge of good and evil is.
Oh, you're talking about
That's
from
what
the
that
fruit, the
topic is about.
tree, from the tree of life. You're talking about that specific.
The tree of knowledge of good and evil. That's what that topic is about. That has nothing to do with Jesus. That's why I'm
Oh,
saying I think
okay.
what you want to talk about fits in either topic one or topic two.
Okay, okay, then I see what you're saying now. Okay, I didn't know that was related to a specific book in the Bible. I thought that was about the overall concept. Okay, I can do topic two then. I think the world needs more Jesus followers then, because according to what the text say, Jesus is the same person as Lucifer, and Lucifer means to enlighten, to bring light, and literally he was the light bearer. So I think that they do need more Jesus followers because that's the character who is the only person who brought insight to everybody about the evil person in the book, even through whatever you so-called call manipulation. I mean, without Satan, Eve doesn't wake up. She's trapped in a garden with a man who has total control over her and with the evil God who created her. So based on who Jesus is as a true character, Lucifer, based on who he is as Dionysus, I think that he should be followed a little bit more, because if you do follow him, you will wake up and see that the person of that book is evil. So yes, I agree that there should be more Jesus followers.
Okay, so the word Lucifer came from Saint Jerome in 4th century, who mistranslated the Hebrew word um, Halil.
Lasos.
I'm sorry. If you notice that when you were talking, I didn't interrupt. I'm going to ask that you give me the same respect, while also reserving uh, the right as the host to interrupt if I need to keep you on topic or reiterate a question to you. But I don't plan on interrupting you, and I ask that you give me the same respect. Okay?
Okay, cool.
Thank you. So just going back to the whole Lucifer thing, the word Lucifer or the name Lucifer came from Saint Jerome, who was translating the Vulgate into Latin, and he. Do I need to wait for you to come back?
No, you don't have to. I was trying to add rewards. That's all. I was actually gonna try
Oh,
to add
okay.
rewards to the account. But it's fine.
Oh,
You can
okay.
go. Yeah.
Okay. Um, um, the word Lucifer came from Saint Jerome in 4th century, who was translating the the Vulgate. Oh my God, was translating the Latin Vulgate, and he accidentally mistranslated Halil into Lucifer, and that text is referring to the king of Babylon, right? Who was an enemy, a oppressor of the Israelites, right? So he was an enemy. And so if we take this concept of Jesus being the enemy to the Israelites, you know, uh, akin to the king of Babylon, then when Jesus says in Matthew 15 that he only came for the lost sheep of Israel, and that is his mission is to restore the kingdom of Israel, are we saying that the enemy of Israel is focused on restoring the kingdom of Israel?
I wouldn't say that. I didn't get that translation from it. Because in Corinthians 4:4, he's also referred to as the ruler of the world, and it's backed with them previously so-called talking about the Babylon or the king of Babylon at that time, but it's still attributed to the same person. And it was a translation from the word Halil, but Halil also still means, from ancient Greek, it still means shining light or bright. So I think it's still the right translation, but Latin is the right, it's the translation from Greek, because it was from the Septuagint, it was translated from Koine Greek. So and also the Greek origin of it is helios from Hiel, and that was the Greek word for sun. So it's still going back to him being the morning star every time.
Right, but my question is, if in fact we are taking what Jerome translated from the book of Isaiah to be Lucifer, right? Which was referring to the enemy of Israel, the king of Babylon. If we are saying that is Lucifer, that is Jesus, then that would mean that Jesus was an enemy to Israel, right?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, and
Yeah.
so in Matthew, when Jesus says, "I only came for the lost sheep of Israel," and that his mission is the lost sheep of Israel to restore the kingdom to Israel, are you saying that their enemy, that the enemy is restoring the kingdom to Israel? Their enemy is?
Well, Well, I didn't think that he was attributed to being the king of Israel for Jesus.
No, I
I
didn't. I
think
didn't say. I didn't say Jesus is the king of Israel. He.
you
I'm gonna
said
say it
he's
again.
saving the enemy is saving his own sheep.
No, okay. If Lucifer is Jesus, okay, the word Lucifer came from Saint Jerome in the 4th century. Right, that's the first time that word is ever introduced when he is translating Hallel. If that is Jesus, then Jesus in Isaiah would be the king of Babylon, right, which was an enemy to Israel. Right, Lucifer is being called the king of Babylon is being called Lucifer, which is an enemy to Israel. So if he's an enemy to Israel there, then in the New Testament, when he is saying, I only came for the lost sheep of Israel, right? And that he is the Messiah that they are waiting on to restore the kingdom to Israel. Are you saying that Israel's enemy is restoring, is their Messiah that's restoring their kingdom?
No, because the king of Babylon is referring to a ruler to Satan, not Lucifer. Like that's two different. It's Old Testament. That's what I mean by Old Testament and New Testament. When I was like explaining that, because I I don't contribute them to be the same person. I don't contribute Lucifer to be Satan. And when they're saying the king of Babylon, that is not Lucifer to me.
To it's not Lucifer to you. So,
It's not Lucifer to
but the
evidence of
word
Lucifer.
there, okay, the word there in the text is Halil, right? And that
Correct.
is
To
what,
shine.
right, and that's where the word Lucifer comes from. That is a mistranslation from Saint Jerome,
But the original
right?
Bible wasn't written in Greek anyway, so we're still
It was
taking
written in
a
Hebrew.
translation. Right.
It was written in Hebrew, and the word there is Halil, right? So Jerome translated the Hebrew to Lucifer. He translated that word to Lucifer. And Isaiah 14 is talking about the king of Babylon as, you know, the morning star. Babylon, back then ancient nations had star systems or planets that they
Right.
would use as symbolism. So here, this morning star was symbolic for Babylon. Babylon was an enemy to Israel. So if Lucifer or Halil is Jesus, then you would be saying that Jesus is an enemy to Israel.
No, because this no, because they're wrong. When we are interpreting this from the Latin Vulgate and the King James Version, they are wrong when they translate it and even apply Lucifer to being Babylon, like to being the king of Babylon, because the king of Babylon, if you go and ask anybody from Babylon, is going to be Marduk. That's going to be Yahweh. It's going to be El Adonai. That's not the shining one. That's not the morning star. So I don't. This is not. I understand what
But
you're saying, based
but
on
the
just the
morning
text,
star
but
is
that
Babylon. But the morning star
no,
is
but
Babylon. That was that was their how they identified.
the Latins can't
I'm sorry.
tell us who the king of Babylon is,
You and
though.
I cannot talk at the same time.
We can't. You're right.
Yeah, yeah. So stop doing it.
Right. Well, just kick me because I'm gonna talk because
Okay. All
you're
right.
going
All
by
right.
the
Have
wrong
a good one
thing.
since you can't have a good
Have a
one since you. All right. Bye. That is fucking ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous. And that is good. She does not act like my niece, although she looks like my niece. She does not act like my niece.
I love that you had to do the PSA.
Cause what? And then like, how do you say that Jerome, who made up the word Lucifer by accident, got it wrong. And then you have nowhere else to point to where this word Lucifer is used before that. Nowhere. And the first time it's used is in the Hebrew scriptures.
Mm. And it
Oh,
sounds like
so no neck. Is Jesus Lucifer no neck?
not no neck.
Is Jesus Lucifer? Yeah, like y'all will just agree with anything just to go against me. Exactly, motherfucker. So I do know what the fuck I'm talking about. You don't agree with her. You just don't agree with, you just want to say anything to disagree with me because I don't believe in your God. Blue Jay, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Fuck your prayer. Pray for your damn self. I guess Blue Jay is in there on accident. Oh goodness gracious. The guest box is open. With no wait. I thought I added this person to the live. V
I get
Dub.
blocked first. Hey, how you doing, Mama? Thank you for having me, Thinker. It's been a while.
I'm doing good. I'm sorry. I don't remember you.
It's okay. We've had religious conversations in the past, and this whole God Jesus debacle. But I've had a
Okay.
turn of faith. I've had a
Are
turn of
you a
faith
are
in
you
our.
a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
See, okay, you're gonna have to give me what the pronouns are on that, because
Oh
what's a
goodness.
believer? Like, I believe in Jeebus
Did
I
you
or
heard
say
that.
God?
Yeah.
pronouns?
Did you hear what he said when he first got up? He was talking to somebody in the background and he was like, I get blocked first. He's up here to
Yeah.
troll. He's up here to rage bait and troll
Yeah,
and
like what?
get us to
No.
drop him and block him.
What do you mean by pronouns?
No, I was using it figuratively, like, gender pronouns.
You don't
I
know
was
what
just
you are?
no, no, no. As pronouns don't have anything to do with gender. A pronoun is a
Okay.
pronoun. So when it comes to when she was saying, "Are you a believer? Are you an atheist? Or are you deconstructing?" I wanted to know what her pronouns were for those things. So you say when a man, you say he, him, and when there's a
He's
woman, you
he's
say
he's
she,
he's
her.
up here to rage bait. That's what he's trying to do.
I'm I
And trying to use
apologize.
and he wants to bring in his transphobia. Like for some reason they're always
What?
on their mind. Like gay people are
Come
always on the mind
on.
of Christians. Always.
Yeah.
Come
Like what?
on. I'm
Just
not
out
even
of
a Christian
nowhere?
anymore. I'm not a Christian anymore. I'm not a Christian anymore. I officially renounced Jesus in church while playing the saxophone and got
Uh-oh.
kicked out. So, I'm still with, I mean, God and I kick it. Like, we're good. Like, we're good for, well, my life is God. So, we're good. God damn. Talking about soft interjections.
They see you as broken. They see you as wrong. Family turning on you like you don't belong. Legislating your existence while you're not in the room. But your joy is resistance. Your life is the blue. There's a rainbow of voices making it known while others deny. preachers should preach your rights away. The Bible doesn't really say it's a sin to be gay. They call you the devil, but we know the truth. Non-binary and trans, keep living your proof. There's a rainbow of voices making it known. While others deny you, you're never alone. 'Cause love is not hatred, it should never divide. You're queer, you're trans, you're beauty inside. Let's rise, let's shine, all voices combined. You are loved, you are here, never ashamed. That bigotry won't break you, we're reclaiming your name. Don't let them erase you, keep this on repeat. Our love is the victory. Your pride is the beat. Let's dance through the fire. Let's sing through the pain.
Thank you, Happy and Free.
Unbroken, they shine through the rain. The hate can't define you, that loss can't erase. We're building a future with love at its base. There's a rainbow of voices making it known. While others deny you, you're never alone. 'Cause love is not hatred, it should never divide. You're queer, you're trans, you're beauty inside. Let's rise, let's shine, all voices combined. You are loved, you are here, never ashamed. The bigotry won't break you, we're reclaiming your name. Don't let them erase you, keep this on repeat. Our love is the victory. Your pride is the beat.
I like
It's
that.
it's crazy like that he came up to be transphobic. Like that's what he came up here to do, to be and homophobic and transphobic. And they hate to see people love on the trans and LGBTQIA community. Like they hate it. They hate when we play that song. They scroll away. Watch the numbers climb back up now that the song is over. They fucking can't stand it. But always screaming, love, 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 love. Like you motherfuckers make me sick. But I love seeing y'all fucking squirm when I play that fucking song. I'm still waiting on somebody from the community to make that song go viral. Like I'm not gonna make it go viral because I wrote the song for y'all. But I'm still waiting on y'all to have that motherfucker it's on Spotify. It's already on Spotify. I'm still waiting on y'all to have everybody singing that because that's y'all's song.
How do you find the album on Spotify? What do you type in?
It's under Thinker, Unholy Intelligence.
Okay.
Yeah. Blue Jay, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? It's on Apple Music already. That's already on. That song is already on all the platforms. It's already everywhere. It's been out for almost a month now. Yeah, but like I can't wait to see every person in the LGBTQIA community blasting that song in the face of every fucking homophobe, every transphobe. Like ew. Shane, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Hi, I'm deconstructing.
Okay, and how old are you? I love y'all too.
I'm
How old
I'm
are you?
30.
All right. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
Um, Believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on that?
Um, I think that it's valid because I think that you understand good and evil through the experiences in your life, um, not through like what a book or what somebody tells you that it is, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that that's how you determine what is important to you, like your principles and what you value. Um, I agree with how it is, how you get it, but what is it? Like, can you tell me what you think it is?
What good and evil is?
The knowledge of good and evil.
I think the knowledge of good and evil is knowing uh, what's good and beneficial for you and your community, and knowing what's evil is what's detrimental or harmful to you and your community.
Yeah. And what do you think believers think it is?
I think believers think that it's whatever God tells them that it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. And I think they think that it is the ability to do good and evil and not necessarily know it or to uh, decide what is harmful and what is not harmful. I don't think that they can do that when it comes to the God. They think that the knowledge of good and evil is being able to do good. Well, to being able to do evil. I don't even think they think it has anything to do with doing good. I think they do good simply because it's the God. Like everything is, if it comes from the God, everything is good automatically.
Right, but they
That's what
could
I
be
think.
doing, sorry, they they could be doing something that someone sees as evil, but in their mind it's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's how they, I don't know if you were in here about 15 minutes ago when there was a guest on stage and she was saying that there needs to be more chaos in the world. There needs to be more people killing, more people essaying children, more rape. Were you in here for that
What?
conversation? Right? But in her
What?
eyes, yeah, but in her eyes, that's good to the God, right? Because she kept saying that this is what would cause the world to end, and the God wants the world to end so he can start over. So in her eyes, the more killing, the more chaos, it's good
That's
because that's what she
whoa.
believes the God wants.
That's scary, dude. Whoa.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Jeez. Someone needs to take their pills. Shit.
Yeah. It's dangerous. It's a dangerous mindset to have. And when we were talking, I went, I compared it to the story where it says Adam and Eve were naked and they didn't have shame of their nakedness. It's the status that they were in prior to gaining this moral conscious ability was that they lacked a moral conscience, right? Like their conscience was the God. Their conscious moral consciousness came directly from the God. So if the God said, uh, you know, kill more people, they would do it and see it as good and have no shame. And her saying what she was saying on stage just made me think about that. Like she was no shame whatsoever in saying what she was saying because she lacks this moral consciousness because her moral consciousness is funneled to what she calls the higher power, the higher source, the most high.
Could could she have been saying that just to be provocative or something?
No, she meant what the fuck she said. I think she was saying it because she didn't want to admit that what she originally said didn't make sense. So she went, I think that she dug her heels in and just started agreeing with like outrageous shit. But she claims that's not what she was doing. She claims that she believed what she meant everything she said. She said that the world is already bad. It's the world is already fucked up and that it no we can't fix it, and so the only way to fix it is to increase the level of fucked upness so that it destroys itself. So I have believed that she believed what she was saying. I have think that she was saying it because she didn't want to admit that what she originally said made no sense.
Wow. I wonder how that mindset's serving her in her life. That's crazy.
Hmm.
Like
We know
if
how
it's
that mindset affects society, though.
yeah, because she could like end up being someone that gets into office or something and then like starts making decisions,
Or a teacher, somebody's
or a
teacher.
teacher. Yeah.
Yeah, or a police officer.
Oh God, please no, not a police officer, please no.
Or even just voting, right? Like just use, making decisions on how you vote with that mindset. That's dangerous, and it's harmful to society, or it affects society.
Right, just having that energy in society is fucking weird.
Hmm.
Well, cool. That's all I wanted to talk about.
Well, thank you, Shane. It was a good conversation. I appreciate you so much for coming up. I hope you have a great rest of the night. Okay.
You too. Take it easy.
All right. You too. Yeah, that was a pleasant conversation. Rob NPC.
Good morning, Thinker. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Uh, are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am deconstructing along with your help.
Okay.
Um, I the was gonna try to tie that. I've had a question that I've been hanging on to for a while that I'd love for your answer, but I'm gonna try to tie it into the does the world need less or more of Jesus followers?
Okay.
Um,
Go ahead.
I'm grew up in the South, so obviously there was no shortage of believers, but I've found that these most, I mean, 90%, I know it's not a one size fits all, but 90% of these believers are just the most arrogant people you ever be around. I was wondering, I wanted to get your take on, is it the religion that causes that, or does the religion attract that type of mindset? If that makes sense?
I think it's the religion that causes the arrogance that we see, but it attracts uninformed and uneducated. I don't know if you've heard me talk about the target audience of the early followers of this movement, of the Christian movement. Have you heard me read from Celsius, against Celsius, before?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and so I think it attracts the type of mind that doesn't question, that deprioritizes education or knowledge, and then when the religious indoctrination happens, it teaches them or gives them this ability to be confidently arrogant. I mean, confidently ignorant and arrogant because they have this stamp of approval from a God. Like, it doesn't matter if I don't understand basic words, if I don't use the right words. I believe in God and you don't, so I'm better than you. You know what I'm saying? I'm a child of the Most High, so I'm better than you already, just from that stance. And so that belief makes them very arrogant. Does that help? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that definitely makes sense because it's almost like it's the people that kind of latch on to this, they're because I was a believer up until about, like I said, it's probably 2 years ago, but I always felt like whenever I was in church or whatever in a prayer meeting or whatever, I always felt like that, and it may have just been my own insecurities, but I always felt like they were, they just felt like like you're saying, they're have no reason to believe that they're better than you, but they do. It's just it just always baffled me, and I never understood how, you know, I kind of agree with what you're saying. It kind of gives them a sense of superiority over somebody that's out that has to work a 9 to 5 job and they can't be uh, in church Wednesday, Sunday, whenever the doors are open. And I think that's kind of what turned me on. Eventually, I kind of realized that and kind of realized that those weren't. And now that I'm in the deconstruction community, I kind of feel more at ease with people that are like-minded like me that never really feel accepted in that community.
Yeah, I think those of us that once were believers but have now deconstructed, I think we were sold on the idea that this would make the world a better place, that we were joining something that aligned with our morals. And then as we engage and we recognize that it's not, we end up questioning things. And we wrestle with that because we is either the fear of hell or whether we're being given right information and maybe we just joined the wrong church or around the wrong people. But eventually we end up deconstructing from it because it doesn't match who we are as people. Our neurological makeup, it just doesn't match. But also I think for those that dig their heels in, regardless, I think they like the fact that they can feel morally superior or superior to others without actually having to do anything to get that superiority other than identifying as a child of this God or, a member of a church.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what I say. I never felt quite like I fit in, even though I was in a religion for over 30 years. Actually, a little more than that, because I'm 41. But I was, it was ever since I was a small child. But I never really fit in. Felt like I quite fit in, just because everybody else, you would hear that whatever their story or their testimony would be. I never felt like I had any of that, so I always kind of felt out of place. But now that I've kind of on the outside looking in, I just I just had that question for you because I knew you could give me a always learn from you and study from you, and I felt like you would probably give me a good answer, and that makes sense. Is that you think you feel like more that the religion is the cause of that rather than a religion attracting that type of mindset.
Yeah. I think the religion attracts people. It has like different customer sets. Like the benefits of moral a moral society attract people who really want to see peace on earth and people love people and treat people right and feed the poor and help house those that are unhoused. That's attractive to that type of person, but that's the type of person that ends up deconstructing from because they get in it and that's not what it is.
Right.
And then its target audience, its customer profile are people who are unlearned because those are going to be the ones that those are their early adopters. Though they are their long time customers, the people who will never leave. Those are the ones that don't need a loyalty program or a retention offer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I mean, there's some that you can point out anything, any contradiction, whatever, the nasty stuff in the Bible, and they'll never admit that, what when they got. And I don't have that type of, my mind doesn't relate to that, so I always wonder how do you hang on. And you almost kind of envy that type of mindset because it'd kind of be nice just to walk through life and um as bad as it is to say, but you almost kind of envy that type of gullibility because you can, you could live this life and just bank on the next eternal life. But my mind never settled that way. I was always I was questioning from day one. So, but yeah, that definitely, when you say people dig their heels into it, I mean that's uh that's good stuff. I think that's what most of them just they put their blinders on and they never question anything really.
Yeah. And ignorance is bliss, right?
Yeah.
Like you can go through life and ignore the reality around you, which is why we see a lot of them when they come up and they talk about, these spiritual experiences that they have. Um, their minds are in this metaphysical world, and they just ignore the reality around them, and that's how they cope. So, I mean, ignorance definitely can be bliss, but when you don't have the neurological makeup, it unfortunately we don't get to enjoy that. We don't get to be blissfully ignorant, unfortunately.
Yeah,
And I think they don't understand that we can't help it, right? Like we're not choosing to not believe that. It don't make sense to our brains.
it doesn't make
And
sense.
so, yeah. And our brains is not going to lie to, like, it's not going to let us lie to ourselves. That's how our neurological makeup is. And they don't understand that. And similar to them, like, which is why I say I'm trying to learn how to have empathy for that mindset, but not respect the harmful mindset. When in having these conversations, I'm trying to understand why they think what they think, why they believe what they believe, and I'm starting to see that there are some who are just outright fuck wads. They don't care how their actions affect other people, and then there are some who just genuinely have a lack of knowledge. You know, and those I'm trying to learn how to have empathy for. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I think up until I started listening to you and some of the others' lives, I never really, I didn't think it was harmful, but as I listened to y'all, it really is. I mean, they don't. I think I've heard some. I think I've heard some couple of Christians, here and there that they really do. I think they're probably they have good intentions, but I think the rest of them just don't care about, you know, me, you, anybody. They're gonna believe what they believe, and I don't know. It's kind of opened my eyes as to I mean, I was probably guilty of it, several years ago, but it does. Uh, you do see the harm in it, Now that I've actually got four daughters that are my oldest girl's 17, and I've actually got to where I'm swaying them away from their religion and kind of act where I was scared before to voice my opinion about it. Now I'm just kind of open with them and telling them what I believe and the harm in it. So like I said, I do appreciate y'all and what you do, and um, it's been enlightening to say the least.
Well, I definitely thank you for coming up and sharing that, and for being a part of the community. I appreciate you, and for
Yeah,
sharing the information with your daughters. The younger generation is important, that they are able to critically think, and that they feel that they have the freedom to do so, because they're going to be the ones that either carry this religion forward or let it fizzle out. So thank you for passing the just the thought of questioning on to your kids.
yeah, and I thank you for having me up, and I'm listening on Thinker probably 7 days a week, so I'm learning from you, and I appreciate you being up here.
You're so welcome. I hope you have a great rest of the night.
Yes, ma'am. Have a good night.
Thank you. Conversations with people who are deconstructing are always pleasant. Very rarely. We've had
Mm-hmm.
some bad conversations with some atheists who think that, you know, this is a religious live and they come in for the purpose of trolling the live. But usually the conversations with people who are deconstructing or atheists are pleasant.
It's refreshing. It's like, like, okay, there are people that use their brains.
Yes. It gives you hope. Like sometimes it's easy to lose hope after Christian or believer after
Hmm.
believer comes up and they're like, "Yeah, I killed my kid." And you're like,
Right.
"What the fuck am I listening to?" Nick,
Yeah,
how are you?
I'm doing good.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer in the God of the Bible.
And how old are you for TikTok purposes, please?
I'm 39 years old.
Okay. Ria, do you want to do this one or?
Yeah, I can. I'm retwisting my hair.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. What topic did you want to do?
Oh, believers
Um,
are only doing the bottom one. I'm only letting the believers do the one at the bottom.
the
Okay, okay,
bottom.
gotcha.
Yeah, the other
Okay.
ones are for deconstructing people.
Okay. Where shall I start? I think I've been listening to you for a while, and as somebody who thought I was a Christian but didn't meet the man, I think that is what you guys are talking about, because I used to go around saying I'm a Christian and judge people and stuff like that. I knew all about Jesus and heaven and hell and stuff like that, but
What top?
I never.
Hold on. What topic?
Hmm.
You doing the last topic?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
yeah.
Okay, can you read that to me?
It says believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil.
Okay. Do you know what that's referring to?
Are you referring to the Adam and Eve?
Mm-hmm. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So
Yeah.
that statement is saying that believers don't understand what it means. Do you know what the knowledge of good and evil would be? What is that?
The knowledge of good and evil will be going your own way
What do you mean by going your own way?
apart from God.
The not like what do you mean by that? Can you elaborate?
So the knowledge of good and evil is in general things, is the knowledge of the world as we live in.
So being able to distinguish between good and evil
Hmm.
is the world. I'm confused. Can you give me a little bit more words?
The the knowledge of good and evil is, like I said, is going your own way apart from God. There's God's knowledge and there's the knowledge of the world.
Okay, so God's knowledge does not include the knowledge of good and evil.
Yes.
So how like so the knowledge of good and evil would be, obviously being able to distinguish between something that's harmful to not only you but people that are around you, or just harmful mindsets, and or even knowing what brings people joy, what makes people comfortable, paying attention to their needs, and having a cohesive community. So in God's knowledge, that's not necessarily like useful. Like he's not necessarily worried about that. So is that the reason why he would not want you as a believer to have the knowledge of good and evil? So like you're not able to necessarily know something that's good or bad for you?
I would say in a way, yes,
How
because
does this
I
help exactly? Okay, go
I
ahead. You said
I'll
because what?
put I'll put it like this. If let's just say you live with your parents and your parents tell you, hey, I see you, playing around with the boy over there, but don't go and have sex with the boy. You understand? As a kid, let's just say as an 18-year-old, you may think you know all about sex, but you may not know the consequences that comes with having sex. Are you following me? But as a parent, I know the consequences of if by chance you two have sex, this is the consequence that might come from it. And I know you're not ready as an 18-year-old to have sex yet. I don't know if you get what I'm saying now. So if you
Yeah,
go and have
I'm not sure what like. Well, first of all, that
so
example,
so
I feel
let's
like
just say
y'all can do other examples, but
I get what
I'm
he's
con
saying. Can I ask a follow up question?
yeah.
So if you're in your analogy, you're saying that the child
good
isn't ready for the knowledge of sex.
the good and
Um,
evil, let's just say the good and
one
evil
one
that
one
you guys
second,
are
Nick.
talking. Okay.
Nick, I get your analogy.
Mm-hmm.
What I would like to ask you is, what was harmful about the knowledge of good and evil that you're saying that God didn't think the humans were ready for? That is similar to the type of knowledge that you would equate having sex to. You're saying you're not ready to have sex. You're not ready to know that knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So what is harmful about the knowledge of good and evil that the God is saying the humans were not ready for?
Well, what is harmful is you if if you're not ready to have that knowledge, there's stuff that got to be prepared for you to have that knowledge and to be able to get the knowledge and say, okay, now you've got yourself a house, you got yourself a job, or you're providing food for
No,
yourself and stuff like
what
that.
is harmful about knowing when your actions are good versus when your actions are evil? What is what couldn't the humans handle about having the ability to know when they are doing something good or doing something evil?
and
What were
and
they
I'm
not
saying
ready for?
and I'm saying if and I'm saying that an analogy that I'm giving is there's preparations, there's stuff that has to be done for you to be able to have that knowledge, or to for you to go ahead and eat the fruit of the good and evil. The preparations that God was trying to prepare wasn't done yet.
You're saying that
There's
that
stuff that
them knowing that
knowledge
whether their actions were good or evil, the God wasn't ready for them to know
for them to
so,
have.
because he was still preparing
There's
for
stuff to
them
prepare.
for okay.
Uh-huh.
And so in the meantime, the God was just allowing them to do things that could be evil or harmful to each other or to the animals uh, without them knowing, because he wasn't ready for them to know that their actions were harmful.
No.
Were they
How
capable of doing
we
harm?
I'm sure maybe they were, but they could have a level of understanding of doing harm.
Right. So no. If they lacked the knowledge of good and evil, they didn't have an understanding of doing harm. They just did harm without understanding that they were doing harm. And you're saying that the God wasn't ready for them to
But
understand
if they
that
if,
they were
but if
doing
they
harm.
but if they did harm and God was there, God would have corrected them that this is harmful. So we don't know that they did
No,
harm.
because they got punished for the first for them
But
disobeying the God. So like when they did evil, they got punished. He didn't correct
they,
it.
they
He
didn't
just
do
punished
evil.
them.
They chose to
Them
go
the
their
act
own way.
I'm sorry, the act of them disobeying your God is considered an evil thing, correct?
So that is why I put the analogy that way. The act of you having sex and getting pregnant is the consequence that come with it.
No. The act of disobeying the God, was that evil? Was the act of disobeying an evil thing?
The act is not an evil thing.
Disobeying is not evil.
Disobeying is not evil.
Then what is evil?
The,
Like, so you can disobey the God.
the-
Is disobeying good?
no. The
So
thing is
you can just disobey, and there's no, like, there's no moral concept attached to it. Like, you can just disobey.
the choice of choosing to disobey is evil.
Wait, so the choice was evil,
The
not the
choice,
act?
they had a choice, not the
Right.
act.
So the choice to disobey is
Yes.
evil. The you saying in your mind, I'm going to disobey, that's the evil thing.
In your mind,
Okay.
I'm going to disobey is not evil, but the act.
That's what you just said. You said the choice is evil, but the act is not.
I said
So,
the
like,
choice.
if Adam smacked Eve,
Mm-hmm.
the smack to Eve's face isn't evil, but the choice that Adam made to smack Eve is evil, is what you're saying.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The act is evil.
So the act of disobeying was an evil thing then.
You saying evil, but is I see it as is not evil, but choosing to go their own way. The fruit represents you going your own way apart from God. You going to you choosing to lean on your own understanding and your own knowledge, not on God's knowledge.
Right, which is the God told them not to do it. They disobeyed. They made a choice to disobey. Whatever reason you're putting on that
Mhm.
choice, that has nothing to do with the fact that they made a choice and they acted on that choice, and that action was disobedience. Is the disobedience the evil thing, or is the choice to disobey evil? Which are you saying?
Both are evil.
Okay, so they could do
I can say
evil
both,
in the
yeah.
garden and not know they are doing evil. Adam could have slapped the shit out of Eve and not known that what he was doing was an evil thing, because your God wasn't ready for him to know that it was evil.
But that's the thing. We don't know the level of knowledge they knew before they did the act. It's
Did
like
he know that his
it's
hands
like you
moved?
telling it's
Did
like
he
you
know his
telling it.
hands? Hold on, Nick.
It's,
Did he know his
mhm.
hands could move?
Yes, he knew his hands
Okay.
could move.
All right. Could those hands meet Eve's face in a hard way?
Yes.
Okay. So Adam could have slapped the shit out of Eve,
Mm-hmm.
and he would not have known that that action is an evil thing, because you're, according to you, your God didn't want Adam to know that his actions were evil. Your God wasn't ready for Adam to know that yet.
But
That's what you're
but
saying.
but the thing that I'm also saying is that act that you're saying could have happened, and Adam or Eve could have known that no, this what I did was just wrong.
Not without the knowledge of good and evil.
The 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 thing is, Adam was a full grown man when he was made. So we don't know that the knowledge that was in Adam's mind at the time that he committed that crime. I'm sure Adam asked plenty of
We know
questions
that
that
he
oh,
lacked the knowledge of good and evil.
how
We
do
know
you
that.
know?
Eh,
If
You
somebody
literally
tells you,
said that the God, you literally gave the analogy about not being ready to have sex, to say that the
mm-hmm,
reason your God commanded them not to gain that knowledge was
mm-hmm,
because that he wasn't ready for them to have it, because he was still preparing. So we know
yes,
they lacked that knowledge.
they lack the knowledge of going their own way
No,
or
good and
what?
evil.
Yes, that's going your own way. That's the knowledge of the world that we live in.
Okay,
There's
I'm passing it
that's
back
what
to you. He don't understand what good and evil is.
like I said, it's like somebody telling you, hey, the day that you eat of the fruit, you will die. You think Adam didn't go God, what is death? Or he
Wait,
didn't ask any questions.
that has nothing to do. Like, it doesn't matter what knowledge he had, whether as a grown man or not. At least we know that he was lacking, like Thinker said, the knowledge of good and evil, because they had to eat a fruit to get it. If you're
But
saying they already had that knowledge, then the fruit, the tree would just be completely irrelevant. But that's not what we see in the text, because the God is quite literally really frazzled when they eat that, and there's a change that happens. So
so
he didn't
mhm.
have that. You wouldn't be able to insinuate that.
So if they were lacking and God was preparing them for them to know before they ate the
Who
fruit.
said that? Who said that? Like, I know Thinker went
But
down that line of reasoning with you, but you are
mhm,
literally putting that in there to say, "Oh,
but
he did this because he had other plans."
but that's the thing. I'm also saying who's to say that they were lacking?
Because there's a tree in the story, the tree gives them that knowledge.
How do
That's
we
how we
know?
know that. That's how we know that. Do you not know how to read?
How do we know that they were lacking knowledge of what they were doing?
Not what they were doing of good and evil.
That's what I'm saying. How do we know that they lack knowledge of what consequences will come from
That
eating
that
the
that
fruit?
that has nothing to do with good and evil. For you to know that your actions are either good or bad, like, it's not necessarily like contingent on you understanding the consequences. It could be harmful to you, and you're like, okay, well, I'm okay with the consequences, right? But you can still identify that thing as evil. You can still identify that thing as a harmful thing.
But that's the thing. Now we know because we have eaten the fruit and we are the products of the fruit.
Oh,
But
so but you said there was no lacking. So what do you mean
that
by now we
that's
know?
what I'm saying. We don't
How
know
how do
if
you then how do you attain something that you weren't lacking? Like,
that
what's
is
the
what
what's the point of getting something that and you didn't have it? I mean, you already have it.
and I'm saying we didn't know the level of knowledge that they
Yes, we
had
do.
before.
Whatever
How
level it
how
was, whatever level of knowledge it was lacking the knowledge of good and evil. Because
how
there's a tree. You're gonna ask me the question over and over again, because in the story there is a tree that then gives them that knowledge. I don't know, like, are you having comprehension issues?
it's not comprehension issues. It's like you telling a child, a 5-year-old child or 6-year-old child, hey, don't get close to the stove. They have a certain. We don't know the level of understanding that the child has in
What?
comprehending that when I go there, my hands might get bent we don't know until
in
that
this
child
in this
eats.
story in this story, the one that we can all read, it
Hmm.
tells us that no matter what kind of knowledge they had, the knowledge of good and evil was not part of it. Point blank, period, full stop. Your analogies, like, I don't know where you keep going with the analogy. There's a story that we can all read. It says they did not have those specific knowledge, good and evil. They didn't have it.
So what other knowledge did they have?
I don't know, and that's irrelevant
That,
to the
how
question.
how is that not irrelevant?
Because we're talking about the knowledge of good and evil. The other
Yes.
knowledge is irrelevant,
How can you not consider the other knowledge?
because they did not have the one that is
How
called
do
good
you
and
know?
evil,
How do
because it
you
says they
know?
had to eat a fruit to get it.
And I'm saying let's consider the other part.
No, now you're
If they
telling me
did
to
not
ignore
have the
what the
knowledge of
story says.
if yeah, that I'm saying if they did not have the knowledge of good and evil, what knowledge did they have?
Not
And
not
who are
the
we?
not the one of good and evil. That's what
And
they
who?
did.
And that I'm saying that's what I'm saying. And who are we to say it was lacking or not? Because we don't know.
Lacking good and evil, lacking the knowledge of good and
And
evil.
so this knowledge of good and evil that we live in now, is it evil or
Lacking
is
the
it good?
They lacked the knowledge of good and evil in the story. I don't know why you keep bringing it to 2025.
But that's that's the knowledge of good and evil
Yeah, so the question is
from the
saying that
beginning to
believers
now.
don't understand what that is. That's what the topic is saying, that you guys don't know what that is. You don't know what the knowledge of good and evil is.
We know what not the knowledge of good and evil is because we live in it. We see the good in this world and we see the evil in this world. That is the knowledge.
Right, but now in this world that you live in, right? You
Hmm.
are having, we just went down the whole line of your God not wanting you to have that knowledge, because then in that case he would be able to do whatever he wanted without you knowing good and evil. In 2025, yeah, now you do know because Eve ate the fruit. But
Hmm.
if you had stayed the way the God made you, you wouldn't know that in 2025.
And I'm saying who is to know that God wouldn't have letting us eating it after preparing us for it?
We don't need to make any inferences. We don't need
How
to
do
make,
because
why do
the
we need
tree
to make assumptions for the God? Like,
because
why
the
do you need
tree
to dress him up?
I'm not dressing him out
You are
because
dressing him up
there's
because
two there's
the same way you can make that assumption, I could say, well, he was probably like literally us going with the story to say, well, in the story, he panics when you eat the fruit. He's like, oh, look, we have to make sure that they don't live forever. He starts making plans. There's a reason why he doesn't want you to have a knowledge of good and evil. There's no plans to later
because you're
on give
not
it to,
ready.
there's no plans or assumptions to later on give it to you, right? There's no
Why would
inferences
the
of that.
tree? Why would the tree?
I'm not done talking. You're laughing at yourself because you know you can't control yourself. I'm not done talking. There's no inferences in the story that says, oh, later on he has plans to fix it. And later on, like that's not mentioned in there at all. He says, don't eat it. So you would need to now dress it up, skip over the part where he would not have wanted you in 2025 to have the knowledge of good and evil. This world that you keep saying, oh, we can see now, we can tell what's good and bad. If your God had left you the way you were created, like Adam, you wouldn't know the difference between good and evil in 2025. That's the point.
The, you made your point, and I get what you're saying, but there was two trees in the garden.
There were
Why
two
would it?
trees
Why would the tree of life be there, and then why would the tree of good and evil be there? Why would
because
God
he
put?
put it there, because he wanted it to be there.
So
He
what
put it
what you
there.
so what you saying is if my dad bought me a car
The
and told me,
story
hey,
the story says he put it there. I don't know
okay,
where else I need to go
so
from there.
okay, let's say the story is my dad bought me a car and say, do not drive the car. You don't know how to drive yet. Don't drive the car.
Okay.
And I go and drive the car.
It does
And
this does in the story
you
that we're reading, does God say, hey, you guys don't know how to eat the fruit yet, I'll be back to teach you later, you're not old enough? Is that the same
so
story?
and I'm saying, why would my dad buy me a
Answer
car
my
if
question. Is that the same
why
story? When we read the Adam and Eve story, is that what happens? Is he saying, oh, at some point I'll teach you how to eat the fruit or why you should eat the fruit? Is that what happens?
he did not say?
Okay, so let's make sure we're using the analogies that actually, like, coincide with what we're talking about then, right?
Yes. But what he said is do not eat of the fruit.
Do not eat it at all. He does
Yes.
not give you a timeline. He says the minute you eat it, you're dying. That's it.
Because he is God, he knows the
I don't
plans
I
he
don't
has for
care.
you.
That's irrelevant. Irrelevant. Irrelevant.
Are you a parent?
Irrelevant.
Are you a parent?
Irrelevant.
If you have a child and you tell your
Irrelevant.
child,
We're talking about
don't
the
climb the
story.
ladder.
In the story, the God does not give them a timeline. The God does not tell him, I will come back and teach you. He says, don't eat it. He had no plans whatsoever to give you
How do
that
you know?
knowledge
How do you know?
because he says, don't eat it. What timeline does he give?
How
When does
how
he
do you
tell us
know
that
he
he's going
that
to come back? That's
how
how I
do you
know.
know he
You are
didn't have a plan?
inferring, and
I'm not
assuming.
inferring.
You're trying to dress up the God, is what you're doing.
I'm not inferring.
That's exactly what you're doing. Where in the story does it indicate a timeline? Where does
It
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 say
doesn't
at
it
some
doesn't
point I will
indicate
teach you? Okay, then. So as a parent, if you tell your child, don't ever drive, the minute you drive, you die. So at what point do you then give them the leeway to drive later? Or in that sentence, where does it say, oh, at 16 you can drive?
It doesn't say.
It doesn't. Congratulations.
Hmm.
Yeah. So why
So
would
why
we
will
then
you go
need to
and
add
drive the
that in
car?
there? Why would we
So
then need to make up our own story and
why
add
will
that in
you?
there?
So why will you go and drive the car
Why would we need to? Exactly
when
my
your
point. That
parents told
the
you not to drive the
disobedience,
car?
the disobedience part, that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the fact that you're making up a story.
I'm
You're needing to dress up the God for some reason. We're talking about the part where he's not in favor of you having the knowledge of good and evil. Full stop.
so what is the knowledge of good and evil on your part?
I already explained that to you in the beginning of the conversation.
In the knowledge of good and evil as in the world that we live in as of now.
Yeah, I already explained that to you. For someone to know the difference between good and evil, I already explained
So
that to you.
how the world is going now? Is it okay
What are you
or
like?
is not okay?
Are you like? Do you feel like? Are you running your own like show over there or something?
No, we're talking about the knowledge of good and
I don't
evil,
want to
which
go
is
away from the topic. The topic says believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. So, in this world that we live in, right, we're talking
hmm
about how y'all don't know the difference between good and evil. You don't know what the knowledge of good and evil would be. You don't know how to differentiate between something that's harmful, something that's good, right? Because that is quite literally the God's plan for you. Even in 2025 where you say you have the knowledge, it doesn't show. We don't see that you guys are able to differentiate between the knowledge of good and evil. Talk less of even talk about the story.
and I'm asking to you, what is the knowledge of good and evil?
I'm not repeating myself.
Because I didn't hear a definition. If I didn't hear a definition in the beginning of the story.
Okay, well, that's life.
Because if you say we don't know the knowledge of good and evil, what is the knowledge of good and evil if not the life that we live in or the thoughts that comes through our head of being good to your neighbor or murdering your neighbor? That is the knowledge of good and evil. It's a mixture of you doing good and you doing evil.
Yeah, doing good and evil does not like you can be quite literally active. You can be active in
Hmm.
doing good or evil without knowing the difference, without having the knowledge to differentiate between the two. That's the point. You could be
So
doing either good or very much evil without knowing.
so you saying we're doing good and evil without knowing that we're doing good and evil.
What?
That's what you said. You said you could be doing good or evil without having a
Yeah,
knowledge
that
of you
means
doing
that
good or
means that
evil.
the that means in my point my point was saying
Yeah,
what
now you
the
see my
fuck
point.
kind of yeah,
This is
I'm
exactly
laughing
why
at
I
you. Like
This
what?
is exactly why I asked you if Adam could slap Eve and not
Like
know that him abusing Eve was good or evil, or Eve not
So
know that the abuse that she is enduring is good or evil. That's
that
why
is
I
why,
asked that question.
and I'm saying we don't know. So now you put in something that might or not be there at that time. So we don't know the level of knowledge that they had. So we
Are you
cannot
saying
say,
that he didn't know that his hand could slap her in the face?
I don't know.
You don't. So are you saying that Adam's arms never moved?
Oh, I don't know.
This
Do
is
we
why
know?
y'all are dishonest.
No, do
This
we
is
know?
this is.
Do we know that Adam tried to slap Eve or
I didn't
move?
ask you that. I didn't ask you
He
that.
could move,
Could his
but we
arms
don't know.
move? Could his arms
Yes.
move and connect with
Yes.
Eve's face?
Yes.
So it is possible that
Did it
Adam slapped the fuck out of Eve
did it
without
happen?
knowing whether it was
You
a
see?
good or an
Now
evil thing to do. Correct?
that That is what I'm saying. Now you saying it is possible. When I said it is possible that
Answer the
God
question.
told,
Answer the question. Is it possible that Adam could have slapped Eve and not known that hitting her is morally good or morally evil? Yes or no?
yes,
Right. And that is the question that we are asking you. Why would your God say that you are not ready to know whether hitting someone or beating someone is good or evil?
that I don't know. So uh, let me ask you a question. Is it possible that God wanted them to have a level of knowledge of the fruit of good and evil before they eat it? Yes or no?
No, it's not possible because he told them not to gain that knowledge or they would die.
Exactly. Like what? You're just making up your own shit.
You made stuff up and you asked me to answer yes or no.
You're
And
not okay. You're not okay. You have garden brain, and you're not. You're
it
proving that
is
you don't. You're proving that you do not understand the knowledge of good and evil. You don't understand the story. Your God says in the story, "Do not eat this from this tree of knowledge of good and evil, or you will die." Your God uh, tries to convince them with death not to obtain this knowledge. And you are saying, is it possible that although he told them that having that death would cause them to die, he still wanted them to have some level of it? No, because the story goes against that idea. But there is nothing in the story that goes against the possibility of them abusing each other because their bodies moved, their bodies did things, their mouths moved and said things. So they could very well have been harmful to one another without knowing it is harmful because they lacked a moral conscience.
with the moral conscience that you're talking about is the fruit of the good and evil, right?
That's the knowledge of good and evil.
And I'm saying we don't know what knowledge they had before.
I know they didn't have that knowledge.
How do you not? How do you
I
know?
already went through that.
Because what if they were depending on God's knowledge, and God's knowledge didn't make Adam move his hands to slap the shit out of Eve
So Adam's hands couldn't move unless your God.
because they were
So Adam
depending on
could Adam
God's
take a
knowledge?
shit? Could Adam take a shit? Or do you have to wait on your God's eyeballs to beam in on his ass for him to stoop?
Maybe that's God's knowledge for Adam to take a shit. We don't know what knowledge they
Like the
had.
the 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 fact that you are saying that Adam and Eve couldn't move their bodies unless your God moved them with his mind
You
is
are
fucking
trying to put
hilarious to
something.
me. You are the one saying that. You are the
You
one
no
saying that they
you
stop talking while I'm talking. You are the one saying that Adam and Eve could not move their bodies unless your God moved their bodies with his mind. And then y'all will say that your God gave y'all free will. That's not free will, especially if he didn't have the free will to shit. You're on mute.
yeah.
Don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say your God told them shit. Your fellow brother in Christ said he did. I said they should be able to shit without your God telling them to shit.
And I'm saying we don't know the knowledge that they had before they ate of the fruit of good and evil. So you cannot say they were lacking.
I know that they were
because
lacking
we
the
don't
knowledge of good
know.
and evil because the story says
We
they were.
we don't know what they were lacking.
The story says they did not have the knowledge of good and evil. I know that.
So they were lacking the
If
knowledge
you
of good
don't
and
know
evil.
anything,
So if they were lacking the knowledge of good and evil, what knowledge were they dependent on in the garden?
They didn't have a moral conscience
How do we know that?
because the story says they did it.
Was because they were naked?
The story says they lacked the knowledge of good and evil, and your God commanded them not to obtain it.
What knowledge were they dependent on to name the animal?
Motherfucker, if you ask that question one more time,
No,
like
you
it
God
is
asked
evil for you to keep
God
asking
God
this same damn question. Stop. Because what you're doing right now is disingenuous as fuck. You know damn well that you probably have preached this sermon. You know what the story says. And what you are doing right now is disingenuous.
Okay, I have one last question. What knowledge was Adam depending on to name the animal?
I already answered that.
What is the
That
these
has
knowledge?
nothing to
motherfuckers
do
on
with the
there
knowledge of good
repeat.
and evil.
Like
Like
what?
What
ABCs
knowledge?
and 1, 2, 3s, it has nothing to do with
Um,
morality.
what
ABCs and 1, 2, 3s has absolutely nothing to do with your actions or whether your actions are morally good or morally bad. That is
what
the point. You can have other types of knowledge and not know whether your actions are good or bad, and you fucking know that.
and I'm asking what is that knowledge?
Y'all are insufferable. Believers are in fucking sufferable.
You hear him over there laughing at himself. You know he's doing that shit on purpose. He's doing that shit on
I'm
purpose.
not
You
doing
want
it
to
on
talk about?
purpose.
Shut
I'm
the fuck up. Shut up. I'm talking. You want to talk about irrelevant shit. The topic, we keep bringing you back to the topic. We're not talking about any other knowledge but the one of good and evil. That's it. If you have your own live that you want to go run, go do that on your page. We are not interested in any other knowledge but the knowledge of good and evil. That's it. No one gives a fuck about your stupid questions or what you want to talk about. Y'all are so fucking entitled and frustrating.
They do it on purpose because he knows that it's illogical for what he believes to be an all good God to not want humans to know when they are harming another person. So he plays this game of, well, what is the knowledge of good and evil? How do you know if they liked evil? Like, he's playing this game because he knows that
Right.
it's
no.
illogical and that it debunks the idea of his God being all good. Because
I'm
the very thing that they work towards today is being good, is knowing when they are doing good and evil, and that's what the God wants them to do. But that's the thing that the God told them not to acquire. And that the reason that they are claiming salvation and being good and not doing evil is because Eve did evil. Is because Eve disobeyed. Eve ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Eve saved you. That's what the story says. And your God wanted you to be in the state that you claim a devil wants you in. So you play this game. You recognize it. You see the logic and you fight it. And you do it in a dishonest way. And you choose to use manipulation and you choose to lie.
This is not manipulation, and I'm not playing a game. If Eve saved me from the other knowledge or whatever knowledge they had before they ate the fruit, and I'm looking at myself today, and I'm saying, okay, I got good in me, and I got evil in me. Is this really enough? Is this making the world a better place, or is this making the world a worse place to live in?
The
That's
reason
the
you can
question
ask
I ask
the
myself.
reasons you can ask those questions is because Eve ate from the tree.
Yes.
That's why you can ask those questions. That is
So
called a moral conscience. That is
that is
called the knowledge of good and evil. You didn't have that before Eve ate from that tree. According to your story, Adam and Eve could not do that. They did not do that because they lacked that ability or that desire. They had no shame. They had no desire to contemplate whether their actions are morally good or morally bad. Even if the God was giving them commands, they had no desire to say, is it good or bad that this God is telling me that I should not gain the knowledge of good and evil or else I'm going to die? Is that a good thing? Is that an evil thing? They didn't have the desire to question that. And the fact that you can today, the fact that you desire to today is because of somebody's disobedience.
So so now we have that moral compass. What are we doing with that moral compass?
Nope, not gonna have that conversation with your ass when we spent damn near an hour just discussing what is the knowledge of good and evil.
Th- What are we doing? Is this a better place
No,
or not?
no,
That's
nope,
the question.
no,
Is the world a better
nope. You're
place?
nope. You are not equipped for that. No,
How am I not equipped for that?
not going to that with you.
Is this okay? Ah, yeah, have a good night
Bye.
or good morning.
Sit up here and play games the whole time he was on stage. Then he wanted to try to talk to us about what we're doing with morality. Get the hell out of here.
I'm telling you, this motherfucker think he running a show or something. Like what?
Miss Sandris, are you in the box on purpose? Miss Sandris Musings. Seaball. Seaball. Seaball, are you there? Did Miss Sandris comment? I didn't see it.
Mm-mm.
Okay, I'll take them out. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, 21 and up. Okay, I'm gonna guess that this person's not gonna connect. He was a Dodge Charger. Charging right into the fucking lie. Trying to dodge logic. Sorrow. This is a kid, I feel like. Sorrow. Say something, Sorrow. Like, for believers who don't like what you're hearing, right? You don't like the stuff that we are saying regarding your God. You don't like the fact that we can verify it with the book. Instead of getting mad at us, I think you need to ask yourself why it is that way. Why are you mad? Why don't the God match what you believe the God to be? Getting mad at us is not going to change the fact that it's in the book. It's in the book. Whatever you believe the God to be, like, we can't help that. We can't help how you were taught. And then you need to ask yourself, for those of you that are saying it in your mind right now, like you're choosing to deny it and you want to play games the way that he did when he was on stage, Ask yourself why you want to do that. No, he was connecting the dots. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was being disingenuous. There's no way in hell he wasn't understanding what he was doing. And then that smirk, when he said, I'm not being manipulative, that smirk behind his words, he knew exactly what he was doing.
And the laughing, but
Yeah. With the I am,
Yeah, what's up? What's up, Kings?
how old are you?
38.
I assume you are a believer in the God of the Bible because of your name.
Yes, 100%.
All right. The topic is believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. Y'all, I caught that. I caught it. Believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. Go ahead.
I mean, we can be in two different phases at the same time.
You want to expand on that?
Did you say something?
Do you want to expand on that?
Oh, okay. Yes.
I want y'all to pay attention that this is how Jesus defends his word.
Were you waiting for me?
how old did he say he was?
30 something.
He said what?
30 something.
33.
30 something.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. There we go. I hear you. Are we still doing this?
Is this how you have conversations in real life?
Yes. I don't lie. I promise you.
I
I
mean, I don't even think we got to the lying part. The- like that's it. That's all the information you have.
I got good information.
Okay, go ahead then. Are
I
you prompted at every sentence that you uttered?
I wanted to I wanted to promise you I love you.
Oh hell no. Mm-mm.
That's a guarantee.
When he came up and said, What up, gangs? He was automatically a troll.
All right, yeah. Mm-mm. That one's not okay. Put him back.
All
Nurse.
right.
Mm-hmm. Put him back.
All right. See you later then.
By Jesus.
Bye.
Jesus be showing up in all kind of bodies, all kind of minds. Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you know what, thinker? I've always, like when I forgot what his name, Ron, I think, was up here. When he asked that question, when I started off, or just honestly up until recently, I didn't think about that the way you said it, because I automatically just thought, yeah, it does attract a certain kind of people, because that's that's really like what we're faced with, right, on a daily basis, but not really though. It, like you said, it's just the people that don't think, and that manifests in so many different ways. It, like you said, it's all kinds of people. It could be the smartest people, it could be the people that never opened a book before, it could be the people in office, you know what I'm saying? But it's a certain mindset of either supremacy or just the ones that don't have any critical thinking whatsoever, or don't want to rely on, inquiring about anything, like that is just so much work for them. And I'm seeing those like that spectrum from one end to the other, and I'm like, I see that it's not just attracting a certain kind of people, like quote unquote evil people or quote unquote bad people. It's just attracting just this people on this certain spectrum. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I was just like, yeah, that like putting that in word. I'm glad he asked that question, because I think like that interaction kind of put it into words for me. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. It's not just a demographic of quote unquote bad people. It's just, we eventually find the ones that end up using it for bad, right? Either supremacy, or they're just like fucked up everyday people. We find those, but that's not really where the religion is geared towards per se, you know?
Yeah, like whenever we do our target customer analysis, there are categories, right, for each type of customer, like their geographical areas, their gender, their psychographics, right, their lifestyle values, things like that. Each target customer fits into a different group because the messaging that goes out to them is going to be different, because what will grasp them on social media won't grasp the next person, right? So we have to run different ads and stuff like that with different messaging. That's what Jesus. That's the same thing with Jesus. That's why I said those of us that were believers and that really tried to do this, we really believed that we were in something that we were contributing to making the world a better place, right? To taking care of the poor, the unhoused, the downtrodden. And then the more we saw that that's not what it was, it didn't match what we were being sold, we left that fucking company. But then you have people who are just in it because it feeds their ego, or some sense of desire to be chosen, or some sense of identity that they felt they lost. They're going to stay in it regardless if it doesn't match, because they're going to make it match.
Right. They're gonna make it match. There you go. Yep. They're gonna find things that will speak to them, and because it's just a business model, like you're saying, right? That's just the way it's just a structure, and that structure attracts, like you said, depending on the ads and what's being put out there, and the certain customer demographics, certain people, certain messages. It gets certain people into it. Like, as a Catholic, being raised Catholic, the biggest thing that made me so devout as a child was all of the rituals and the serving. And we used to even have like intercessions where we would, as a child, I'm believing that I'm able to write a message on a paper, and somehow the nuns and the priests are gonna go pray about that intercession on my paper, and somehow there, an angel is gonna hear about it. Whatever angel is mentioned in my intercession is gonna hear about it, and then go ahead and intercede for me. It's just this fairy tale. Oh my God, look at all the good that you're doing. And a lot of the times they used to have pre-written intercessions for us, and it would say things like, "Oh, pray for Saint something something hospital. Pray for the, like it was just like very, oh, pray for the unhoused, but obviously maybe like homeless, things like that." And it made you feel good, until like I'm honestly glad that my parents took me to all these different denominations, because I think that also contributed to my deconstruction, because I got to see so many different parts of this like belief system. You know what I mean? So I just, man, I think like coming to that realization for me is like, okay, it's not attracting bad people. It's just on the spectrum, you know? It's just, it's broad enough to get all kinds of people in it, you know?
Yeah, I would even say that it makes some people that it even turns some people bad, like or or worse in a way because they get addicted to this dopamine feeling, right? Like what D Rugs would do, right? Remember when I ran that topic? Religion is the church is a trap house. Remember that
Mm-hmm.
topic?
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about how the church uh, is set up just like a trap house is. It has the kingpin, which would be the bishops, the pastors, and stuff like that. The do boys, the people that go out and witness and bring people in. The Holy Spirit is the dopamine that they feel,
Right. Mm-hmm.
yeah, that they get
Mm-hmm.
addicted to, and they have to go back often to get it right. It deadens or numbs the feeling that they have with the pain and suffering that they experience in their life, and so they can pretend like everything's okay because the D rug, which is the Holy Spirit, or this connection, this belief that they have with this God, is numbing that. It's giving them this false sense of reality. And in order to hang on to that, a lot of people who are addicted to D-Rugs would do harmful shit. It changes who they are, right? And if they need to do what they if they need to do something to get that fix, they typically will negotiate with themselves and agree to cause whatever harm it is that they need to cause in order to get that fix. And we see that with when we're talking to believers on the stage, when they go from no, it's not moral to do a thing, and then to it is moral because God did it, and I would do it if God told me to do it. It's them
Right.
hanging on to that fix.
Yeah, you see that like, the I guess the real person or like the other side is kind of like, well, this doesn't make any sense. It's wrong. But like you said, the dopamine is more important here. That feeling of that high, right? That oh, the Holy Spirit is in me. That how amazing that feels is more important than not only paying attention to their reality, also connecting with what they're actually lacking in life, you know?
Or what they're claiming, right? They're claiming that Jesus
Right.
helps them become these morally superior humans. Without Jesus, you are immoral, right? You can't be a morally good person without this God. That's their claim, but they negotiate with that morality, that claim of moral superiority, every single time in order to get their fix or to hang on to their fix or to validate, you know, to defend why they are a junkie for Jesus. So they go against the very thing that they claim Jesus does for
Hmm.
them by being the thing that they claim you cannot be, that you are without Jesus. So it's the effect of a D-rug, right? A person that's
Yeah.
on D-rugs will say, it helps me with such and such, but they'll ignore all the harm that it's causing to them, the harm that it's causing around, to their family members, that it's causing to society. They'll ignore that. And in their mind, all they see is what they like. All that matters is what they say. I don't have a problem. It's helping me with, anxiety or such and such. I'm okay. I'm good. I'm functional. I don't have an addiction. That's what it sounds like we're talking to a believer. Jesus helps me be good, but then at the same time, we should have more people raping people so the world will end.
Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, so you missed that conversation. Unless you were in your other bodies. I don't know if you were here
No,
also. there was a believer who said that there needs to be more rape, more killing, more children being essayed because that's the God's wishes, because the God wants to destroy the world. And so to be connected to source meant to increase chaos. It was a black woman and she was dead ass serious.
Hold on, huh?
You heard me right.
How you think we feel? Yeah, we sat there and heard all that shit, man.
Then
I'll be back
said
later. I gotta go wash my brain real quick.
then said if someone were to rape her daughter, she would kill him. So I
Yeah.
asked, like, if you're
What?
saying that there need, yeah. So I said, if you're saying there needs to be more children being raped, then why would you kill somebody for raping your child? And she was like, I'm saying that somebody else's child, like if somebody else's child gets raped, that's what. But I'm saying I'll add to the chaos by killing the person that rapes mine. I'm not saying mine need to get raped. Like she was just being very hypocritical. Um, so basically, chaos needs to happen around the world, but not in her life, in her child.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not under.
I'm sorry, I don't know who you are.
My bad.
I don't know. Give me just a second. Let me finish this conversation with them, and then I'll introduce you. Okay?
My bad.
Thank you.
He claimed to
Um,
deconstructed. What?
yeah, she claims she deconstructed as well, but no, she was a believer. She deconstructed from traditional beliefs in the God. She still believed in the God. Um, she was calling the God the Most High. She still believed. She just didn't believe it traditionally.
Mm,
Like she literally said there's no point trying to make the world a better place. And she's like, yeah, it's just over. Just let it restart. I'm just like, bro, what?
do we know how far into the? I'm gonna have to.
She was like the second conversation, I think, or the first. I can't remember. She's pretty
Okay.
early on. Yeah, it's so interesting that a believer thinks that it's rude for me to not allow the new guest to come in and just interrupt our conversation that's already happening, and for me to say, "Hold on, I don't know who you are. I will introduce you in a moment," and to continue my conversation. I'm rude.
Well, you know they often lack intelligence and perception, so I respect it.
Upside down. Upside down
What
people.
they do, yeah, what they do, they just look for any reason to
Well,
disagree with us. I'm sorry, I'm still talking. One
my
second.
my
One
bad.
second. Thank you. They just look for any reason to disagree with us. And so they sit here and hate watch and they look for ways to like but it's not rude for this person to come on stage and just start talking. Like you don't even know if this person is a believer or not. But because you hate my ass for not believing in your God and for teaching the truth about your book and not letting y'all gaslight, manipulate, and lie about what's in the book, you just lie in the comments. And I'm actually glad you're doing it because when y'all do the shit y'all do, I point it out so that people who are trying to decide whether or not they want to deconstruct, they can use your behavior as a mechanism for helping them make that decision. It's not the shit that I say in here that makes people decide to deconstruct. It's the shit you do because you don't match what the fuck they've been sold. So keep being hypocritical. Thank you very much for contributing. Um, Dude, how old are you and are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or an atheist?
Hey, no, I your voice, your voice is kind of soothing when you. It's sorry, it's strange, but your voice is soothing. Anyway, at the same time, I want to say I am not a believer, but I do literally um agree with most of the things that you're saying, like in terms of
Can you identify? Can you let me know which one of the categories? Like, are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I am a agnostic for the most part. Um,
Agnostic atheist or agnostic theist?
um, it's kind of hard to determine both factors, because if you're saying if you're agnostic theist, I you know what, I would say I'm agnostic theist because I'm 1%. Maybe I can believe in something, but I'm not fully there. I'm just kind of considering the all the everything else. But in terms of agnosticism, I just don't fully believe. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Yeah. So it sounds like you might be deconstructing. Were you a believer before you became
No,
agnostic?
no, I wasn't a believer before. I'm not a believer now. I'm not. It's just it's it's fully fledged that I don't um agree, or maybe I don't have any constructive criticism, or in terms of how I would ever believe in something that's just you know uh
I
there's
get what
just
you're saying. So you
weirdness.
were never
Yeah,
okay. So you were never a believer, but you're not against believing. You just haven't been convinced to be a
yeah,
believer yet,
yeah.
and you're not an atheist. So unfortunately, you don't qualify to for the conversations that we're having here.
Okay,
I only talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing from the God of the Bible, or atheists.
okay. I apologize. Should I
That's okay.
leave?
Yeah, I'm gonna put you back in the comments. Okay.
Okay. My apologies.
No, you don't have to apologize. Thank you so much for coming up. I hope you have a great rest of the morning. Okay.
Yeah, you guys are really nice.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Have a good one.
Yep.
Womp womp.
He was nice.
Sure.
Yeah,
Well,
and he
that's
had a cool
something.
and he had a cool beard.
Sure.
We believe you, thinker.
He did.
I
He
love
didn't.
Rhea.
He wasn't rude.
No,
He
no,
wasn't
I'm
rude.
just saying. I'm gonna take your word for it. That's all.
My word for what? That he was nice while he was on stage.
Yeah.
You ain't say all that.
All right.
I said he was nice. I didn't say he
Hmm.
is nice. I said he was nice.
Yeah.
Was is past tense, talking about when he was on stage.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, like there's no reason for me to think anything else. I don't know that man.
Right, Oso. What are you doing? Yeah.
Like I don't know. Y'all know me. I don't have an inherent dislike of people for no reason.
I don't know. I just it's some. I don't know.
Dang, Rhea, she just said we natural born haters. That's
Right.
crazy.
No, I didn't say that. I said I don't just dislike people for no reason. He didn't give me a reason to think that he is anything other than what he presented when he was on stage. He was nice while he was on stage, and that's it. Like I don't know that man in life. I don't know what he do on a daily
Maybe some
basis.
people energy. I guess I just be like, well, so, yeah, I don't know. But yeah.
I mean, you have a gift that I don't have. Like the only thing I could go by is what they say and do when they're on stage. I don't know what energy he has. That's why I said like this is just how I approach people. I'm not saying how y'all approach people are wrong, but this is just me. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I got you. It's also she's not saying we're haters. That's all.
She's saying we spiritual investigators, I
Oh my God.
guess.
Shut up.
Y'all claiming spiritual, supernatural powers that I don't have. I just take people at their word and what the fuck they do when they're in my presence. Vika, Vika, are you there? Also, can you use your supernatural powers to let me know if Vika is there or is her microphone just not working?
Give me a second. Hold on. Let me get into it with the spirits.
No, Oracle is in there, ain't it? Yeah, Oracle is requested.
Yeah, no, they sleep.
Living is Vika Loca is crazy. Is crazy.
That's pretty good.
What's up, hypocrite?
Hi.
But not I thought you would. Not I thought the
So,
person's name was hypocrite. Oh my
That
god,
is their name. It is hypocrite.
I can't.
It is. That's what oracle means.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said oracle means hypocrite. I was saying hi.
You were saying I'm a hypocrite?
Yeah, I said your name is hypocrite, but you are a hypocrite. Yeah,
How am I a hypocrite?
I already explained that to you.
No, you didn't.
I did.
I think what happened was it was a misunderstanding. You caught the butt end of what I was saying. Everyone was
Mm.
asking me to request up so I could
I'm
explain
not talking about
Genesis.
that. Nope,
Yeah,
not talking
well,
about
I
that.
said that it would
Not
be
talking about
rude
that.
of
Talking
me.
about you. No,
It would
no.
be rude of
You
me
you
to
literally
come into
said that
your
is
body.
rude. You literally said that is rude when I said what you were calling rude. Like goddamn, y'all be talking so much shit from the comments, and then when you get on stage, you can't stand on that shit. You literally responded and said that is rude. The fuck? Go ahead and talk about the
Um,
knowledge of good and evil.
was what was rude was that
Go ahead and
people
talk about
wanted
the
me to
knowledge of
come
good
into
and
the
evil.
people from the
Talk
comments.
about that. Hey, hey, hey. I don't give a fuck about the conversation you had with people in the comments. I don't. The topic is believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. You either are going to talk about that or you can hop back down and go back to being hypocritical in the comments.
So this is why I didn't request up is because I wouldn't talk about what was in the topics. That was
How the fuck are you an oracle and you actually thought that you were going to be able to finish that sentence? Like if I was an oracle, I would have dropped down because I would have said, "There's no reason for me to be here, right? Just let me leave." How the fuck are you an oracle?
People just be giving
Moonstone.
themselves. People just be giving themselves names and titles. That's all.
I'm telling you, I'm a fucking oracle. That motherfucker's name is Hypocrite. Moonstorm, how are you?
Hey, I've been trying to talk to you forever, girl. How you doing? Thank you.
I'm doing good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist? And then your age, please.
I am 31. About early October, I had my what they people were calling awakening. Like my whole world just came crashing down, girl. So I'm deconstructing.
Oh wow, I know how that feels.
My whole
Which of
year,
the
like
three?
my whole life feel like a lie.
Yeah, yeah, I know that feeling. Is anybody else getting the sound going from one ear to the other from their microphone?
Is it because I
Is
got
it?
I only have one earbud in, so no.
Yeah, same.
Oh, okay. So it is jumping for everybody. Yeah, it's like it's going from one ear to the next.
do I need to put
Um,
both my AirPods in? Will that change it?
Try that and see if that works. I mean, it's okay because I can still hear you. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't just my headphones that was happening.
Okay.
Heck said it's clear now though.
Okay. Well, I put both of them in just to be on the safe side for you.
Okay. Which of the three topics did you want to discuss?
Well, I wish that let's talk about the first one because I believe that like believers depart. Oh Lord, I can't even talk. Deprioritize knowledge, therefore the world suffers because there were a lot of scriptures before we even, before the my little awakening that occurred when I was little, but there was a lot of scriptures that I read that I didn't know existed. And I'm just sitting here like, wait a minute, that's in the Bible? And then some of the topics that you talk about in the scriptures that you read, and I'm just like, that's in the Bible too. So I go read, I'm like, what the what? What kind of book is this?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if you've heard me talk about how when I first started researching and, trying to validate the claims in the book by looking for it in history and then reading archaeological reports and reading about the other nations that are mentioned in the stories and what their records say about the claims, their interaction with, the Israelites in the Bible and stuff. It literally broke my heart. And then there were times where I felt like I was leaning over like a fake toilet in my mind, just throwing up because it
Hmm.
disgusted me that bad. And then there would be times where I would just scream out like, "What the fuck?" Like, like what? Like this is what the fuck I've been calling God. Like this is what the fuck I've been praying to. Like what the fuck?
Yes, yes. And then, cause like to when I remember, I come from the JW background, so I remember being a little kid and I was asking a sister, um, they believe is that at the end of the system of things, there's Armageddon and the word, the great calamity and everything. So I asked, I said, what about the little babies and the little children when their families are being destroyed? What happened to them? And the sister told me, she said, well, they are subject to their parents' sin. So, because they can't make decisions of their own self, their parents were sinners and everything, they're going to be destroyed too. And I looked at her. I said, so you mean to tell me innocent babies and big kids are going to be destroyed just because their parents did not follow God? That never sat right with me. And I'm like, this is supposed to be an all loving God? Merciful? Fair? Just?
Oh my God, you know what I was thinking about the other day? It's on this like, fairy tale that we were sold. You know how like, in every hotel you see like a Bible or something like, or like just growing up, having your Bible in your nightstand or under your pillow was like, oh, you are protected, right? The more I read the
Yeah.
book, I was like, wait, I thought this was supposed to be the protection book. I'm like, if I sleep with this under my pillow, I'm definitely getting nightmares now. Like the demons are
Tra-
definitely gonna get me.
But think about it. Like, have you had nightmares since you started deconstructing? Like the dreams
No,
about hell and demons bothering you and stuff. I've
nope,
not had any.
nothing.
Not
Settle.
not one nightmare in
I,
almost
I,
7 years.
I did have one. It's in like
Oh
a
yeah, yeah. The hybrid animals attacking you in pressure the other night.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm telling you, I think that's because Zion Joke was on stage. He's a hybrid human. And he was talking to himself, pretending that Joke was in the room with him, pretending he was Zion. And I kept calling your name. I kept saying, "Oh, so you're missing this." And like we roasted the fuck out of his ass. So I
Damn,
think
it might have been.
you, huh?
Just said it might have been.
Yeah, I think you were dreaming of hybrids because we were literally calling him that because he was pretending to be Joke. And then he would say, I'm not my brother Joke. Like he was literally saying it like his brother's name was Joke. And then he said, this is Zion. I've never talked to you before. And then like 2 minutes later, he'd go, when I used to come in here 6 months ago, thinker, like he would like break character.
That's funny.
Like, yeah, so I think that's why you dreamt you had that nightmare.
G Spot said it was a prophecy about how I was gonna actually have a menstrual cycle. I thought it was really funny.
That is hilarious. It's considering you had the tens unit on. Yeah,
Hmm.
that's hilarious. Moon, have you, as a believer, do you have those dreams, like the dreams about demons bothering you or chasing you, or the sleep paralysis dreams?
That is so crazy. Since I have deconstructed, I have not had. Now, when I was a little kid, I used to have, when we were in the house that we're in now, I used to have this dream where it was like a little, the little cartoons back in the day where they had the little devil with the horn and the pitchfork and the red tail. So
Yeah.
I used to have this dream where we was outside our house. He was my age. He was like the real version of me with the tail and everything. We outside playing. I had that dream like 2 or 3 times growing up. But then, and I would have little dreams where we would be at the district convention. I'm walking down the stairs, and then next thing you know, I trip, and I would always be falling down the stairs to the stadium and stuff like that. But um, after that, the other time when I started my journey, my spiritual journey, when I initially, I was fighting, I could never fully accept the other things that I was trying to explore. I would have little instances that scared me because it was like a tug of war between, old beliefs versus what I'm researching now that's right in my face. But since I've had my awakening, no, everything that I was told was demonic or what happened to me, no, I never had. If anything, I feel more peace, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. I think the unknown brings a lot of anxiety, and then when you solve that unknown, it takes the anxiety away, and so it's peaceful, right?
Hmm.
Yeah. And so I think that might be one of the reasons that the demonization of leaning on knowledge or your own understanding is important in this religion, because that anxiety serves a purpose with keeping people in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and keeping people in the churches, feeding into the whole system itself, right? The money, because the church is one of
Hmm.
the wealthiest organization on the planet, and then you have people who need the people there to feed into their egos, right, for the purposes of status or power or influence, as the
Yes.
pastor or the first lady or the choir director or whatever, whatever it's feeding for them. The fear of the unknown or that anxiety helps keep that in place. So they'll demonize you for trying to seek answers to things that don't seem right or that seem illogical.
Hmm. Because if I would ask certain questions, the answer will always be, well, the new scrolls will open up after Armageddon. That's when we'll know. And I'm just like, huh? If I ask certain questions, I can not remember the exact ones that I would ask my mom, and she would always say, well, when a new system of things, God is going to open more scrolls, and we'll know exactly what He's talking about. And I'm just like, it's not really given. Like,
Like, what would be the
it's
purpose of knowing then? What
exactly.
would
We're
be
supposed to be going perfect then.
right? Like,
Then, I'm sorry, go
yeah.
ahead.
No, I was just saying that doesn't make sense to me, to have to wait to get the answers to questions that you have pre Armageddon, pre end of the world.
Because I'm like, if we're supposed to, okay. Because I'm like, well, you made some valid points too. Because I'm like, they were like, okay, how does it go? Armageddon happens, then the devil's supposed to be chained up in the abyss for 1,000 years. During 1,000 years, it's supposed to be going towards perfection, cleaning the earth and this, that, and that. So I'm just like, okay, so if we're going towards perfection, shouldn't we already be knowing all this stuff and everything? So why do we need more scrolls if the 144,000 are supposed to be ruling in heaven with Jesus?
Are you Jehovah Witness? Is that your
Yeah, this my
okay?
background. Yeah, that cult. Yeah,
Yeah, we had a conversation with Jehovah's Witness today on another Deconstructionist live,
bless your heart.
and oh my gosh, the manipulation and the dishonesty, it was just, it's ridiculous. It wasn't my
Mm-hmm.
first time engaging with this person, and I actually think he's blocked in here. Like, he can't come in here because he's so dishonest
Yeah.
and disrespectful. But we were talking about the Isaiah 13 prophecy, the day of the Lord. Are you familiar with that prophecy?
Um, can you hear me?
It cut out.
Oh, let me hold on. Let me grab my iPad because I wanted to look into that. I think I was probably that last part of the way. I'm sick, so excuse me.
Oh,
Um,
it's okay. I hope you feel better.
I'm at the end of it, child. I'm trying to get over it. You said Isaiah 13.
Yeah.
What scripture exactly?
So it's the whole prophecy is the God given Isaiah a prophecy for the day of at his wrath. He's gonna execute his wrath on the earth
Mm-hmm.
and destroy the sinners off the earth. In the beginning of that, and I'll bring it up so everybody will know what we're talking about. In the
Okay.
beginning of the prophecy, in verse 3 and verse 4, the God says, I myself have commanded my consecrated ones, have summoned my warriors, my proudly exalted ones to execute my anger. Listen, a tumult on the mountains as of a great multitude. Listen, an uproar of kingdoms of nations gathering together. The Lord of hosts is mustering an army for battle. And so when I was talking to him, he was originally saying that this was not the 144,000 that's executing this, and it's not the followers of Jesus. He was saying that although Jesus quotes this as a sign of his coming, Jesus quotes verse 10 in Matthew 24:29, and in
Mm-hmm.
Mark 13:34. Jesus quotes this as a sign of his coming. He was saying that this, right? He was saying that this doesn't have anything to do with the final judgment, right? And it's
But it
the
clearly states that's what it's
mm-hmm,
gonna be.
right. And so what he was doing was playing around with semantics of what is called what's the last day. He was playing around with what the 144,000, who the 144,000 are and what they'll be doing, and would not engage with just basic reading comprehension, because we were asking him who is the ones he's calling my consecrated ones, who are his warriors, who are his proudly exalting ones that will execute his anger, right? It's literally saying that he's going to command someone who will be his army to execute this prophecy. And he kept saying that this didn't have anything to do with what Jesus with verse 10. Verse 10 is just about Jesus. The rest of it is about somebody else. And we asked him, like, who is this third group of people? And he wouldn't say. He literally went quiet and just sat there and didn't say anything. But to engage with just basic reading comprehension with them, they see it
Yeah.
as demonic, right? They see it as demonic because it would tear, like, slice up their claim of Jesus coming back or whatever. And so they
Mm-hmm.
rather, what it feels like is that they rather take a scalpel to our minds and slice up our minds so that they can hang on to whatever lie they've been told or whatever lie they've created for themselves.
Yeah, and that's how it feels because not to go off top of what you're saying, but it's to add on to what you were talking about. Because my brother, like I grew like My basically my whole immediate family is in the quote unquote truth. Um, and my brother, we were having a discussion about how something about 1914 and Jesus and everything, and it was about everything being foretold. And I remember you brought up it was in a conversation earlier about uh, how did it go? Mm. Oh, it was about how Jesus isn't even mentioned in the Old Testament. But yet, he's supposed to be prophesied in the Old Testament, I guess, as the word, because in 1914, that's when he went back up into heaven. You know, that was the army, that was when Satan was supposed to be brought down to earth and all this extra stuff and all this everything. And I was just sitting back and I'm just like, that doesn't make sense to me. How are they adding all this stuff up together to make they're really trying to make two plus two equal fish. I'm just saying that's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Because even with the scripture you was telling me, I'm like, when from what I believe, it's been a while since I've been because I basically couldn't be because of my sexuality, whatever. I was physically out, but I was still mentally in because that's all I knew. I was born in the crap. But from what from reading the scripture that you were giving me, I'm like, it had to be his angels because supposedly the people on earth during this time were supposed to be being shepherded into the other part of the world or being protected while the rest of the world is being destroyed.
Yeah, somebody in that live today commented and said that it's the archangels that are doing the raping of the women, the dashing of the babies' heads against stones, the stabbing of the men, the cutting the babies out of the wombs of pregnant women. And I was like, that makes sense, right? To your mind that an angel is going to come to earth and rape women.
Yeah, it's like, to, and see, I didn't even know all this, or maybe I just forgot all this was in the Bible because I forgot. I didn't even know about that part right there by Isaiah. Maybe I must have forgot it, or they always skip that part.
Oh, I'm sure they skipped it. I have
Cause
not met a believer today that knows that this God is commanding rape um, as a day of judgment. I don't think there's any believer that I've ever talked to when we brought this scripture up that
mhm.
says, "Yep, I know that's going to happen."
I just don't understand. He's supposed to be a God of truth, of love, peace, love, happiness, joy, compassion, all that long suffering, everything. But how in the world can you be out there, but yet you are torturing, killing people just because they don't believe in you? And my thing is, why don't you make it easier and just come down here and show us everything? That way we'll know what we're doing.
Right. Why does it have to be filtered through the mind of other humans? And why do you have to have faith and trust that that human is actually talking to a God, or that that human has enough logic to be able to decipher what an all powerful entity wants? Why
Yes.
not, right? Why not just, why aren't you just like showing up and engaging with this mankind that you love so much? Like, it just doesn't make sense. But it's all a part of the manipulation.
It really is. Cause one other thing I want to ask you, thinking, cause this has been on my mind for a while. Um, okay, so after Jesus died and went to, he died and was raised for 3 days and went to heaven, right? To me, unless I'm missing something, there's a big gap in history between that and when um Christianity started up again, if you know what I'm saying, like when our ancestors were slaves and everything. Because I'm like, what happened to the churches? What was going on between then? You get what I'm trying to ask?
Like a gap between when Jesus died on the cross and slavery, or?
Yeah, like, well, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, where was the apostles, the disciples after Jesus died? Like, what happened to them after he died? Like, there's no to me, there's no history unless I'm just overlooking it.
They so in the Bible, after Jesus died, he came back and he talked to them, right? He showed up and talked to them, gave them instructions, gave them the Great Commission, and then they hooked up with James, who is Jesus's brother in the Bible. James didn't follow Jesus during Jesus's life. He After Jesus died, he picked up where Jesus left off and he built the Church of Jerusalem. So some of them followed James, some of them connected with Paul and started following Paul. And then when this Paul character dies, you get the apostles, the institutionalized apostles, like the epistles, where they start creating positions in the church, putting like the hierarchies and the organizational structure together. So then where you really see them is in the church fathers, around fourth century Rome. Is that what you're
Mm.
asking?
Yeah, because I guess that's, yeah, basically because I never understood what I'm basically trying to get to is like, you're answering it because I never understood what exactly happened to everything, like what happened in history. Because from my understanding, like I said, they said 1914 is when all this happened with the Wutu, which was like 100 some years ago. But I'm like, you have all
When you
this.
say 1914, I thought you was talking about Matthew 19 and 14.
No,
What
I'm talking
happened
about the
in
year
1914?
1914. I'm talking about the
What
year 1914.
and what are you saying happened in the year 1914?
Um, what did they say? 1914 is when um Satan was supposed to been cast down to earth, child.
Oh, that's a J Dub belief.
Yeah, something like that. It's a JW thing. Is like I said, they got they math on they mathing. They do they math. Don't ask me how. The timelines is confusing to me too. But and that's what I was trying to understand. Like after Jesus, went up, I was trying to understand exactly how in the world did we get all these different denominations, and if these are God's, if this is God's people, then if this is supposed to be his way. We have all these different denominations. You have all these churches doing all these horrible things to people, torturing these people, making all these different rules, coming over, colonizing in the name of their God, colonizing these different countries, treating people like crazy, making them change their belief to the Christianity lifestyle, and then tell them to pray. And I'm just like, but hey, wait a minute. How is it that this is supposed to be God's way? You get what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, I did not hear you. I was looking up the prophecy, the 1914 prophecy, trying to see if I can understand what they're saying happened. Um, can you repeat it? I am so sorry.
No, you fine. It was just I'm trying to understand like how I'm just trying to understand how you answered it. It's just after Jesus died, it's just with me it's a lot of confusion on how um everything got so split up. If they were all one organization or one congregation at one point in time, now everything is so split up and everything is so wishy washy depending on what denomination that you follow. Everybody have their own rules. They have some common understanding, but there's so many different beliefs of one religion, and how this religion allows people in the name of their God, they can do horrible things to other people.
Yeah, I think the very presence of 45,000 different denominations from this one story speaks to the what we were talking about earlier about the ego and the desire to feed the ego. Everybody wants to stake a claim they that their God is talking to them in order to continue the story or giving them the right interpretation, right?
Hmm.
Um, and so that's where you know a lot of these denominations have started, and some just not agreeing with what the church is doing, trying to separate themselves from the church because the church was doing egregious shit, and so they didn't want to. They wanted to keep believing in Jesus, but they didn't want to be associated with the religious wars or the slavery or um, the subjugation of women. So they would
Yeah.
create a different denomination with a different doctrine.
That sound like the JWs right there, because they constantly changing. They always got this new light, where it's not like this no more. It's like this now. I'm just like, what?
Yeah. Are there different like sects of J Dub, or does everybody
Mm-mm.
in the organization believe the same thing?
Well, supposedly, it's all one organization. There's no different sects. Now culturally, what I've been knowing, because I'm part of the XJW group, I've noticed that different cultures do have different ways of that they do certain things, but the foundation of it is still the same belief system and everything. If that makes sense, what I'm saying makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. So like even those that are the J Dub organizations that are not in North America, like the ones that are in Africa or Europe or on other continents, they still do the same thing. But you're saying culturally they may go about interpreting it differently, but it's the same doctrine, is what you're saying?
They, yeah. So like here, alcohol, like here, alcohol is supposed to be for enjoyment, but not getting drunk. Over there, they may have a looser view of alcohol, as long as you're not acting ignorant off of it. You get, it's kind of like that thing. It's like the view of alcohol is the same. It's just the way that they will probably handle it differently. Um, but as far as Jehovah is God, Jesus is the Son, Armageddon, how you're supposed to treat each other in an organization is the same. If you get this fellowship, you're not supposed to talk to nobody. The principles, everything else is the same.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Um, like my problem is with them. They constantly changing up their rules. I mean, I'm not saying that they can't drink. You just not supposed to get drunk. But it's crazy, child. Because when you get out of it, like you have to be in it to understand how crazy it is. It is because a lot of people like I don't get it. I'm like it's one of the things you have to be in it to understand it.
Yeah, I'm reading this prophecy. So basically, the 1914 prophecy is that, according to Daniel, when he gave the prophecy of the 70 weeks, they
Hmm.
believed that the the appointed time of the Gentiles started when Daniel gave that prophecy in 607 BCE, and it ended 2,500 years later, 2,520 years later in 1914. And that's on October the 13th in 1914. Not October 13th. In October of 1914 is when Jesus was promoted to the King of Heaven. And
Yeah, that one right there.
and
Cause,
that's really interesting that they would make a claim like that. That is
'cause are
interesting.
you on JW.org website?
No, I just did a Google search for. Uh, well, I just pulled up the JW website, but I just did the Google search and was reading the AI summary of the prophecy.
Okay. Now, because see, to get their viewpoint, I'm telling you, if you just go to their with anything you want to know about anything, I promise you, they got an answer on their website.
Yeah, that's what feed. You know feed, right? the our
Fee.
other co-host. Yeah, Fee
Yeah, I
is.
think I remember Fee.
Yeah, she's an ex J Dub. She was telling us.
Oh, I need to link up with her.
Yeah, yeah. She's traveling right now at a conference, so normally she's in here by now, but she's probably resting. But she told us about the website and how you were to, if someone questioned your belief or questioned about the organization, you had to
Mm-hmm.
read your answers from the website.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because you cannot anything outside of the information they give you is demonic.
Yeah, she said that like when she first started to deconstruct and she knew she was getting ready to go outside of the JW org to seek for information, that
Mm-hmm.
it literally paralyzed her. She sat in front of the computer so scared that it paralyzed her.
Yeah.
We have another ex JW in the community named Special K. He said
Mm-hmm.
he thought he got so scared. Like it's not funny, but the way he tells the story is funny. But he said he got so scared, the anxiety was so high that he couldn't see, and so he thought that Jehovah was had struck him blind for looking for information outside of the J Dub. That's how much
Yes.
anxiety he had.
And that's what I was saying earlier about when I was on my journey. Like I was learning about the Anunnaki and about the stuff that they were saying. And I was going to researching it, and every time, and it was so horrible because I was like, okay, God, just let me know if I'm on the right path. Because and it seemed like every time that I would find some information that would negate what the Bible said, it'll be like a sign or something that happened. Like my mama called me and start talking to me about something, or my auntie would call me, and I'm just like, okay, so what is it? What is going on right here? Every single time. And so I'm like, okay, is this some kind of divine intervention right here telling me I'm on the wrong path?
They probably don't they have to do that to try to keep you from leaving the fold though?
Yes, but see, but yeah, like they are consciously like if they see you falling off path or if you fall off path, they are encouraged to constantly encourage you to come back to Jehovah because the end of the time, the end of the days are here and his wrath is almost upon us and they want you to live forever. They don't want you to be destroyed and they want you to know the truth. So yeah, yeah, it's and yes, it's an all day, everyday thing
And
in
you're
some
saying
small
that
little way.
and you're saying that anytime you would search for information, it was like clockwork that they would call you and start talking to you about
hmm
Jehovah.
Yeah, it would be crazy because it's like I would when I was I'm living with my folks now, but when I was living by myself, I was basically researching yes like their history about the Anunnakis and the Aztecs and stuff like that, and I was just researching. It was like information that I was just like, whoa, wait a minute. So I go back and research my own, and I'm like, okay, what I'm watching is back and what I'm reading is backing up what I just watched. So it'll be crazy because then my auntie call me and I'll say something to her. She would be like, are you listening to that such and such, such and such? You got to be careful. And I'm like, okay, okay, okay. All right, all right. Yeah, okay, you're right. So then I'm like, well, I'll go back and, research some other stuff. I'm like, then I'll be out and about. And the next thing I know, I'm seeing them on the side of the road. So I'm just like, wait a minute. So am I tripping here?
You thought Jehovah was following you around, trying to get your attention by putting J Dubs in your path.
Yes, yes. Like
Yeah.
okay, you on the wrong path. You need to come back this way. I mean, like I said, I haven't been in since I was in my early 20s. I've been in mentally, but physically, I haven't been. It was always a waking torture. Every day, you're not living the way you're supposed to because you're not going to the kingdom halls. You're not serving Jehovah the way you're supposed to. So, at any moment Armageddon comes, you're going to be destroyed. So having that in the back of your mind was like ever torture every fucking day. Every fucking day.
That is
So
insane. That is
so
some.
to be free, I have never felt ever since my awakening, I have never felt more alive. and more free. It's like as soon as my awakening happened, with so many things that happened, but the main thing I can recall is it was like a veil, a cloud, and a fog in my brain just lifted instantaneously. The pressure in my brain was gone, thinking.
That's what's up. That's,
That's what they promise you with Jesus.
yep, they do.
Mhm.
Rick, can you take
What?
over right quick? I gotta grab something to eat. My stomach is touching my back.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I think like that's the image that they want you to have going into the religion. It's like, oh, with Jesus, you feel free and you all your burdens are lifted. But in reality, it gives you more confusion and more questions. You know. So yeah.
'Cause I don't know. I just since then I feel more purpose, um, and I feel like I have more drive in life now, um, knowing that there's more to everything than what I was told. And then I thank you, I thank all of y'all, because whenever I catch y'all online, I listen to y'all lives and how y'all, y'all did y'all study, which I'm trying to do, but I have so much disdain for this book. I really don't like to open it up and even want to look at the scriptures too often. Um, but I like to listen to how y'all studied and um, compared and actually did the search and the research to make sense of this crazy book.
Yeah. I think like apart from just the experience of being in the religion, it's still, like you telling us how like it felt like torture going back and forth. Like, oh, I'm getting this gonna come and I'm not gonna be able to go. And it's mental torture. But once you start to get out of it, like a lot of people just kind of get out of it different ways. Some people read the book and realize, oh, it's not true, and some people realize, oh, life is going on a little different than what is supposed to be promised. So, yeah, I feel
Yeah, because it's so, and then like I was saying, there's so many accounts in it that I read, like they would preach against this, but then did you know that there was a whole scripture in there about how Moses was supposed to basically get an earthen clay, put dirt in there with some holy water, and give it to a woman and make her drink it if she was suspected of cheating on her husband. And if she drank it and swallowed and aborted the baby, that means she was unfaithful to her husband.
that. Hmm.
I was just like, when I read that, I said, wait a minute, what the heck? Like, yeah, how can y'all? I didn't know about that until I was on somebody's TikTok when I first started, and I was just like, how is this? How is this in this book? And nobody questions this. Like y'all, they tell us to read the book front to back. Like, there's no way y'all did not read this book and still pick it up and not question anything about this book. Like that one scripture right there, just tore me up. Cause I'm like, the way they treat women, and that's another thing too. I'm a man, but I'm all about equal rights for men and women. Like the way they treat women in the Bible is like y'all are just I don't know. It's like men are the top dog and women are just the accessory. Like that, I just don't like this. I just don't like it at all.
Right. When somebody said written by patriarchal control, that's just what it is. It's just another form of societal control or another form of like, somebody needing to put other people to be subservient to them to feel powerful. So
Yeah.
it's a manual for patriarchy, supremacy, and a whole lot of other horrible things. So
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Cause it's all throughout the whole book. It's like, cause do they hardly ever? I think y'all were talking about it earlier about how the majority of the time when they do mention women in the book, is mainly negative. There are some positive times in it, But most of the time, women are always referenced as um in a negative light, like seductresses, mainly seductresses, to be honest.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? I was watching a Nigerian movie yesterday, and while they're talking, somebody mentions how, this is like a sex worker or schmex worker or whatever, and she basically was talking to this roadside preacher, and she like, leave me alone. How do you know I'm not? What's the name of that girl? The sex worker that helped them, the spy that helped them get into Jericho.
I know this story. I know I
Mm-hmm.
can't think of her
So
name.
yeah, is it Delilah? I think I can't remember her name, but so she basically was like, that's her rebuttal, and I was just like, it's crazy how she couldn't be anything else but a, like, you know what I'm saying? Like they had to be in everywhere else in the book. They condemn women for wanting to have any kind of sexual freedom, but all of a sudden it's okay for you to have a spy go against her own people, betray her own people, and you okay with that now? Rahab, there we go. And like that
Yeah,
story just, I was like, yeah, I don't know, man. There's no way forward with this belief system.
it's like, oh, it's okay for her to do because she had trust in God against her own
Mm-hmm.
people, and she opened up her door for His people, and as long, and ain't that the one where they had the promise? She said, as long as nothing happens to my dad or something like this. Is that the same story?
I can't remember that. I don't know. I can't say, but
I know I was just like, wait. And then it's the other stories about how um this dude he had a wife. She didn't want to leave her family. She ended up dying or something, or the men wanted he left her outside for the men to do whatever they wanted to her. You know what I'm talking
you talking
about?
about the concubine?
I think it was the concubine. I think it was. It was I just know the story was fucked up. That's all I can say,
Yeah,
girl.
that was a
The
concubine. He when he came back, he dismembered her.
yes, that's the
Mm-hmm.
one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like that. To me, that story was just senseless. I'm like, I don't even know what the moral of the story was, to be honest.
Exactly.
This nigga say
It's just to show
Lot.
his chosen people. You said what? Okay.
Somebody in the comments said it was Lot.
Oh no.
Nah, it wasn't like not him.
Come
No,
on, Elder, you got to do better than that.
no, Lot and his wife. She was the one that turned around and turned into a sort of pillar of salt. Oh, and they love throwing that scripture out there. God destroyed the whole city for what you doing.
Yeah. And that ain't even why. You know what's so
No,
crazy? Yeah, and that's literally happening today, um, in Israel. They're raping men, um, as an act of war and protecting the men that's doing the raping. So, like the very thing that uh, the story of Sodom and Gomorrah claims that a God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah for, because the men of Sodom wanted to grape the two foreigners who came into their land, like they wanted to grape them as an act of war, is why they're claiming that the God in the story, that's what the story is saying, why the God destroys Sodom. But Israel is doing that today, and the rabbis, the government, Netanyahu, the IDF, they're all protecting the men that's doing it.
make that make sense.
And then a believer will say they can't say anything because those are God's chosen people, and you know, God is just, and it gets crazy. But they'll
Yeah,
condemn you for a loving relationship and justify raping somebody for an act of war to protect some land. Like, that is insane.
Yeah, cause see, they teach us it wasn't based off that. They were saying that God destroyed the whole city because it was full of sodomy and this, that, and the third, and you can't be doing it. That's an abomination in His eyes. And I'm just like, I'm like, but when I read the account, when we were sitting and reading the scripture, the congregation, and everything, I'm like, um, well, they clearly stated that there was more things than that going on. They said that this was a lawless city, and that what is it? It was this and a lot of things that the people were doing bad. They didn't just mention that. And to go back what you were saying, they wanted to rape the angels. They weren't trying to have. See, they were trying to rape them.
Exactly, for as an act of war. Um, and I agree. Like the God Ezekiel says that the reason the God destroyed Sodom was because they were in a inhospitable. Right, they didn't share
Mm-hmm.
their wealth. Right, but believers say that is for Genesis 19. But the very thing that they claim that this God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah for is what's happening in Israel today. They're raping men as an act of war.
And see, I didn't even know that was going on over there in Israel. Them poor people.
Yep, it's crazy. It's insane the things that they justify, and then the things that they condemn. They'll condemn knowledge and justify ignorance and manipulation and fairy tales. They'll condemn loving same-sex relationships, but will justify same-sex graping. Like it's insane. It's ass backwards.
Mm-hmm.
No pun
Because
intended.
then,
They're talking about ass being backwards. It's
Uh-uh.
but
Mm-mm.
no pun intended.
Lord, it ended up working that way. That's how I got a little dark humor.
Now my
Um,
eyes my mind won't stop because I'm gonna say no buns intended either,
Oh
but
my goodness. Just
they just keep coming. Damn, that didn't mean that either. Shit.
well, we
like
needed that. We
what?
need that. We need
Wow.
that. But it's and then even how we were y'all talking about earlier, like, and it came when y'all. It's just how y'all point out a few of the things y'all conversations that came across my mind too. The Ten Commandments. Don't do this, don't do this. But then later on in the scriptures, the very things you tell them not to do, you're commanding your people to do. But it's okay for them to do it because they're doing it in your name.
Yep.
You shouldn't kill. But yeah, you going and taking these lands from different people just because they don't follow you or they're following different gods or something. Then I don't know. I still researching this, but to find out that Yahweh came from the Canaanite poly what is it called? Pantheon.
I was getting ready to say it, but oh, so what the fuck?
For real.
What's
Oh my
cracking
god.
it?
Oh my god. The polytheistic pantheon.
Yes, thank you. And he was supposed to be Yah was supposed to be one of the lesser gods under El. But then later on down the timeline, he was absorbed with El as being the high god. And I'm like, that itself right there lets you know that this is a whole bunch of hogwash.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, then you should have been atop of L at the top from the beginning of time. It shouldn't take for you to be absorbed later on down the time frame for somebody to understand it.
But they expect us to ignore the history behind that. Like you're not. That's why they say don't search outside of any of the J Dub information, because they don't want you to know that. And if you do, you have to ignore it. And I was taught growing up, you don't read anything outside of the Bible. Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, they want you to ignore the history behind that, or ignore that in the Canaanite traditions that there was a Daniel who was a judge
Mm-hmm.
who believed in the Ancient of Years or something like that. I think it's the Ancient of Years. And then the Daniel in the Hebrew scriptures was a judge, had believed in or had a prophecy of the Ancient of Days. And it's like the Canaanite version of this Daniel is older than the Hebrew version of Daniel, and you're like, oh, this was copied from this character, and it's like they always say correlation doesn't bring about causation. It doesn't mean that it was influenced by the Canaanite Daniel. Like his name was Daniel, Danel,
Hmm.
and that character was also a judge. That character also cried out to the God, and that God's name was Ancient of Years. And then the Hebrew Daniel, I mean the Hebrew version, that character's name is Daniel. He is also a judge. He cries out to the God, and the God he cries out to is the Ancient of Days. And it's like, no, they're not the same. They're these are two different traditions. And it's like, what, motherfucker? Like you want me to just ignore all of this?
Exactly. That's just like you holding a chicken in my face and it's over there clucking. You gonna tell me that's a duck?
They probably do believe a duck and a chicken are the same. They both birds.
Oh my
That's
god.
what they would say. Like they're both birds, but they're both birds, but they're not the same. Just because they both have wings doesn't mean that they are the same.
I'm like you. I mean, and I can see why people, and I try not to be. Now I try to have grace on people who are still stuck in the brainwashing, but it's like it's only so much because like at some point in time you got to be able to add it up. Like you got to sit back and actually start really critical thinking and seeing between the lines. Like just start adding it up, and you will see that this is the same thing as that over there. Like they were saying, the books are just retold in a different way to fit the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
When you go back, I just I don't know. This whole religion thing, it's just it's crazy. It's the worst thing to ever happen to mankind.
Let me ask you about the 144,000.
Hmm.
The 144, is that the religious leaders of your organization? Are they the ones that would be considered the 144,000?
No, they're not. Well, yes, in a way they are leaders, but no, they are. Basically, there's 144,000 people, members of the organization, that will go up into heaven to rule in heaven with Jesus. The bride, Jesus is the groom, and then there's the bride. Well, they're the bride. There's and the rest of the humans will live on earth. The 144,000 will go into heaven to rule.
Is it
Well,
possible, like in the teachings of JW though, is it possible that any of the head of the organization could not be a part of the 144,000, but be a part of the humans that are on Earth? Or are all the organizational leaders a part of the 144,000?
um, there's something I'm not certain. Now, when it comes to the government, we there. Are you talking about the governing body, or are you talking about the elders of every organization?
The creators of the JW, the ones at the top, like the most powerful ones,
Okay, the
who,
governing body.
yeah.
From uh, from my understanding, from my understanding, I believe that each one of them are probably part of the 144,000. Because, and the only reason why I say this is because they are supposed to be the ones that are inspired by God's Holy Spirit to make all these new rules and make all these new decisions.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
But you still also have people who are just, regular the people at the bottom of the food chain. They can be part of the 144,000 as well. Because there's a sister in the congregation where I live. She's supposed to be one. There was one she that passed a few years ago. She was supposed to be one. So when she died, when they die, they go to heaven. Now,
How do
when
the so y'all know before you die if you're one of the 144,000?
yeah,
How how do you how are you told that you are one of them? How do you know?
this is the answer. I'm gonna give you the same answer that was given me because it don't make sense. God's Holy Spirit let you know.
So what if so there's so is the 144,000 literal to J Dubs, or is that like a symbolic number, symbolic for a larger number?
No, 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 no. It's literal 144,000 exactly.
So it, and it's not. Do y'all keep a list of the names that are y'all keeping count as
I'm
an
pretty sure.
organization?
I'm pretty sure they are. I'm pretty sure they are. But see, there's also the teaching that not all of them are going to heaven once Armageddon happens. Some of them are still going to be on the earth after Armageddon to continue to help lead on earth.
But they're still a part of the 144,000 though, right? Even
Mm-hmm.
if they okay, and then so if so and that 144 out of all the members of J Dub who probably have, said that the Holy Spirit told them that they are a part of the 144,000, the amount of funerals that have been had, wait, does J Dub do funerals?
Yeah, yeah, they do.
Okay. So the amount of funerals that they've had and claimed that that person who died is a part of the 144,000 because that person said the Holy Spirit told them they were. They don't think they've reached 144,000 yet in all these years.
I guess I don't think so, because see, at the same time, Judas, like they use Judas as an example. He was supposed to have been going to heaven too, but because he backstabbed Jesus, he lost his spot. So just because you are currently one of the selected ones, you have to continue in your faith and continue to do everything to keep your spot, basically. So
But
even if
after
you,
they die, right? We're gonna get into Judas here in just a second because that's crazy to me. That's crazy. um, because how are you created to do a thing and then you go to hell for doing exactly what you were created to do? That's insane.
hmm,
But the if they die believing that they have been told that they are a part of the 144,000,
hmm,
then there's nothing else for them to do in death, right? So their spot is solidified,
yeah, they
right?
go to heaven. Then supposedly they supposed to go straight. They go to heaven.
Right. So I know more than 144,000 people have died that are J Dubs since the inception of the organization, and so if more than 144,000 people claim that the Holy Spirit told them they were a part of the 144,000, wouldn't they already maxed out that number so far?
That's what I would think too. But apparently, from my understanding, you supposed to God Holy Spirit supposed to combine with you or tell you or something. You get some kind of signal. I don't know. I never understood that part. But then I think the elders are supposed to talk to you. They're gonna ask you some questions and talk to you. I guess to determine if what you're feeling is the actual alignment to being.
Oh, it's confirmed by the elders. So the elders say, yeah, that's the Holy Spirit. No, that's not the Holy Spirit.
Uh,
Basically, yes. From my understanding, yeah. Was somebody finna say something?
yeah, my question is, did the counters start when the organization started, or did they account for the fact that there might be some people that was there beforehand?
From my understanding, it started with Jesus.
Okay.
Because before the Old Testament, it was something because they also believed that once Jesus came, the Old Testament no longer mattered. But I don't understand how that's true when y'all constantly go back to the rules and regulations back then and tie them into the New Testament stuff. But I digress. Um,
Interesting. So How do they know that the number hadn't been fulfilled even before the organization started?
Right. That's my question.
I guess because with Jesus, because they're supposed to, I guess it started with Jesus because something about him coming, and that's when the count started. It's something about Jesus coming and him being a groom, cause and then there's the bridegroom, the bride. I mean the him being the bridegroom, and then the bride being the one that is reigning in heaven with him from when he started, when he came. Those who came beforehand, that before him, I don't think they
He no,
qualify.
he's talking about the ones who died before the inception of the JW organization. How, how do how do the governmental body know that 144,000 hadn't already
Mhm.
been, filled up by people who died after Jesus died, who followed Jesus before the JW org was created?
In the
You know
like
what? That is a good
2,000
question.
years in between.
That is a good question because if I'm not mistaken, there's an account
Damn, you
in the
sounded like
Bible.
Lords for a minute. I was like, when the fuck did Lords join the stage? Go ahead.
Oh, well, no, because y'all make a valid point. Because I remember there is an account where they were talking about that Jesus was giving a sermon, and if you probably know what I'm talking about. There was supposed to be a flame over their head as he was talking.
A flame over their head?
You talking about
Yeah,
when they you talking about, oh my god, I remember what you talking about when they went up into the room and they were praying and the
yeah,
Holy Spirit came on them.
yes,
Oh,
and
the
they were supposed.
disciples.
Mhm.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, they were also part of the 144,000. So y'all got a good. That's a good question. Because if all those people they didn't give, was there a number? Was there a number about how many people that was in that room?
I don't think so.
But they were supposed to be going to heaven as well. So you know what? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know how, because I mean that's a long time, and we know more than 144,000 people die every year.
Right. And there's over, Alan just put in the comments, there's over 9 million J Dubs worldwide. And
Yes, it is. It's a lot of them, and Lord, I hope they can wake up before it's over with. Don't waste the years.
and all 9 million of them are hoping to be a part of the 144,000. That is so wild to me.
If that's
Well,
not MLM, I don't know what it is.
see, and that's the thing. See, they call it the earthly hope and the heavenly hope. Like it's like the ones that know. It's like they know they're going to heaven. It's like it's something tells them that, oh, I know I'm going. Then the other ones were told that they know it's like a knowing inside of you that I will be the one that be on earth. But I'm just like, well, in my mind, I'm like, I want to go to heaven. So how come I can't go to heaven?
Right.
I got the heavenly hope. I want to go up there. I don't want to stay on this raggedy earth. It's ghetto down here.
Because the ones that stay on earth are the ones that's going to rebuild it, right? That they're going to be the slaves.
Yeah, yeah. Well, everybody is the faithful and discreet slaves.
That is insane to me. It's just
Yeah.
rebuilding the transatlantic slave trade all over again.
Yes, honey. But everything is supposed to be perfect. The sheep and the lions will be playing together. They won't be eating each other. The children can play with the serpent and the vipers and not get bitten. The water will be pure. The weather will be perfect. The housing, you will build what you want. You will take it. Nobody will build and you will take, and this, that, and the third. And yeah, it's supposed to be the paradise, son, a perfect paradise on earth.
Do they teach y'all that the serpent from the garden is there too?
The serpent,
Yeah.
that's Satan.
Yeah, do they teach that the serpent is there too?
Oh, Satan is gonna be in the abyss. So the way it go is,
Now look,
okay.
hold on before you go. So that, and I think it's Isaiah 65. Hold
Mhm.
on, I'm gonna show you.
Yeah, learn me something. Cause I'm always learning something when you.
And it's crazy. Like they teach about the lions and the lions and the tigers dancing together, but they don't give this part where it says, "The wolf and the lamb shall feed together; the lion shall eat straw like the ox, but the serpent, its food shall be dust. They shall not hurt or destroy on all my holy mountain," says the Lord. So the serpent from the garden is on the new earth with y'all. Well, not y'all, with the J Dubs, with the same curse that he got in the garden to eat dust. And if the serpent is Satan, then Satan is on the new earth.
Let me hold on, cause see, they have these extras. Let me see what they got to go. Hold on, what scripture is it? Let me see if I can find out what they trying to say to this. Give me a
Isaiah
second.
Isaiah 65:25.
Okay, give me one moment. Um, Knowing them, they probably gonna be like, "Oh, that's talking about him being chained up and being in the earth." In that deal, 65 verse what number 25?
Isaiah 65:25. This is the prophecy of the new earth. So
So,
it can't. He's still, after everything is said and done. That serpent is still there. Um,
yes. Well, no, let me see. Many people come, blah 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 blah. Evil among the nations, they will be no war. The lion will reside, the calf and the bear, the lion, and will play over the cobra. They will not cause any harm because the earth will say, you know what? It really doesn't say anything. Because, see, right here it says, and the serpent's food will be dust, but it doesn't give no account as to, hmm,
right.
well,
So
I'm going to have to ask my brother about this.
one day I held alive and I asked Christians. I was like, "Did y'all know Satan is going to be on the new earth with y'all?" And they was like, "No, he's not. No, he's not." So I took them to the garden. And I was like, The serpent isn't Satan." "Yes, he is. Yes, he is." So the serpent is Satan. The serpent got cursed with with his food being dust. Yep, Satan caused the fall of the world, the fall of man. Blah blah blah. So then I take him here. Do you know that they started justifying why Satan deserved to go into paradise with them?
Wait a minute,
And
what?
yes, and instead of them saying what the fuck, they started justifying and said, "Well, he didn't really do anything that bad. All he did
Wait a
was
minute,
commit."
girl.
Man, that was the weirdest life. And then I said, "So wait, I deserve to burn in hell because I don't believe like you, but Satan deserves to go into paradise because he didn't do anything bad except just call the fall of man." They literally was saying yes because they didn't want to go against what the book said, that the serpent is there with that same curse. They didn't want to go against that. So they're okay with Satan going into paradise with them.
Mm-mm. Yeah, after all the, and these were other JWs?
No, these was just believers of all kind, like all
Okay,
denominations.
okay. But it's
Yeah,
still the fact that they, Oh, thinker, I found it. Want me to share? I
yeah. What
can,
does it say?
how do I wanna, let me see, how do I do this? Do I turn on the camera? Because I want you to,
Let's see.
can you see my screen?
I
There you
just
go.
invited you to turn your camera on.
Oh, well, I'm using my iPad.
I think you have to turn the camera on your. There you go. Okay, and then let me put you on the big screen.
Okay. Can y'all see that? Is that blurry?
Uh, yeah, we can see it.
It says so figurative use, the serpent is used figuratively in many texts. The lies of the wicked are likened to its venom, Psalms 58:3-4. The sharp tongue of evil schemers to that of the serpent. And wine in excess is said to bite as serpents do. The freedom from violence and hurt amid Jehovah's restored people is illustrated by the serpent's food being dust.
But this is on the new earth, right?
Yeah, that's what it's saying. Research right there, Isaiah
Yeah.
65:25, and it's saying,
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't.
trying to figure out I'm trying to figure out how they came to this, saying that it's figurative. Like, why would they need that? why would they need a figurative language for a sharp tongue on the new earth? Because all that evil, wicked stuff is supposed to be done away with, right? Like there's no wickedness on the new earth according to them. So
Mm-hmm.
it the justification, I don't understand their justification for saying that this is symbolic for the wickedness of the sharp tongue being chained up on the new earth. Is
I
that what
guess
they're
that's what
saying?
they. I guess what they saying is, let's see. I guess what they trying to say, they will do no. Let's see. And the serpent food will be dust, and there will be no harm nor cause any ruin. So I guess what they basically saying is just like the false words and the slandering and the scheming is all gonna be gotten rid of. Is what they. I guess what they're saying, because down here in their watchtower from 2012, it mentions prices blah blah blah. Let us Um, is it really possible for humans to have all the animals in subjection and be at peace with them? Many people are very close to their pets, such as dogs and cats. What about wild animals, though? One report says scientists who have lived closely with beasts and studied that ain't it. So we should not
Wait,
be
so
surprised.
the first part of verse 25 is literal for where your animals would be, and then the B portion of verse 25 is figurative. Is that what they're saying?
That's what it sounds like.
This is what I be talking about, the where when it feels like they try to take a scalpel to your brain, because why would the A portion of verse 25 be literal? The wolf and the lamb shall feed together, the lion shall eat straw like the fox, and then immediately it just turns to figurative when it gets to the serpent. I think they knew. I think they looked at that and was like, "Oh hell no, that's we done told everybody that's Satan. We got to fix that because why would Satan be on the
Mm-hmm.
new earth?" And oh, I know, figurative, fixed. That's what it feels like they did. Because what the fuck?
That's what they do that a lot. Like in one part of the scripture, this is literal. Then the next part of the scripture, this is figurative. He was speaking. They do that a lot. They do that a lot. So I'm like, how in the world do you know? And then they, because some of the things that they are saying that are literal, they'll say, no, that's just figuratively speaking that this is supposed to be this. And I'm just like, huh? They do that a lot. I'm just gonna say it's a lot. This is a very common thing where certain things in the Bible or Bible teachings are figurative of teachings.
Yeah, that's why it's easy to gaslight
But the
believers.
144,000 are a literal number. Just like what was another thing? Um,
You know what's so crazy? Like to willfully join an organization where you know the reward plan, the people that's gonna get paid, it's a very slim chance that you're gonna get paid is crazy. Because don't they also, weren't they also like building churches? They had to like work to build churches at no cost or something like that.
Yeah, so the way that goes is it's built off of the donations that everybody provides. And so we all when there's like a congregation that needs to be built, they'll take people volunteer to go and help build them. For people from other congregations band together and build a new kingdom hall or building that needs to be built.
And they were not like, they did it for free,
Hmm.
basically like free labor.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
I
That's
mean,
crazy.
everybody bands together. A lot of the sisters in the congregation, some of the brothers, they bring food, sandwiches, whatever, drinks, water, and everybody works together to build the kingdom hall. Because you got electricians, you got the people that know how do the woodworks, you got people that know how to build, lay the brick down, build the foundations, that know how to do everything. Like these people, there are a lot of talented people in this organization.
That is insane. And then the
Yes.
money that people like, you're not in, you don't have to pay tithes and offering, but you're encouraged to, and then that money goes to the organization. I know J Dub have billions of dollars in the bank,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so that money goes to the organization, but the organization doesn't believe in helping people uh, during natural disasters because that's what the God wanted, because the world's going to end anyway,
Well, no,
right?
they do believe in helping their brothers and sisters around the earth. If anything happened, they do believing in taking on donations to help, them over in the area, even opening up their homes to if they like need to come over here. For safety, they're like anybody you want to open a home up to the brothers and sisters here, da 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 da, and there are people that's done it. Now, as far as doing it for the public, I have not seen that. But as long as you're a part of the organization, yes.
So taking up a donation is that's outside of the money that's given to J Dub from like life insurance policies, 401k, like that money goes to the organization, right? What does the organization do with the money, with the billions of dollars that they have?
Girl, that's a good question. Everybody want to know.
That's what I'm saying. And it's like to join the J Dubs with the knowledge that only 144,000 people are going to get paid for doing all this labor, for giving all this money. Only 144,000 are going to get this benefit. That's like 1.6%.
No, no, no,
I,
no, 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 no. Thinking, no, thinking. Wait a minute, honey. No, everybody gets paid. You got to think being on here, being perfect on earth in paradise, that's also payment, honey. We may not go to heaven, but we're going to live forever in a perfect body.
as a slave to the
Well, I,
144,000. That's, I guess. I guess. I mean, some people see payment differently. Um, okay, that's that. But everybody wants the 144,000, and they know that the it's a slim chance, like, that is 1.6%, right, of
yeah.
9 million, and they joined anyway, and it's like, oh, what? Can you imagine? Well, I guess you don't have to imagine the sales pitch because you probably had to do the sales pitch before, but
Girl, I hated doing that mess.
like if somebody came to me and be like, hey, we got this amazing organization that you should join. 1.6% of of everybody in the organization will, get the highest reward, and all you
Mm-hmm.
have to do is donate your time to us for free. Help us build buildings all across the world. Donate your life insurance or part of your life insurance, your 401k, give offerings. Don't participate in society when it comes to natural disasters. Don't vote. And then at the end of life, 1.6% of everybody in our organization will be able to get all that back, and you'll become a ruler. You'll be a CEO, and you're like 1.6%. That's cool. It's like the fact
Mm-hmm.
of that's crazy to me. That percentage is so small for anyone to think that they have a shot at being the 144,000 out of 9 million. I'd be like,
Yeah.
how many people in your organization? 9 million. Oh, y'all good. I'd be like, y'all good.
And
Y'all don't need
see,
me,
It's
and I
actually
didn't even
smaller if you
think
take into
about
account
how.
the all time.
huh?
So that the percentage is actually smaller if you take into account the all-time amount of people in the organization and the people that got in before the organization started.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I didn't even think about them being the slave, because you know what they do say, the faith and the street slave. That is so crazy. It's been in my face this whole time, and I didn't even put that together.
Yeah, because it says that those that are not Israelites will bow down to the Israelites, and they will build the walls to on the new earth. Like they'll build the walls, they're planting the trees, they're hauling in the gold from, that's left on earth from the Gentiles who were destroyed. They're bringing that in for the Israelites. So like it's like a chain gang.
Yeah.
Your body. This is why I say that again, in the Genesis story, why this is my thoughts on why the story was written that way. That God didn't
Mm-hmm.
want. the humans to have the knowledge of good and evil, because what do they need it for, right? Because they were created to be slaves, and
Mm-hmm.
all they're supposed to do is what Yahweh tells them to do, right? Their slave owner tells them to do. And as long as they were in that state, they had access to the tree of life, and they could live forever, right?
Yeah.
In that state, in that body, and in that mind. And so, what believers are working for is to get back to pre tree Adam and Eve state, where
Mm-hmm.
they, yeah, like they have a lack of knowledge, and they have eternal life, and they're a slave, right? They're eternal slaves for God's chosen people, and the God. And so the slaves have to have immortality. If the Israelites have immortality, and the God is immortal, the slaves have to be immortal, or it's beneficial for them to be immortal, because they're going to need slaves forever because they are eternal.
Yep. That
That
makes
is
sense.
insane.
But you want to know something? As you were saying it, it brought to my mind as well. Now, this didn't make sense to me neither. Okay, so if we're created perfect, right? If you're perfect, that means that there's nothing wrong with you. You shouldn't even age. You shouldn't even die. So why is it that he needed to block off the tree of life in order for them to live forever? What was the point of having the tree of life from the beginning if they were already perfect?
Because they they were not immortal in the story. So why he wouldn't create them immortal as slaves, I don't know. That's a good
But my
question.
thing is, but isn't perfection supposed, isn't immortality part of perfection? Because if there's perfection, there's nothing wrong.
That's if you see death as bad. Like I don't necessarily want eternal life. I don't. What, I don't want to be nobody's damn slave for eternity, and I
I ain't
damn
trying to
sure
be no
don't want to.
slave.
Right, and I worshiping a God for eternity, like just being on your knees for all of eternity, saying holy, 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 holy. Like I don't get it. Like, what are you doing for all of eternity? Like, I I don't necessarily see eternal life as perfection or something to be desired, but it really depends. If you want eternal life, then yeah, that would be perfection to you, and that would mean that the humans were imperfect in the story and not perfect.
Yeah. I mean, with me, I would only because I've been taught it, but at the same time, if there's something else beyond like when you transition, because I'm turning more into a spiritual person, any than being religious. But if there's anything beyond this, I want to explore that. You know, like what's after this. But if being on Earth is this is all it is for the rest of my life, yeah, I'm ready for the next phase. Like, come on, let's go do something else. Like, I don't want to be bored. I'm easily bored.
And I think, like, I don't know what they could be doing, right? Like, they believe that there's going to be a mansion for them, and it's like, if everybody gets a mansion, what do
Hmm.
you need a mansion for? Why do you need a big house with 32 rooms if everybody that went into paradise has a big house with 32 rooms? Like,
Yeah,
what's the purpose of that? And then there's no night, right? So they don't need electricity because the God is the light. There's no sleeping, right? So they don't need beds. There's no Netflix, right? Like, what
yeah,
I don't. There's no sex because Jesus says there's no marriage there, and then there's a belief that the Bible teaches against fornication, so teaches against premarital sex. So if there's no marriage and you're like the angels, you ain't fucking. So you
yeah.
don't need privacy of that. Like the only thing you could be doing is seeing the Israelites, right? Like planting trees, like what Isaiah says, planting trees, nursing the babies. There's a part in here where it says the Israelites are going to be sucking the breasts of men. And then
Huh?
Yeah, I think it's Isaiah 60, uh, where it says that they're sucking the breast of men.
Girl, wait a minute. Hold on. See?
Let
No,
me
I'm not
fucking get
laughing.
this
I'm not
Bible.
laughing at you. I'm just laughing at like there's so much in this book that I did not know. Like this is crazy.
Yeah, I think it's
See,
either Isaiah 60 or Isaiah 62.
my brother like they were like, did you ever read the Bible? I don't have the attention span to read this book from the beginning to the end because I can't get past the second chapter.
That's what you sound like mezzo. Mezzo be like talking snake. Yeah, I'm good.
Well, I think I made it to when they started doing the son of this son, the son of this person, the son of this person. I was just like, this is too many names. I can't do it. This is too much.
Yeah, I think that's Genesis 5. Yeah.
So I made
Um,
it somewhere.
you did good. You did good. What is it? Where is it? Yeah. Um, yeah. You shall suck the milk of nations. You shall suck the breast of kings. And you shall know that I, the Lord, am your Savior and your Redeemer, the Mighty One of Jacob. This is also a prophecy of the new earth. It talks about them bringing in the wealth of the nations and planting the cedar trees, nursing
Hmm.
their babies, and all of that. So, like, if you're going to be not you, but to go into eternal life in this belief system with this prophecy, you will be a slave for eternity, worshiping the God. Somebody said that the worships are in 15 minutes a day, just saying holy, 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 holy. But then you go back to what it says you're going to be doing. They shall bring gold and frankincense, shall proclaim the praise of the Lord. All the flocks of Kedar shall be gathered to you. The rams of Naboth shall minister to you. They shall be acceptable on my altar. Um, let's see. Foreigners shall build up your walls. Like the foreigners are the Gentiles who attach themselves to the Israelites. So that would be all that did not make it to be the 144,000. Those that are on the earth.
Mm.
Yeah, so foreigners shall build up your walls, and their kings shall minister to you. For in my wrath I struck you down, but in my favor I have had mercy on you. Your gates shall always be open day and night. They shall not be shut. Like this is quoted in Revelation 21 right here. So that nations shall bring you their wealth. So the Gentiles are bringing in the wealth of the Gentiles that were destroyed, like the gold and stuff that's left on earth after the God destroys the sinners from it.
Hmm.
Those that those that are going into the new earth are bringing in that wealth. It's for the nation and and kingdom that will not serve you shall perish. So the Gentiles that won't serve the Israelites are destroyed. Then it says, the glory of Lebanon shall come to you, that the cypress, the plane, and the pine, to beautify the place of my sanctuary, and I will glorify where my feet rest. The descendants of those who oppressed you shall come bending low to you, and all who despised you shall bow down at your feet. They shall call you the city of the Lord, the Zion of the Holy One of Israel. Whereas you have been forsaken and hated, with no one passing through, I will make you majestic forever. A joy from age to age. You shall suck the milk of nations. You shall suck the breast of kings. And you shall know that I, the Lord, am your Savior and your Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. I don't know, let's see. This is all of this is quoted in Revelation 21. You know, the sun
Because
going
it sounds
down.
like a
Yeah,
lot of it.
yeah. Okay. Let's see.
Girl. So think, do you do like a book? Do you have like a book club or something? I am so dead
We
serious. I am dead serious about this.
I have a list of books in my bio, but also on my Discord there's a lot of the research that we've done, the notes, there's a private Google Drive with a lot of my notes and archaeological reports that I've paid for and stuff. And then we're about to start back our sub only lives where we do the research, and I'm gonna go over it again because we've grown since I did it the last time. I did it maybe a year ago, so we're getting ready
Mhm.
to do that again, but it's sub only for super
Okay.
fans. Um, and we'll go through that, like all the research, how to find this stuff, how to find the databases with the cuneiform tablets, and um, read those and all of that. But I don't have a book club.
Okay. But I mean, not like you know what I meant, like where y'all study together and everything, cause like, girl, y'all know y'all stuff, and I'm just like, how? Like, I'm just astonished. I'm sitting here in awe, basically. Like, I look up to you, girl, for real.
Thank you, I appreciate that. But it's just us reading. And then Dr. Bowen, I don't know if you know Dr. Joshua Bowen, he just entered the chat. Him and Bash, Justin Deconstruction are, have been a lot of help with helping me understand what I was reading and researching,
Okay.
as well. Yeah.
Thank y'all.
And me.
But let's say, what do you say?
I said and me. She like to leave me off the list.
Uh,
And also taught me how to make a meme. No.
Thank y'all for real. So, with that being said, it's just okay. I'm gonna have to, yeah, I'm gonna have to just put down my opinion of this book to just really sit down and try to make sense of this because, like you were saying, I do remember seeing quite a bit of those passages being written in Revelation. And it's just like how you were mentioning some things you brought a light to me. Like I didn't even think about how I know they kept saying the faithful and discreet slave, but to just think about how you're gonna be a slave because um, this is another thing that they went through in the organ in the congregation. They was, from my understanding, in the past the Israelites were a people. But then somewhere down the line, instead of the Israelites being a people, now they are the people. But instead of them actually being Israelites, they are symbolically the new Israelites. You get what I'm saying? So you're not by blood an Israelite, but a person an Israelite.
Yeah, that, like, for me, that's like somebody saying, we have aunties and unks in our community, right?
Yeah.
Although Auntie Charlene isn't really my auntie, I I say she's my auntie. Um, I'm gonna use the word spiritually to kind of correlate with what they're doing. So just because the the s- Israel didn't reach statehood because of the Assyrian raid and
Hmm.
deportation of the Israelites in the north. So they were almost about to become a state. They were about to reach statehood, but um, the conquering of the north stopped that. And so because that happened, and the desire to keep this prophecy going and reinterpreting it, and there was no state of Israel until like 1942, but
Uh-huh.
this whole concept of a spiritual Israel happened. So it's like saying that's my auntie, but not really my auntie.
Yeah.
And like putting yourself in somebody's family tree without their permission is wild work. And then saying, oh, they're not real Israelites. That's wild work.
Yes. Cause I'm like I'm trying to sit here and I'm like, cause they'll say like, oh, this is the spiritual Israelites, and I'm just like, huh? So what about the how do y'all determine that these how did y'all get from this being a literal to now being a figurative? I just I swear it's a lot of wordplay, and it's I don't know. This mess is so confusing.
Yeah, because notice, like in the J Dub, The 144,000 are not ethnic Israelites. So
Mm-mm.
anybody could be a part of, anybody could be an Israelite now and be the ones that this God is saying, I chose you. They cast you down, but I chose you. Anybody that
Yes.
doesn't bow down to you, I'm going to destroy them. Anybody could make themselves that if it's spiritual, because spiritual is immaterial, and it doesn't require evidence to prove it, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's the whole grafting in bullshit. Like, it's a
'Cause
just a claim. That's my cousin. That's my uncle and them. Like, that's some crazy shit. That's some wild work.
If
because,
ironically
this
spiritual
the
just means not real.
Huh?
I said ironically spiritual just means not really.
I love when people tell me I'm 100% wrong, and then I'm going to give you the opportunity to come up and show me that I'm wrong. So I hope you take that offer to come up and show me that I'm 100% wrong.
mm,
The person in the comments who told me I was 100% wrong.
'cause I just because their belief is that is our of them believe that they're the only truth. And Jehovah's Witnesses actually go by them. Like there's a whole thing saying, "Are you in the truth?" Meaning, are you a Jehovah's Witnesses? Like, are you in the truth? This is the truth. And then if you're not one, they have in code, like if you're not a Jehovah's Witness, you're considered a worldly person. They of the world. That's a worldly person. They not in the truth. Like it's a whole thing. Because they truly believe that they're the only people of God, the only organization that God has um that God uses, that God acknowledges, because they're the only ones that serve the one true God.
I mean, the crazy thing is they're claiming that they the only ones, like, where even the name that they have for their god is made up. Like, first off, there was no J in the Hebrew. There were no J and no vowels. So to go
Mm-hmm.
from, yeah, and when they did add the vowels, like to go from first off, the vav was a w sound. So to go from Yehovah to Jehovah and say that that's the name of the God because you are the only ones that's connected to the God and getting, information. That claim alone is a lie because the name is made up. The
Mm-hmm.
the Tetragrammaton doesn't read that way.
And I
So
always found it interesting because I'm like, and they have an article on it too, girl. When I tell you they got an article on everything, I swear to God. And I'm just sitting back when I was doing my research on the my Lord, I cannot talk today. On the YHWH. And like you were
yeah.
saying about the adding a J, and I'm just like, but how do y'all even come up with the concept of adding these letters and making these different pronunciations? Like, how do y'all know that y'all can just change these letters and the pronunciation of these words like that?
Yeah, they just gluing shit onto the Tetragrammaton.
Just, But yeah, you got the governing body, which is only men, because only men can lead. And I think there's like 9 to 11 of them. I can't remember the exact number. It's not that many of them, but it's the way it's supposed to. It's supposed to be God, then Jesus, then the Holy Spirit gives them the information that they need to know. Then they make the changes or new enlightenments or whatever, and it trickles down and they spread it. And it's a whole process. Like, oh, it's so confusion. It's
That's what I
giving
was trying to tell.
confusion.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell somebody yesterday. Like, if you make a claim that you're talking to a God and that God doesn't say what matches the book, or what matches, evidence that we have in history of an event that actually did happen in history, then like why the fuck would I believe that you talking to a God? Like you call it truth, I call it lie, because the God don't remember what the fuck he said. The God don't remember his damn name in Hebrew. Like there's no
Exactly.
reason for me to believe you talking to a God.
And if he is unchanging, then how is it that his doctrine is always changing? Y'all got new light. Oh, wait a minute, but how is it new light if the Bible already said this? So you're telling me that you didn't weren't told by the Holy Spirit, because if the Holy Spirit led you, then the Holy Spirit is perfect and infallible. So therefore, when it told you the information from the get go, there should be no misunderstanding. Am I wrong for thinking that?
No, you're not. That would make logical sense.
So yeah, it's girl. Whew, Lord Jesus Christ. I'm
But
sorry.
they
I don't even
expect
like. Ugh, I had it. My bad. God.
yeah, but they expect like you have to forego logic in order to believe this, no matter what denomination you're in, because when you get to logic, it typically debunks or dismantles the claim, and so
Yeah.
in order to keep the fairy tale of the illusion going, logic can't exist.
Yeah. You're right.
I feel like it's saying, "How did you get here? Nobody's supposed to be here. I tried that logic for the last time." That's why I feel like this motherfucker is singing. My mind says, "Oh no, logic ain't supposed to be here." Oh my god, I feel like now I gotta do something with that shit.
Yes, I'm ready for this song. I know you're gonna come out with a song. I'm ready for it.
We gotta do a cover to Deborah Cox. With,
Please.
yeah.
That's my girl right there. Shoot, well, yeah, I thank you for allowing me to speak with you, honey. It's just because I just had to, say hey and introduce myself to all of y'all and give my piece and just give my thoughts on all this, because since I had, since, October, it's been a roller coaster for me. And it's then living with your family who are deep in it. It's hard to find any kind of reprieve, some breathing room, because you're surrounded by it all day, every day long.
Yeah. I'm glad
But
that you came up. It was a great conversation, and glad that, the community is serving that purpose for you to be able to, get your thoughts out, because it's a lot of stress and a lot of pressure to have to, research and hold this stuff in and not be able to articulate what you're feeling and have
yeah,
that conversation with other people, with other rational minds, to reason, to even say, hey, am I thinking about this the right way? Right.
hmm
Yeah. And so that's the purpose of the community, the purpose of the conversations. And so I'm glad to hear that it's, beneficial to you, that you feel that sense of relief and not living in anxiety and, heaviness anymore. So it was a great
hmm
conversation. Thank you so much for coming
yeah,
up.
thank you. Oh, there was one. Dang, my mind it went empty because it was one last thing I wanted to share with you. But if I'll just probably DM you. It was one last thing I was gonna say. But nah, I thank you so much. Oh, my one last thing. My dad, like, I was. This is how crazy it is. Like with them, I was trying to do like some research on our history as melanated people. So it was some information that I found online about, just terminology about how they use the words in legal system about us being black and everything. So I was just talking to my dad. I was like, Dad, look at this, about the word. And I'm like, they basically lied to us, this and that. And he goes straight to, well, son, I just hope you continue to read your Bible because, that's Jehovah's word. And even though it was written by men, he never lied to us. And yeah, it was written by men, but it never changes. It's all the truth and everything. And I looked at him like, huh? I'm like, that has nothing to do with what I was telling you, Dad. Like that has nothing to do. And I just looked, I said, well, thank you. Go back to sleep, Daddy. My bad. He just said, I just love you and your brother. Jehovah bless me with y'all. And I just want you. And I'm just like, how in the world did we get into this conversation about me just trying to show you something about history?
Because of that's that deprioritization of knowledge. The information, if it doesn't have anything to do with their belief or validating their God, then the knowledge is irrelevant.
Yeah.
But also it is threatening. One thing that I say about facts, data, and logic is that it is the thing that can kill the God. And so it's a huge threat to the God, because usually when you start allowing yourself to accept facts, data, and logic, you end up deconstructing from the God. And so the God dies. Right. And
Got you.
yeah, there was a period when the Israelites went to Babylon, the Jewish people, when they were hauled off with 100,000 other people by Nebuchadnezzar and his people to Babylon, which is modern day Iraq. Which there are still some people there today who, descendants of Africans who were a part of that. They still over there today. They have their own Black Lives Matter in Iraq, because they're not given rights over there.
Hmm.
They can't even be in public, like in the public eye. But the oh God, my whole point in bringing up the Nebuchadnezzar, I start thinking about black people. I lost my shit. Um, damn, my shit. Why did I bring up Nebuchadnezzar's ass?
Something.
Golly.
Let me be quiet.
Remind me of the last thing you said. It was a really important part about Nebuchadnezzar. Uh,
Um, because we were talking about the black people and the
oh,
history, then
thank
you said
you. The
about
facts and
Babylon.
data. The facts and
Yeah.
data. Thank you. When they went to Babylon, they stopped worshiping Yahweh. They were worshiping the Babylonian gods.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were worshiping the Babylonian gods, and no, like Yahweh died out. They call it the silent years, right? And I think it lasted for about 70 years, 70 to 100 years. And then when they came
What?
back into the yeah, and then when they came back into the Levant area, they had to revamp their culture, their stories. And so one of the interesting things that we see from them doing that, right, is Second Samuel chapter 7, where Yahweh through the prophet Nathan gives David an unconditional covenant, right? But
Mm-hmm.
later on, and I think Second Samuel 20, or later on, the covenant is rewritten to explain why the covenant was broken, and then they put the onus on the Israelites, right, to like revamp it.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the ways that they started like rewriting the stories, because he died out. And you can see Ezra and Nehemiah are mad because when the people come back into the Levant area, they're speaking a different language. They're believing in other gods. They've married foreign women and had foreign kids. So Ezra and Nehemiah starts running a "Make Jerusalem Great Again" campaign to keep the holy seed pure, and they start deporting foreigners, and then they issue the laws against intermarriage, and they make Israelites who have married foreign women and have foreign children leave their wives, their foreign wives and their foreign children, to you know keep the holy seed pure.
Yeah.
So, and that's how the revamping of Yahweh came back, right? They had to start reinforcing their culture.
That
So
makes
facts
sense
and data.
because I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say facts, data, and logic can kill the God, so they're scared of that.
That makes sense because I remember it, and it kind of ties into why it was so many stories about how, God was so against his people marrying people of other nations.
Yeah, because then you start worshiping other gods. If you worship other gods, you're not worshiping Yahweh. He has no power, no authority. Then he just
Hmm.
dies out. Um, Jesus says, and he when Jesus goes into Caesarea Philippi, and he's having this conversation with Peter, and he goes, that famous conversation. Who do you say that I am? Who do the people say that I am?
Yeah.
That conversation. He's having that conversation in front of the shrine of the Greek god Pan at that time, who was he was a Greek god who had been adopted by the Roman pantheon, and so he was one of the really high worshipped deities in paganism at that time. Caesarea Philippi is a whole city um, that's like a mountain that was dedicated to this god, the shrine. And
What?
the opening, yeah, the opening of the shrine, it's still there to this day, and you can tour it to this day. I'll pull up images of it. But the opening of the shrine back then, they called it the gates of Hades. So when Jesus is telling Peter in front of the shrine of Pan on at this mountain, the upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell, the gates of Hades, shall not prevail against it. He's saying the pantheon of Pan or paganism
Hmm.
will not prevail against this new movement that I'm doing. And in fact, um, what's his name? Eusebius. Oh, goodness. When Pan died, according to Plutarch writes about a fisherman claiming that he heard, a great voice while he was out fishing saying, "The great god Pan has died. Go and tell the world." The fisherman decides he's not going to, right? So he tells a few
Hmm.
people, but he doesn't go and declare Pan is dead. Well, Eusebius takes what Plutarch wrote and he adds to it, and he says the guy did go and profess that the Greek god Pan died. He died the same time Jesus died, not the same day, during the reign of Tiberius Augustus. And at that time, according to Eusebius, this is where Jesus is conquering paganism. When Pan Pan's death is symbolic for the death of paganism and the rise of Christianity, right? So
What?
yeah, and so when people stop worshiping the Greek gods, the Roman gods, and it switches from the Roman worship, and then Christianity becomes like the state religion of Rome. What gods die? Because people's belief is where what the which gods die and which gods grow and get larger.
Got you. So since it was Christianity, it'd be the Christian God because
The Christian, yep,
the
yep,
pagan God died.
because people stopped paying homage to the pagan god. They stopped believing in the pagan god. They started believing in Jesus because it was the state religion and being enforced by the Roman government. So belief kills a god. I mean, a non-belief can kill a god, which is when we sometimes we ask believers like, why do your God need worship? Why do you have to give your God credit for the shit you do as a human? Because if you don't, the God the God fades out,
That's true.
right? Yeah, facts, data, evidence, all of that logic kills gods. That's why it's
And
so
that goes
dangerous.
against what he says when he said, "I'm the beginning and the end." Well, and that's the thing. If you are the beginning and end, why do you need so much glory? Then you say you're a jealous God and this and that. I'm like, dang. But that's another thing is when they say that when they, they use the when he say God, you're supposed to fear him. They say he doesn't want you to be scared of him like fear. They talking about the type of fear of respecting him, not wanting to make him upset, not to break his heart. That kind of fear. And I'm like, but ain't that the same thing?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
So
So I brought up Special K. Special K is
my
a
bad.
former J Dub, and this is who I was telling you about when he thought Jehovah struck him blind. Special K, do you want to tell your story about when you first started? He's Moon is just now starting his deconstruction journey, been since October, but he's feeling a sense of release already. But I was telling when we were talking about the fear of actually searching for information outside of J Dub and how scary it is. I was telling them your story, but I think it sounds better coming from you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Yeah, this is the
Morning.
first time in weeks I missed a live. So, man, you miss a lot when you miss your live. But yeah, now as a child, third generation Jehovah's Witness, we were brought up not to do any research outside the organization. No, that'll be disrespectful to Jehovah and the effort that his slave, as I can hear y'all saying, put into finding all this information. So there would be no reason to look outside the organization when you're doing your research. As I got older, that didn't sit well with me. So what I decided to do one day was just look outside the organization. You know, I was doing a research paper, and they was like, "This is one-sided, so we can't accept this. We need to get another side of the story because what you have is one-sided. Everything is coming from the Watchtower Bible Tract Society." So I said, "Okay." So I decided to start doing research, and everything went blind. I mean, literally, it was just like bright lights everywhere. I couldn't see nothing. I just got so scared, and I thought Jehovah had blinded me for going outside the organization. Years later, when I started doing research, I found out I just had a panic attack. That's how indoctrinated I was. I was so indoctrinated that if I felt that if I looked outside of Jehovah's organization for information, that I'd be blinded. That was the scariest thing for me. But when I started deconstructing, I realized how strong indoctrination was. It was a scary path for me because, like everybody who been listening to me knows, my entire family, with the exception of my children, who I purposely did not indoctrinate, still Jehovah's Witnesses. And for as I heard y'all, I caught the tail end of the conversation about the Watchtower Bible Tract Society. See, my nephew went up there. They had a going away party for him a few weeks ago. I was up there at the Watchtower Bible Tract Society for 5 years, worked for free. But we were happy to be there because we thought it was a privilege to be up there giving our time, skill for free. So that's how strong the indoctrination of Jehovah's Witnesses are. Like I said, I served in a congregation as a elder. I was the most rude, judgmental person you'd ever meet. I thought I was so righteous that nobody except basically my family or Jehovah's Witnesses could measure up. So when I started breaking the cycle, as far as I'm concerned, of indoctrination, it was a long, lonely, I'll be honest with you, scary ride.
Yeah.
But, but once you get on the other side and look back, I'm looking back, I'm like, I must have been insane to be growing up like that. But believe it or
Yeah.
not, now believe it or not, my mom, she quote unquote saw the light. She's deconstructing also. Usually we be together in the morning time, but she
Mhm.
has some things she had to take care of. But usually she'll be on the live too. But she was indoctrinated at birth herself, and it took her 75 years almost to start a deconstruction. But she is deconstruction. She is actually in therapy because I think she was getting ready to go into a depression when she found out that everything she was being taught was a lie. So we had to get her some
Mhm.
therapy, and she's still in therapy now. She's doing well.
Yeah. Mm. Man, I wish and um I was already seeing therapy. I mean I was already seeing a therapist, but um after I had my waking up moment, I literally called my therapist and I was just crying and boo-hooing and everything. But I told her I'm like I need weekly therapy now. Cause like Like you said, the indoctrination is so strong. Like I was telling them, like I've been out for like physically out for like like around 10 years, but mentally still in because that's all you knew. When you raised in, it's like it's like you only see the world through one lens. So it's like if you deviate, it's like everything is almost like a punishment because you were raised that if you don't follow his path, this is gonna happen to you, that's gonna happen to you. Oh, this is the reason why this happened because you're not serving Jehovah. You don't have his protection. So I
Yeah,
feel you on that.
yeah. When you are indoctrinated at birth like I was, everybody you know, because we were told not to associate. Back then they were called worldly people. Now they just call unbelievers. But we were
Oh, they
told not
do?
to. Yeah, they changed it to worldly people, socially incorrect. So they don't call them worldly people anymore. They call them unbelievers. They changed that over the
Oh,
past five. They changed that over the past 5 to 6 years. But
okay.
but when they asked
Politically
me,
correct language for a religious organization as well. Go ahead.
yes, yes, ma'am. But, but as a, like me as a Jehovah's Witness, we blocked out the rest of the world, and we only grew up with other witnesses. And so from
Mm-hmm.
childbirth up until my adulthood, that's the only people I consider friends, the only people associated with, networked with, built strong bonds with. And when I decided to, deconstruct, they were all gone, literally.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
even my mom and my dad, my brothers and my sisters, they even left me. So before my mom started deconstructing recently, I was like alone. So I had to. I went through. My wife left me too because she was so indoctrinated. Now, believe it or not, that is one of the reasons why Jehovah's Witnesses will allow a person to divorce if you leave the quote unquote faith. So she left. And it was like the weirdest thing is she tried to take the children with her, but unfortunate for me, courts don't recognize her argument. She said I was a bad father because I no longer serve Jehovah, and the judge almost laughed out of court. It was so funny, but anyway, that's another story for another
Wait,
day.
that's what she said in court. That's why she tried to
That's
take your
tough.
rights away.
Yes, ma'am, Miss Thing.
Wow.
She was just as indoctrinated as me, but the funny and the scary part about it, I thought her argument was valid until the judge started laughing.
Oh
Wow.
wow! So you were sitting there filled with anxiety, scared that you were gonna lose your rights because you stopped worshiping Jehovah.
Yes, my
That
dad,
wow.
my mom, they all, and I'm believing my mom, like, she had something to do. She's not sitting here so I can say it. She told me back then that I deserved to lose my children. So we had to do therapy together. She literally told me back then that I deserved to lose my children because I don't serve Jehovah no more. But
He
See,
go, he
yep.
go, he go feed this. Hold on, I'm gonna let you finish. Special case,
yes,
Moon.
ma'am.
You getting the best of the
Oh
best
yeah,
of the former J Dubs this morning. So feed,
yeah,
feed just joined. Go ahead, special case.
yeah. And so I was so scared. It was like one of those deals where it was like, I just overwhelmed. And once she told the case, and looking over there, seeing my mom sitting beside my soon-to-be ex-wife, I mean, it was like scary. I said, okay, well, I guess I won't be seeing my kids anymore. And after she
Mm.
gave her case, my lawyer gave my case, and the judge said, wait, hold up. He still paid the mortgage, the house he don't live in. He gives you a certain amount of money for child support, picks the children up, pay all the bills. And what is this again I hear? And she told him about the organization. He literally laughed to the top of his voice. So when you are
Wow.
indoctrinated, my point being is when you're indoctrinated, you assume that everything surrounds the world that you're in. And breaking out of that
Mm-hmm.
indoctrination, you're looking in a whole new world. I think that was
Like, if,
one of the moments. I'm sorry, go ahead, mistake.
no, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'll finish my thought.
No, I was just gonna say, like, if I was your wife and I was a J Dub, and I expected Jehovah to, do what he said he gonna do, and not allow you to raise my kids because you left him, and a human judge said Jehovah don't have authority here. I'd have left Jehovah's ass that day. I would have been divorcing you and divorcing Jehovah. The fact that they stay while seeing that mortals can like outdo the God or can deny a God's judgment is wild to me. That I don't the mental gymnastics or the justification they have to go through in their mind to justify how a human can say Jehovah can't do that here. Like that's crazy to me.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well,
you know
when
how
you
that. Oh, I'm sorry,
go
Special K.
ahead, no, go no, yes, I'm done. It's your turn.
I just wanted to piggyback real quick off of what Thinker just said. Thinker, you remember the other day we were talking about how religion has these built-in safeguards so that
Yeah.
even our discussions are seem like verification of their prophecies. They do the same thing too. So I agree with you. Anybody with that's truly thinking critically would say, "Oh my goodness, well, if a God has authority, a judge shouldn't be able to override that." But the fact that the judge does supports the teaching that Jehovah's Witnesses have, that Jehovah is kind of hands off, trying to see what happens. You know how Christians say the same
Uh
thing. So
oh
it's
wow.
almost like built-in verification that what they're saying is true, as opposed to the exact opposite. Like Special Case says, is nothing but straight up indoctrination.
Yeah.
So they teach that they you can expect Jehovah to act, but don't expect Jehovah to act because he doesn't want to act because he wants to see what he's gonna do. Like he can do it, he's just not gonna do it
Right.
because he wants to sit back. Wow.
Yes, that's the reason we got all the time. And like I said, being so indoctrinated, we just accepted that.
Wow.
You know, I was listening to you earlier, not to go back to another conversation about that slave mentality. You know, they even had positions of authority in the organization called overseers. Because see, like my dad, he was a presiding overseer for years. You know,
Mm,
he ran that congregation like basically he was Jesus Christ himself. I mean, you know, you step out of line with my dad, he will run you out that congregation. And I grew up thinking that okay, we need a Jehovah put these strong men into the position. That's what I need to be. That's why I was such a excuse my French, an asshole elder when I was coming up. You know, and
mm,
looking back, I was trying to reach out to some of those sisters who I, you know, encouraged to stay with their abusive husbands and so forth. When you go back and realize what type of person you were being indoctrinated. That's another reason why I went through a depression, had a seeking therapy. You know, you're so indoctrinated that when you do horrible things and think they're righteous, that does something to your mind. Well, at least it did something to my mind. So, yes,
yeah.
is that
So,
also?
and excuse me, Special K, I do have a question. Um, Back to um when you said that you left the organization, they literally encouraged your wife to divorce you.
They won't say it in those words, but they would start reading scriptures about how what light has to do with darkness, and he's being an apostate because he knew the truth, which is you can and Miss Steve can verify this. An apostate is probably the worst person a Jehovah's Witness will encounter.
Mm-hmm.
So they deem me as an apostate, even though technically I wasn't one because I never spoke against the witness. I just wanted to leave because I didn't want anything to do with it. So
All right.
they branded me with a title that I should have had anyway. So they
Yeah,
told
cause
her
you
that.
know.
Like, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No. I was just agreeing with what you were saying.
They basically tell her for the sake and the well-being and the spiritual well-being and the everlasting well-being of your children, you need to get away from it, because
And they talk about being unequally yoked. So that scripture
Yeah.
in Jehovah's Witnesses world
yes,
has
yes,
more to do with being an actual witness, not believing in Christ. Like Christians will tell you, oh, if they're not a Christian, but even if they're, say you're a Baptist and they're Kojic, and I've met people who are okay with that, but Jehovah's Witnesses you can only marry within that organization.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
because when you
exactly,
did marry somebody that wasn't a Jehovah Witness, you got looked at real funny. You didn't even really get. They didn't even come to the wedding.
exactly. And imagine a person who was a faithful Jehovah's Witness decided he didn't want to be one anymore. So you can say I got double what a person would if they were just never Jehovah's Witness. So it was always that. But the worst part about it was I had friends for 20 years at that time. My parents, everybody. It was like they were like, don't call me, don't come around. Bad influence. I mean, it was like I'm telling you, it was. I thought I was just gonna have a complete nervous breakdown at one point because I had nobody for a while. For a long time, I had nobody, and I didn't,
Whoa.
and I didn't know how to make friends because you grew up with your friends. So
Mm-hmm.
I
anytime you
thought
grow up in indoctrination, is dangerous.
I thought
It
about
is.
that too, Special K. Like how you don't, it's like the social cues and the social skills that people have. Like you have them because you, like some people did go to, get homeschooled and stuff like that, but you just don't know how to have those conversations. You really do have to remake yourself and you have
Yes.
to remake it outside of the mold that you were given. So it's a shit ton of work. Like but it's worth it, right? Like, because the reality is, like, I don't think I heard this or remembered the story about you going blind, but I can see how that being your knee-jerk reaction, like, oh my goodness, I'm not supposed to be looking at this, because you're taught so strongly about not looking at information that's critical against the organization. But why would that be the case if what the organization is saying is true? Like, any lie that's investigated can be identified. Like, you can tell when something is true because it stands up against investigation. So the first red flag should be like, don't look at information that criticizes it. But when you grow up being indoctrinated, it's like that movie I talk about all the time, M. Night Shyamalan, The Village. That is exactly what it's like growing up in a high control religion where what you've been told that the world is and how it is all you know. And it's hard to pull up the courage that it takes and the curiosity that it takes to push through it and see what it actually really is. But it's so worth it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what movie I appreciate now? I seen the movie before, but once I looked at that movie after I deconstructed, and I am a full atheist now, that movie is amazing to me now. Anybody ever seen the Truman Show with Jim Carrey?
Yep, exact same thing.
I look at it as I look at it in a different light now. How they controlled his life for the time he was bored, even though he saw signs, he kind of ignored them. At the end, he decided, he's gonna take control of his life. I think that's what a lot of indoctrinated people go through, what he went through. Everything he was, his friends, his wife, everything was a lie because of the indoctrination they had him in that movie. And I don't think it's
You
that big of
talking
a
about
difference,
the?
man.
I'm sorry, Special K. I'm sorry, Kenya. I'm trying to make sure you talking about the. You said the Jim Carrey movie, the one he was living in that globe like thing.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I look at that as religious when they indoctrinate you, especially at birth. You living in this globe. You don't know what's going on outside world. When I say I had no friends, I literally had no friends. And keep in mind, when I started deconstructing, I was in my 30s. So you talk about a child from the infant growing up into his mid to late 30s, deconstructing. Now I have no friends at all. I'm looking around
Yeah,
just me. My brother won't even talk to me. Sisters won't talk to me. Parents won't talk to me. Everybody in my family, 'cause we from a small town in Mississippi. So everybody in my
yeah.
family and that I knew were Jehovah's Witnesses. And it was for years, it was like horrible. So I seek therapy. And it still took me years and years and years to, get rid of all those leftover Jehovah Witnesses or Christianity dealings. Because even years later, I was still finding myself. I remember I was invited to a birthday party. This after I had deconstructed, I said, "No, I ain't coming." I thought to myself, "Why am I not coming to this birthday party?" you know,
Mm-hmm.
what's preventing me from not coming to a birthday party or a New Year's Eve party somebody invited me to? So I went, had a good time.
So,
Yes.
did you have the moments too where when you first where like okay, like the instances where you said, why am I still not going to the party even though I no longer believe this? But then at the same time, it's like certain times you will have those moments where um in your mind you logically see that this is not how it's supposed to be. Like, for instance, I can go to this birthday party, but the other part of you in the back of your mind is like a split personality telling you you ain't supposed to be doing this, you know better than that, don't even go.
Really
Yes, ma'am. I had that
quickly,
for years.
really quickly, by y'all saying birthday. Today is Harmonay's first birthday.
Happy
It is.
birthday.
It is.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
Yes. Y'all
birthday
remember?
to you.
Yeah, a year ago I had to get off of live early to go because she was being bored. So, damn, she is a one
Congratulations.
already. Thank
Oh,
Congratulations.
you.
happy
Yeah.
birthday.
Thank you. That's it's my grandbaby, y'all. So yeah, she's a one today. Oh, sorry. Go
Oh,
ahead.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I know
No,
she made it.
see, I was
Yeah.
always the sort of the rebel. I will ask questions. Okay, well, how come we can't go to a birthday? My dad would sit me down in his mind, explain in detail. I said, okay, so why are you going to your 35th high school, reunion? He could never explain that to me. He always went to his reunions every year. He would go to
Mm-hmm.
his high school reunion, but I say, okay, you go to your reunion. I can't go to a birthday party. You go to your reunion, but we couldn't go to prom. Stuff like that. We wouldn't. Now a lot of witnesses would get their own proms, like say like Miss Fee, because she was in a bigger city like Atlanta, but we in a small town, so we couldn't quote unquote go to the prom. So,
Yeah.
but that would always kind of mess my mind up because my parents would always go to their reunions, and that never made sense to me. But he would always explain it to me in a different way when it came to him. So I was never the one to just like accept it. It always lingered in my mind. And so I would always ask those questions till, was my dad, I'm gonna tell you, he was 6'5". He ain't played on game. Now if he done told you the second time, you ask him again, that's a beat down right there. No joke. So
Mm-hmm.
he kind of taught us with the Bible, watch out one hand and a belt in the other. So you start asking too many questions, get too far out of line, he's promise you, he's gonna bring you back in line. And that's the way we was brought up.
Yeah.
It's not fair for Jehovah's Witnesses children or any other children who want to know and ask questions to really be threatened with, everlasting death or a belt. I never thought that was fair. Like
Yeah.
Miss Fee and just like Miss Tinker said, if what you're saying is true, it should be able to stand up under scrutiny. And a lot of things just wasn't adding up to me. So if I really, really look back, I always had my doubts. But I just kind of, went with the flow because everybody I knew and loved was going with the flow too. Even though I always had doubts and misunderstandings about things, and then once you get indoctrinated with the Bible and the belt, when you get to a certain age, it's like you lose yourself and you just constantly go. Even though I'm a full adult with a wife and children, my dad would call me and tell me to get to something. I would still do it. That's how indoctrinated we were. And my fear of him wasn't just a disrespect fear, it was like an actual fear. So I'm just gonna be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
So, but but me as a parent, I think Miss Fee gave the example one time when she said that I told my child I was a baby, if he don't serve Jehovah, he don't get out of my house. I think I had something like that too. When somebody invited my oldest daughter to a birthday party, and she asked me if she could go, and I was thinking about it, and my mom was like, "No, you can't go." And I'm thinking, this is my child, I mean, I love you, bro, but you don't get to tell my child. You got to tell me what to do, but you don't get to tell my child what to do. And I always had an issue with the birthday party. It never made sense to me. So I told him he
Yeah.
can go. You know, I think at that point, you started turning in your mind like, okay, when I was a child, they never gave me a legitimate answer. And as an adult, I still don't have a legitimate answer. So why can't my daughter go to a birthday party? So I allowed her to go. And I think my mama went almost 6 months not speaking to me. So, you have to make big choices when you're indoctrinated. It is not going to be the easy road, but
Yeah.
on the other side, it's well worth it. And I got the respect for my dad and my mom. You know, my brothers and sisters, they still don't really speak to me, but it's a whole lot better than it was years ago. And if I had to do it over again, I would do it, but I would do it earlier. I won't waste adult, my entire adult younghood on this BS religion because I missed out on a lot of things trying to be a quote unquote faithful witness.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I agree
my
with you 100%.
Yeah, and my children, even though I was a witness serving as an elder in the congregation, I never indoctrinated them because I knew deep down it wasn't right. So they were never indoctrinated, you know. And I think every person needs it before they quote unquote indoctrinate their children should be of an age where they can make that decision themselves without coercion or anything else. Let them grow up, let them be free, let them make their own decision. Because I don't think
Yeah.
indoctrination is right for anybody.
No, because it does more harm than good. Because when you think about it, it's like because I was born in it too. So it's like you miss a lot, like you and Miss Fee was saying, you miss out on a lot of the key developments as a child. Um, Especially like learning how to regulate yourself instead of being told, "Oh, just pray about it, lean on Jehovah," but actually learning how to understand your own emotions and how to deal with like depression, because I even got in trouble for going to the school counselor talking about my emotions. My come on, my mama talking about some, don't you know we love you? You got a whole family right here love you. I got in trouble for going to the counselor talking about how I was feeling.
For years and years and years, we were discouraged from seeking therapy. If you don't pray to Jehovah
Yes.
and He's not removing that depression, the problem is with you. Not, you got the problem. You pray.
Mm-hmm.
You have to pray your depression away. And now
Yes.
they're backtracking now because we got a lot of lawsuits and those things going on. You know, my wife sitting there, not my wife specifically, but I knew a couple. Wife prayed for years. I mean, she was like bipolar, and finally she just took her own life. And when she took her own life, suicide
Mm.
against Jehovah's law, they didn't allow her to have the funeral in the kingdom hall
Yeah. Then
because
that's
she took her
messed up.
because she took her own life. I think that broke her husband. I never saw him after that day. I never knew exactly what happened to him, but when they told her, well, she killed herself. They just like killing somebody. We can't have her. If
We
somebody
can't.
kills
You
somebody,
got. You gotta use TikTok friendly
oh,
language around that.
I'm sorry, sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
that's
When
okay.
she
I just they're
when she
they're I don't want
unalived,
them to take you down.
yes, yes, man. When she unalived herself, they said she unaliving herself ain't no different than she unaliving somebody else. We can't have unalivers, having funerals in our kingdom. And she had been a faithful sister for over 20 years, and
What?
that was not right. It just wasn't.
No.
And I think that broke her
And
hub
I think,
because I'm done, Miss Fee.
oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Special K. I was going to say, I think that's the most damaging, or one of the most damaging psychological pieces of psychological manipulation that they use. That happened in my congregation as well. There was an elder. He a family, husband, wife, daughter, son. The son was the youngest. Daughter was old. School every now and then, but you could tell that he was dealing with something emotionally and mentally. He ended up taking his own life, and they couldn't have his funeral at the Kingdom Hall. When my dad died, my dad's funeral couldn't be at the Kingdom Hall because when he died, he wasn't active. He had been an elder for all of my life, but because he had gotten sick, he had gotten in trouble too before because my dad had been disfellowshipped at one time, but then he worked his way back. But because at the time he wasn't in what they called good standing, his funeral couldn't be at the Kingdom Hall. The number of people that he helped, he did things for, he worked for free. They didn't even show up at his funeral because of the fact that he wasn't in good standing with the congregation when he died. So we talk a lot about the dehumanization that religion does, these doctrines, these belief systems, these dogmas. But the pain that people feel, like you've already suffered losing a loved one. These massively important moments in your life. My oldest sister couldn't be in my wedding when I got married, and I had a huge ass wedding. Um, and she couldn't be in the wedding because she was baptized, but she was inactive. But when my best friend got baptized, her worldly cousin could be in the wedding. And their explanation was, well, she never dedicated her life to Jehovah, so she doesn't have the expectation yet. So it was all of these these fissures that happen from these moments that you don't even realize are happening because they're antithetical to what kind human beings do to each other. Like you don't control somebody's life to the point that you make them experience more stress after they've lost a child from taking their own lives. So now they've got to worry about, what people are thinking about where his funeral couldn't happen and all of these things. Like it's just so cruel and heartless. But then it's wearing a coat of love, and I think that's the most damaging thing because it skews what we understand love to be, and it creates more of the mental health issues that you aren't even allowed to go seek assistance for. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
It sounds like
It's
it. I just want to say it sounds like it still kind of hurts. Like I can kind of hear it in your voice, Fee. Just to even think about it and talk about it, and like that's an example of that lasting trauma or hurt that that type of belief and indoctrination can cause on
It
families.
it did. It did for a long time. I'm just cold right now because I just got in the car. It did
Oh,
for a long time.
okay.
Yeah, but it did for a really long time. Like I still, there are moments now when I think about like if I'm looking back at pictures. Me and John were just talking to Justin about wanting to look at the video of our wedding and all the pictures, and my sister isn't in there, like not in a bridesmaid dress. So it hurt me for a long time. Like after I deconstructed the number of times that I apologized to her, she's like, "Stop apologizing to me." Like the letters that I wrote my middle sister about coming back. She's like, you don't have to apologize. That's what you thought at that time. That's what when me and Mama Bash talk about, the feelings that come from, oh my goodness, I taught people this or I treated people like this. It takes a while to forgive yourself for doing that, but the reality is we were indoctrinated as well. I don't even to this day I don't know what I don't know. 20 years from now there may be a belief that I hold now that I realize, oh, you didn't have this information, so maybe this wasn't the right decision to make, or maybe this wasn't the right position to hold. But yeah, like it stays with you a really long time. It's just that what's with me this morning is this low ass temperature.
Oh, okay. So before we move on, I just see that there is another person in the guest request who says that they have a J Dub testimony. So um I don't know if you're a believer or if you are a former J Dub and you're trying to give insight or add to the current conversation. Can you comment really quickly and let me know what you mean by you have a J Dub testimony? To the person in the guest request. While I wait on their comment, on the screen, this is what I was talking about, Moonstorm. This is the Shrine of Pan, the city, the mountain that goes in the city Caesarea Philippi, um, which is the Shrine of Pan, the Greek god Pan, where the story says Jesus was in front of this mountain. Um, when he had that conversation with Peter and the gates of hell, like the opening of the shrine, like you can kind of see it right here. It's a big opening
Yeah.
of the shrine that goes around the whole mountain. That's what they call the gates of Hades back then. That was what it's called. And the Bible is translated the gates of hell. And this is what Eusebius is saying is that conversation is symbolic for the death of Pan or the death of paganism and the rise of Christianity, Jesus rising again, right? The God dying out, and then this God living with the beliefs changing in time.
That is crazy. And you say we can go there?
Yeah, it's like $800 though to tour this place.
How
You
much?
could $800 you can also tour you can tour hell. When Jesus talks about the valley of Ben Hinnom, when the disciples are saying, when Jesus says there'll be two grinding, one will be taken and the other stay. And the
Hmm.
disciples say, "Where? Like where are they? Where are they taken to?" And he says, "Where the eagles, where the corpse gather, where the eagles go, the corpse will gather, or something like that."
Hmm.
He's talking about the place that they called hell in Jerusalem, which is the Valley of Ben Hinnom, or the Valley of Death. Um, is the place where they would send people for judgment. It's the place where the Israelites sacrificed their children to Molech. That place can be toured today too, and it's like $850 to tour that place as well.
Jesus. I would like to go, but that's kind of expensive.
Yeah,
But it's just, and like I said, I'm gonna say this again. It's just crazy how a religion can, like, listen to special and fees, and even anybody that was in any form of denomination in any of these religions, how much damage they can do to people as a whole and separately. um and how they I don't even have the words for how this is making me feel.
yeah. It's a when you believe it, right, and you dedicate
Yeah.
your lied to her for so long. Deafing is like breaking up and going through a divorce or losing, a friend or a family member. But
Yeah.
the the Caesarea Philippi is a real city that did exist. The Romans and the Greeks did go to that shrine. There's archaeological evidence
Hmm.
that has been pulled. I'm talking to somebody in the chat in the comments that have been pulled from the site being excavated. One of the things that they found was the mask of the pan god that used to hang at the front of the shrine, and water would come out of his mouth here. Um, Let me see if I can pull it up for you. Um, this mask used to be at the front of. Hold on, where is it? Where's the? Yeah, it used to be at the front. Like they said, it hung at the front at the entrance of Caesarea Philippi, and so water would come out of its mouth. And when people would travel, they would stop and get. This is how they would get their water and stuff. So this is a image, and it's huge, of the Greek god Pan that hung in at the entrance of the gates of Hades back then. Oh damn! I'm not even
Oh,
sharing my screen. Shit, my bad, y'all. I thought I was sharing my screen. This is the image of the Greek god Pan that they found during the excavation. It hangs. They said it hung at the entrance of the the shrine, and water would. This is how they would get water. Water would flow out of its mouth. Um, and when people would travel, they would stop and get water because the mountain goes a long way. Like the mountain is, I think, 23 miles maybe. Um, the shrine was basically the whole city. Um, yeah, let me see. I thought it listed. It doesn't say how far, but I think it's like basically the whole city of Caesarea. That's why the mountain is called Caesarea Philippi, because it's the shrine is basically the whole city. But yeah.
Miss Thinker,
Uh,
were you able to go to any of them in person?
no, I don't even think I want to. I don't want to. I don't think I want to. Yeah.
I don't think I would want to either. I think I would probably like just look at it like it's so ridiculous now that I know what the stuff is because I think it loses its lore when for me it loses its lore and most of its interest when I'm like these are just motherfuckers making shit up. Like they're coming up with stuff just like people have these conspiracy theories and ideas that they're postulating today. I don't see it. So for me I don't give a shit for $800 immediately no.
You know, no, I was thinking like maybe it was cheaper, like a whole lot cheaper in the past, and then I guess since as the popularity of it has increased, you know how they like raise the prices of things. So like, oh, we getting money, so let's increase, like a Mr. Krabs thing on SpongeBob. So, but I see where you're coming from too. I was just wondering because like. I like to, well, for one, I've never
For
left the
historical
country.
reasons. I mean, don't sound disappointed if you're interested in going, regardless if you're a believer or not. Do that. One is it's an experience. It's history, right? I
Yeah.
just don't have a desire to go, but there are other places that I do want to go and visit. Delamora just got back from Spain and showed us a lot of the images of Jesus. Like they got and the bishops, they got fucking arms in the church, a dead apostles who were martyred. Like that shit was cool to watch. Like I want to go to Spain and I want to go to Rome and stuff like that. I don't have a desire to go to Israel. That's all. but it's history, right? And so if it's something that you want to do, live life and do it. Fuck what other people think about that.
And that's what I want to do because I do want to travel more. Like when Special K was talking about, celebrating birthdays and doing things now. Like I didn't want. I was always like, even though I wasn't going to the meetings and stuff, I would still not celebrate the holidays and do birthdays and stuff. But then, like now, it's like I want to actually now decorate. I want to celebrate. I want to do this. I want to do that. Like the things that I didn't have the desire to do at first, I now have the desire to do. Like I do want to do these things. Like life is short, so I want to live it to the best that I can. I want to get everything out of it I can get now.
I
Like
think it's
there's
a
nothing
Hey,
holding
live
me
it up.
back.
Live it
absolutely.
up. Eggnog it up. Get
Yep.
around the fire. Spike that eggnog. Put them feet up. Put that tree up. Do it. Whatever you want to experience that you did not get the experience around that the idea of Christmas and holidays. Do it.
I
Fuck
remember
what
the
Yeah.
first
anybody else
time.
think about it.
I remember the first time I dressed up and went to a Halloween party. It was so much fun because I had never done it before. But me and my friend and her husband, we went as like Roman gladiators or some shit like that, and it, I hate to say it like this, but it was so innocent, right? Like
Hmm.
you grow up being taught, oh well, they're demon worshiping and they're sacrificing this and that. Like these motherfuckers was drinking wine. What are you talking about? Like we were sitting around a fire talking as adults, just having fun. I think so much has been demonized in the way we were brought up that everything is seen as forbidden. So I agree with Think or Do It. If you want to decorate for Christmas, decorate. Halloween, do it. Trick or treat, do whatever you want to do because all of these shoulds and should nots, they're coming from outside of you. And you know better than anybody what you want to do. So that
Yeah.
and your position permission is the only permission that you need. And we're not used to that. So I agree. If you want to go see the Shrine of Pan, go see it. Go
Yeah.
wherever your curiosity leads you because to me that's what living is actually all about.
Did I
Yeah,
tell you guys
Mama
I took my
K.
mother
Mama
birthday?
K got her first cake this year, didn't she? For
Yes,
her
ma'am.
birthday.
Yes, ma'am. I told her, did I tell y'all about the birthday party we threw?
Yeah.
I
Oh
love
yeah,
it.
it was all the chain. I mean, it was. She never experienced nothing like that ever, and she cried, and she made sure she hugged every single person. She said nobody better not leave this party until I hug them. I mean, I've never seen her clap in a
Oh.
long, long time because nobody has ever thrown her a birthday party, and we had a blast. So yes, if you want to celebrate Christmas, even though you know that it's not Christ's birthday, who cares? Do it. Throw your Halloween party, throw your Easter, whatever. Whatever makes you happy, because life is short.
How Stoic is asking, and I want to know too. How's your dad?
He's like, I'm going to tell you something about that whole situation. Now that I'm looking at it, I mean, they have a what's the word I'm looking for? Um, Weird is not the word. It's one of you ever seen a situation where a man was so obsessed with a woman that if she left, you thought he would do something to her? Have you ever seen a woman who was so obsessed with a man that if he left, he'll do something to her? But them two are
Mm-hmm.
like that, but they staying together. You know, so wherever she go, he go. I mean, it was like my mom always led, and he always followed. Now, when they got to the congregation, it's a whole other story, of course. You see, know what I'm talking about. But
Yep,
so
I sure do.
So, but it was always a situation where he followed. The only reason why he became a Jehovah's Witness because of her, period. Because he was a Black Panther when they met, and
What?
yeah, oh yeah.
Wow.
But no,
Talk
he
about a
survived.
180.
Right.
Exactly, exactly. So I don't know what she did, but she flipped him over, and he's been chasing her ever since. But he's coming along. He's accepted. He's still coming. He's still going to the Kingdom Hall. Everything. Of course, he had to. He stepped down from being an elder before they removed him, but he's no longer serving as an elder. I think he's mad about that. But other than that, he's coming along. He gonna start back speaking to them and everything. So that's good.
That's good. He might be on his way out because ain't he supposed to disfellowship you too?
No, well, only if he started doing what she doing, deconstruct.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But he's not at that point yet. But he can't serve. as in a capacity of congregation at this point. And I know that hurt his ego more than anything. Because like I said, for years, the structure in the congregation was presiding overseer, secretary, service overseer, school overseer. And ever since I was born, from the time I was a young adult, he always been the presiding overseer. And I think they call it coordinator now, but he always ran the congregation. So he had to lose that. So he's a little upset about that. But all in all, he's okay. He's coming along. And like
I
you
say
said,
all
it
the
was
time that
no, I would say just because, not, not that she's no longer a Jehovah's Witness, I think he's losing interest in it now.
Wait, what's the good cat? Like, are J Dubs normally? I mean, do Panthers normally go to become J Dubs or something?
No, that was the weirdest thing. Now,
no.
obviously, that was before my
Mm-mm.
time, but I
Oh,
don't know.
okay.
Okay, my auntie told me, of course, they always leave out some stuff. She, and I'm using air quotes, went to study with him. My auntie always say that in the air quotes. Well, your mom went and studied with your dad. I said, how did he become to go from a pamper to a Jehovah's Witness? Well, she would always make calls on him, return visits on him, all in air quotes. And when I got older, I began to realize what that meant, you know. So I'm gonna let y'all figure that one out.
And
I
I think
get
we
what
already
you
did.
mean.
That's
Special
what
Yeah,
K,
I think
debonair
we
you
get
are
is.
that.
not what I think you're
Yeah.
saying.
But I think that like you were saying, the position of authority is what keeps a lot of men in the organization. I say it all the time about my dad. He was not highly educated. He was extremely smart, like very smart, very studious, but he didn't even graduate from high school. But this gave him a position of authority that he would not have otherwise found in his position from a socioeconomics perspective and from a career perspective, all of those things. So when there was a challenge to that authority, it was almost responded to with just this kind of like not scary, but just kind of intense reaction. I remember one year where we lived, my sister had to catch the MARTA. We're from Atlanta. She had to catch the city bus to get to school. And she came home. And you know how back in the day, you could have like I don't even know what it would be called now, but like there would be like a student body that would organize these Valentine's Day things. So a guy could send a girl a balloon in her classroom, or a girl could send a guy something in his classroom. Well, she came home with like several pink balloons, and we lived across the street from another family that went to our congregation, and my dad was livid. Not that a boy liked her, not that she brought the balloons home, but the fact that somebody from the congregation could have seen her doing something so worldly. She got in so much trouble. But that's the type of reaction that they had to anything that challenged the illusion of perfection. This idea of being the perfect Christian or the perfect Jehovah's Witness family. This is an elders family. The wife is a pioneer, the children are active, all of these things. It's just performative. And when that performance is all and I think that's why you said what you said about Truman, Special K, because I thought the same thing the first time I watched it. It is all performative, but the people, it's not like they're in on it and you're not in on the fact that it's a performance. Everybody is performing until folks start asking questions.
um, Storm or Special K, did y'all have anything else? I didn't
No,
see the last guy say anything. I mean, the
Well,
person in the
yes,
comments.
ma'am. I'm gonna drop back in the comments because I have to get back to work. I don't get off until 7. I had to break the monopoly when I saw what was going on. So thank you guys for allowing me to come up.
You're
I'll
very
drop back in the
well.
comments.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you for coming up and sharing with Moon.
no
thank you,
problem, Mo.
Special
I'm
K.
gonna I'm
And
gonna,
I
I'm gonna
sent you
shoot
a
you a
follow,
follow.
bro.
I got you. I'm gonna send you one back.
Also, and just to let everybody know, and my voice, yes, I know I sound like a woman, but I'm a whole dude. I'm a whole dude. My voice is very misleading. So just to let everybody know in the future. Um, but
Well,
thank you,
I
thank you.
know I could tell, but
Well, somebody
yeah.
called me a ma'am earlier.
I think he did, he was confused by it, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, I appreciate you for clearing that up for him. I don't think he meant anything by it.
No, 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 no. I'm not
Yeah.
mad. No, no, no. I'm
No, no,
not
no.
mad or
No.
nothing like
I'm
that.
not saying you are. I'm not. No, I know you're not. I'm not saying that you are. But thank you for clearing that up. I do need to start asking people their pronouns when they come up. I think that when I do that, when I do that, it opens up for people who want to be homophobic, or they see it as a opportunity to come and argue about that, then the topics, and we'll be fighting all the time. But I do need to start asking people that. But I appreciate you so much for coming up, like I said, for being vulnerable, for using the space the way that we hope for people to be able to use it and get value from it. And I enjoy talking to you. You're pretty cool.
Thank you. Likewise. I appreciate y'all so much. And I did enjoy our conversation. Y'all are a wealth of knowledge, and I hope to continue to learn a lot more. Um, so I'm gonna jump down. Just kick me down. I don't know how to do this.
I got you. I got you. Have a good
Okay.
day.
Thank you, y'all too.
Have a good one.
Thank you, you too.
Have a good one, Moon.
The next
Tinker,
one is
was this his first time up?
Yeah. Mm.
Okay, cool. Very cool.
Y'all want to go back and watch the YouTube? Definitely be. We had a Christian up, not a Christian, a believer, who said that we need more child essay, more killing, more raping in the world, more chaos, because that is what the God wants, because that will finally cause the earth to destroy itself and start back over.
I want to say I'm shocked, but I'm not. Like, I don't know that like asking for or wanting more of it was necessarily taught or encouraged, but Jehovah's Witnesses thought the same thing. Like when you see these things come, and don't get scared, get excited, because that means the day is drawing nearer. It's so twisted.
That is crazy to me. She was at the beginning of the live. She was either the second guest or the first. I can't remember.
she
Huh?
was the second one. I think she was the
Okay.
second one. Yeah,
Okay.
because the first one was also a question mark. But
I don't even
yeah,
remember who was the first guest.
I can't remember
I don't remember
that.
either. Damn,
But
who
yeah,
was the first guest?
I slipped up and called her a hole because she was good. She was.
She had Selena hot. She had all of us hot.
That's
It's
Cause
like
she's
ridiculous.
like,
what?
I'm like, so you're saying there needs to be more children being raped? Yes. Yeah.
She said yes.
What? Are you fucking kidding me? Like we were going on. She
I
said
find her
she was
infuriatingly
contributing to the
stupid.
chaos. Then she tried to walk it back. She said that she was contributing to the chaos, and then she tried to walk it back. But that was the weirdest thing. Like, yeah. The reason why I'm saying it's weird is because I don't think she actually believed that. I think she got mad and started saying the most egregious shit in her to hold on to her belief that you don't need the middleman of the God in the Bible, because you as your higher self can be connected to source. And I asked her, I was like, okay, well, where are you getting the information from what you believe this source wants you to do? And she said, it's the direct connection. And I said, so everybody has this connection? And she said, yeah. And I said, okay, so if your connection is telling you that owning another human as property is wrong, but another person's connection is telling them that owning another person as property is okay, is good, that creates chaos. At first, she was against that. She was like, if everybody, she said everybody sees God as positive, so that wouldn't happen. I said, no, they don't. Everybody don't see the God the same way you do. And I said, what you really are saying is that that the world needs more Courtneys, not more followers of the Most High. And then, so because she was pushing this objective standard, this objective morality, while also saying it was subjective. So instead of her saying, "Oh, I get what you're saying," she then started pushing, "Well, the world needs more chaos anyway," and just went ham with that shit. So I don't know if she went that way because she was embarrassed and didn't. There was no need to be embarrassed though, but I felt like she was embarrassed and she didn't want to adjust her position and say, "Oh, okay, I see how what I'm saying doesn't make sense," and she just started pushing the most atrocious bullshit, or if she really meant it, because she was very convincing. So I'm 50-50 on that. I don't know. But it was a very frustrating conversation.
Was she like a I'm not a Christian, but I'm a follower of Christ type
She was
BS or?
I've deconstructed, but I'm connected to the Most High because I don't need the God in the Bible. I don't need the a middleman. I'm directly connected to the Most High. And
They're
she
so
believed in Jesus. She was
selfish.
like Christ consciousness, like
Christ consciousness.
It took us
bands.
about
Oh,
30
sorry.
minutes
Go
to
ahead.
get there.
What do you say?
I said it took us about 30 minutes to get to the fact that she was Christ consciousness because she was just rambling. She was yapping.
Yeah, yeah. Bands. How are you? All right, we're gonna
I'm
take it down.
dancing.
That is the weirdest bio. I swear, believers are weird as fuck. The bio says, "I don't give a fuck about you, gangs. God always."
What?
That's what the bio says. I don't give a fuck about you, gangs. God always, because that's what Jesus said. I mean, he did kind of say that to the Gentiles, but you don't know that. The fact that you haven't been taught that, you don't know that most likely, and that's how you feel. It's weird. It's crazy. What's your name? Are you there? That echo is something. Mustafa. That's just how who talk. What you talking about the account that said I don't give a fuck about you? God always. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up, yo. It ain't about him saying gangs. It's about him saying I don't give a fuck about you. Oh, the weird noise thing. Peaceful living. Are you in the request on purpose on accident? Okay. Here come the silence. Here come the pockets of silence. My ass is sleeping. I'm gonna tell y'all that. And then I was on Members Live yesterday till 9, and then I had to take an hour and a half nap. So small talk. I ain't gonna be able to small talk.
I had to come to another conference, and I hate these conferences because I feel like that's all they are is like small talk. And it, when I tell y'all, it drains me. So I am with you on that.
Having to think of stuff to talk about and stuff that I don't like. 9 times out of 10, small talk be stuff that's just like you just be like, yeah, yeah, yeah.
You said whose live were you on yesterday?
Empress.
Did y'all have good convo?
It was good. There was a Jehovah Witness. You know Terrell's ass.
Well, John,
Well, if you saw his picture, you would. He's
Okay.
uh he's blocked in here because he's so fucking dishonest and disrespectful. But we were talking about Isaiah 13,
Hmm.
and he kept saying that's not the 144,000. It's not the 144,000. And despite the fact nobody was claiming that it was, except Darnell's ass. Fee.
Hmm. I was allowed. Oh, I'm sorry.
This no love bug no. This guy named Darnell. Let me tell you something. Darnell got some weird ideas, but he pretty cool. He pretty cool. He's I don't know if he's a Christian who believes he's a grafted in Israelite, but he's the type of believer that you can have a conversation with. He's not disrespectful. At least the times that I've engaged with him on Empress's Live, he's not been disrespectful. But he said that Adam was the serpent in the garden, who it was the other side of Adam who was testing himself with the wisdom. Adam had the wisdom that he was testing the wisdom that he gave Eve to see if Eve would do right with the wisdom or eat the fruit. So Adam had multiple personalities in the garden, is what he said. And then Jesus, and the mountain, when Jesus was being tempted by the devil, Jesus was having like a hunger thing after fasting, and a hallucination, and Jesus was also the Satan that was tempting himself in the mount in the wilderness. Yeah,
How do you tempt yourself exactly?
he said this is Jesus having a conversation with himself in the wilderness. So like there wasn't actually a Satan there. This was Jesus, because Jesus was so hungry after fasting for 40 days. Jesus was hallucinating that Satan was there tempting him, and the conversation that Jesus had with Satan in the text is Jesus conversating with himself in his mind. And then in the garden, Adam is the serpent who possessed the wisdom. And the reason why he's saying this is because the Hebrew text says the serpent had wisdom that Adam and Eve did not have. And so the man has wisdom. And so that means, because in the Bible it describes it uses trees as symbolic for kings, male kings, which are men. That means that the tree in the garden is was a man, and that the wisdom came from the man, and that so therefore Adam was the serpent testing Eve with his wisdom to see what Eve would like. Yeah, yeah.
Yep, because the already made up shit that you previously believed no longer works.
I think it's because it can't, it can't be that the woman did the thing that was good, that now humanity, like humanity would have to say thank you, Eve, for us being able to know when our actions are good or bad. So now it I think it's to keep the dominion on the man, to keep the story of like the man being the one created with the wisdom, with the strength. You know, he was created first. There's no way Eve had wisdom enough to contemplate whether her actions were good or bad, to contemplate whether it's a good thing to have wisdom if Adam couldn't. You know, the serpent talking to Eve and not talking to Adam. No, the reason the serpent didn't talk to Adam is because the serpent was Adam. This, that's, I think that's what it is to keep the men above the woman. Like, cause what other reason would it be for him to say Adam had multiple personalities?
That's a brand new one. Is he claiming somebody said that, or is he just making it up?
He said that's his interpretation of it, and he was going by the Hebrew text. He said. Yeah, that's his own interpretation. I wonder
Not another
if he,
denomination.
yeah. As we have these conversations, I think we're going to see some more, like, more and more weird interpretations. They're going to look for a way to save Adam's reputation. Like, you see the way the guy came up yesterday, pissed about the song, "What If Adam Was Abusive?" They're going to look for a way to save the reputation of Adam in the minds of women. Lisa Roy? Damn, I thought I added you to the...
I'll be swiping the screen.
Did you come up on accident?
I'm driving. I'm not supposed to be on this phone like this. I'm just enjoying listening.
Oh, okay. No worries. I'll take you
Okay.
down. Be safe, okay? Have a good day.
Y'all have
Yeah. That's what I think might be happening, is the conversations around the garden and the realization that Eve actually did something to help mankind. They have to figure out a way to take that glory away from Eve and put it back on Adam. I think that's why we're gonna start seeing these weird interpretations that are even more illogical. Where y'all at? You have to hit the invite
Yes.
button. Huh? 25. I mean 21 and up, y'all, to join, and you must be a believer in the God of the Bible, someone deconstructing, or an atheist. One of the three. Which one? Which song? Your Pride is the Beat. Which song did I play today? It's on Spotify, Apple Music. If you search Thinker, Unholy Intelligence is the name of the album. Or if you're looking just for the song is called Your Pride is the Beat. And it's on all platforms. Is that the one you're talking about, Moon? I don't know why the hell Apple is taking so damn long to release the A Cat a name. Like, that's crazy. That I submitted that to the music store last Wednesday. Not today was a while, but some gotta be demonic. Um, gotta be demonic is that on the album? Uh, hold on, let me look. Did I release that one? Hold on. Yeah, gotta be them demons. It's on Unholy Intelligence, number 20. That's the name of the song. Gotta be them demons. And if you go to Apple or Spotify, it's there. I thought you was talking about the song I played today. Your Pride is a Beat, but you're talking about this song right here. This the song you talking about, Moon?
Rejecting faith over reason is them demons. Gotta be the money, gotta
Okay,
be
yeah,
the
that's
money.
on all
Yeah.
platforms
Accepting
already.
logic over religious teachings. Gotta be them demons. Demonic is demonic. Yeah. It's demonic. It's demonic. It's demonic. It's demonic. Is that? Yeah. You saying I'm lost? Let's talk about that. Yeah, so I've been thinking, and in my search for truth I conclude the Bible don't make sense, and neither do you. When I apply critical thought and a little bit of logic, the serpent didn't lie in the garden, God did. Ironic, I had questions, so I took a second look. Now I need to know why what you preach ain't in the book. Curiosity led me back to history and biology. There ain't no way life started with Adam, not Eve. I don't believe, now you telling me. Rejecting faith over reason is them demons. Gotta be demonic, gotta be demonic, yeah. Accepting logic over religious teachings. Gotta be them demons, it's demonic, yeah. Gotta be yeah, it's demonic. Or maybe it's honest. You say I'm possessed, yeah, probably true. My brain gives me understanding, and that's what's haunting you. You were taught that curiosity is something to reject. You call it Satan, I call it intellect. If knowledge is sin, that's a mark I have to miss. Without facts, logic, or evidence, I can't believe this. It's like you're scared of the mind, you want an exorcism. Cause we thinking, and that's attacking your religion. You saying I don't mind is the devil's playground, so you leave yours filled with doubt instead of finding out if any of this is true. And right, don't be, you repeat. Rejecting faith over reason is them demons. Gotta be demonic, gotta be demonic, yeah. Accepting logic over religious teachings. Gotta be them demons, demonic is demonic, yeah. It's demonic, it's iconic. It's demonic, it's iconic. Oh yeah, they scared of the brain lord. Lean out under your own understanding, they say. Well, baby, that's exactly why y'all don't understand anything today. His ways are not our ways, yeah. I agree, cause my ways involve thinking critically. You say, touch not God's anointed, but you ain't immune. When the lies fall apart, y'all be confused. You gotta have faith, yeah, that's your escape. But faith without reason is fear wearing grace. So if knowledge is the devil, then I'm fully possessed. I'm thinking, I'm reading, I'm questioning the rest. You can quote your cliches, it won't make them true. Cause faith without thought, that's the demon in you, yeah. Rejecting faith over reason is them demons. Gotta be demonic, yeah. Accepting logic over religious teachings. Gotta be them demons, demonic, yeah. It's demonic, it's ironic. It's demonic, it's iconic. It's demonic, it's stinker. Bionic. It's a reason.
The song is gotta be them demons. So you gotta type it the way the title is. But if you look for Unholy Intelligence, that's the name of the album that it's on. Somebody said, "Wait, are you actually uploading these songs?" Yes, with the credit for vocals going to Suno. Lyrics are mine. I write them and I produce them. So it's music. Yeah, I am uploading them. I saw somebody in the comment said, "So sad." What sad? Not accepting lies, accepting logic. Well, like I'm confused. What was sad about saying accepting that believers say rejecting logic over religious teachings is demonic? What's sad about that? I would like to know your thoughts on that. Like, why are you saying it's sad? And then, like, y'all will make these comments and then won't talk to us about it. I want to know why you're saying that's sad. One man, one man, one God. All right, we'll move on. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate y'all. Unholy intelligence. Giolin?
Yeah, that just you can just call me Gio.
Gio, hi, how are you?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Give me just a second. Dr. Mookie, I would rather be unholy than to be holy. To be holy means to be set apart, like supremacy ideology, and I don't agree with supremacy ideology. Um, I would rather that the intelligence and the intellect that I am sharing is available to all who want it and not set apart. So I would rather be unholy than holy and closed off and fucking looking down on other people. So thank you. Gianni, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you again. How old
Yeah,
are
you
you?
just 30.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or an atheist?
No, I'm a believer.
All right. The topic for believers is believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. What are your thoughts on that?
I would have to get a
Hey,
better.
hey, can you do me a favor? There's a lot of noise going on in your background, and it's real loud
Yeah,
in
I got
my
it.
ear. Thank you.
Yeah. When you're stating that statement, what exactly are you trying to state by? We don't understand the difference between good and evil. In what perspective?
I didn't say you don't understand the diff. You might have to mute when I'm talking because the noise in your background, like it's distracting. And are you able to mute when you're not talking? That way that it doesn't happen.
Yeah, yeah, I can mute myself.
Thank you. That's much better. Thank you. So I'm not saying that believers don't know the difference between good and evil. That says believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil. And it is like it just it's very direct. Like it just says what I'm saying. Like believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil.
Okay, and what knowledge would that be? Just to get a better idea to be able to answer the question.
The knowledge of good and evil.
Like, are you trying to say that we don't know the difference between somebody doing good and the concept of the actions of somebody doing evil acts?
No, I'm saying exactly what I'm saying. Believers don't understand the knowledge of good and evil, and I think the fact, like, I'm not, if I cannot explain to you what the knowledge of good and evil is, because my my statement is that believers don't understand it, and I think the fact that you're not understanding the statement is kind of like proving that you don't understand the
Okay, so
knowledge
I,
of good and
I I think
evil.
I understand. I think I get your question now. As far as this, well, at least the statement, I understand your statement now. You're saying, when we supposedly when we in the Bible where it says we bit from the tree. Now, I mean, we understand the difference. The difference is people who do, as far as the Bible goes, when actions are done, there are consequences, and then there's doing good. Therefore, we understand the morality now when evil deeds are done and good acts are done. When, as far as when people were in the garden, the knowledge of evil actions was never part of Adam and Eve's perspective because they didn't understand what evil was. When they disobeyed God in the garden, an evil act was then committed, which means now they understood that they had done wrong.
So the knowledge of good and evil is to understand evil. Is that correct?
Disobedience, I would say, is not to understand evil, it's to understand disobedience.
The knowledge of good and evil is to understand disobedience. Is that correct?
It goes hand in hand. Evil actions, I mean, the evil actions is to do something that is not good, which falls under disobedience, hurting somebody. It all falls into the same category of evil.
Okay, so the knowledge of good and evil is to understand disobedience and the evil acts that come from disobedience. Is that correct?
Yeah, right, that's how I would define it, yes.
And therefore, the good knowledge that is a part of that is what helps you do evil or disobey. Like, what does the good part of that do?
So the good is that we're able to now discern when a person has the ability to either tell a lie or tell the truth. Therefore, now that we have knowledge of
No, no.
bad,
What is the knowledge of good? There's knowledge of two things. There's knowledge of good there, and and there's knowledge of evil.
right?
You are
I,
only giving me the knowledge of evil.
no, no, I'm explaining. I'm explaining the good knowledge. The good knowledge is now that you're able to discern from evil acts, which is to lie. I'm saying that you now know that lying is wrong. You now know that when you hurt somebody, that is bad. Which now you're able to discern from evil acts.
That is still the knowledge of evil. That's not the knowledge of good.
Would you not say that it would be considered
You're
good? Because,
saying what you're
mhm.
doing is saying it is a good thing that I can discern evil acts. You're classifying it, your ability to uh, discern your actions as evil a good thing, but that ability to discern that being a good thing would be considered the knowledge of good. The fact that you are able to identify good moral principles. You are able to say this is a good moral principle versus this is a bad moral principle.
But I was just using that as a way to discern the two. But if we can still go with that interpretation as well by saying the knowledge of good is the ability to do good to others. Therefore, we are
But
able to.
that's my
Mhm.
interpretation. That's not yours. That's not
No,
what
I'm
you
not
said.
taking yours. I'm
That's my
saying I'm
answer.
right. Okay, no, right. What I'm saying is that regardless of which analogy I'm utilizing, it still falls under you're trying you're what
You
you're
didn't
saying
use
is
an
you're saying
analogy.
hold on. Okay, so what I'm saying is this, right? Just to put it simply, right? The the example that you gave, yes, it covers that. I'm simply saying that a form of knowledge of good is to be able, not affirming the evil, but I'm just saying part of the good knowledge is to be able to discern from evil acts.
Yeah, but that's not the.
It is because you're able
It's
to tell the
not. Can you?
difference now.
No, stop. No, 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 no. What I'm not going to allow you to do is to try to say, well, that's what I meant. That's not what you meant. That's not what you said. And then,
In which
like,
part?
also, I'm sorry, and none of it.
But
None
that's
of it
not true.
in your that you did not say that. Your entire definition or explanation of what the knowledge of good and evil was focused on evil. And then when I asked you about the good knowledge, you said it is a good thing to be able to discern whether your actions are evil. You did
Correct.
not say that. So you did not say what I said.
I'm not repeating what you're
what
saying
I
though.
no, what I said was the knowledge of good is the ability to identify a good moral principle. Not it's a good thing that I can identify an evil principle. Those are two different things. So
Right,
you
but
are not
you're
like
placing it in a
stop
different
cutting me off.
category.
Stop cutting me off. Damn. It is they are two different categories. It is the knowledge of good and evil. It's the knowledge of good moral principles, the knowledge of evil moral principles, which would be immoral principles. There are two different categories. And I said that earlier. This is why I say I don't think believers understand the knowledge of good and evil. I think you think that the knowledge of good and evil is the ability to do good or do evil, right? You you don't understand that it is the ability to contemplate your actions, having a moral awareness.
I'm not limiting the term of knowledge of good to just morality though. I was just using one example. Something that could be good is to be fruitful and make more children. I'm not just going to limit the knowledge of good for just morality from a morality
They already
standpoint.
knew that.
But also that is what that is what the knowledge of good and evil is. It's a moral conscience. This is
Where does it
why,
say that in the
again, will
Bible?
you stop cutting me off? It's in the Hebrew. They had a moral awakening when their eyes were opened. They had a conscious awakening in the Hebrew text. The words that are used in Hebrew describes a awakening of the mind. Okay, they after eating from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. But the crazy thing about it is that you are you're kind of proving that by you saying I'm not just uh limiting it to morality. I'm talking about whether it's good to have kids. That's not a moral principle, right? Having kids has nothing to do with morality. Is it evil to have children or is it good to have children? That's morality, right? But the fact that you're saying that stuff is why I say I don't think believers understand the knowledge what the knowledge of good and evil is. And it's not that like it's a bad thing, but when believers double down on it, that's when it becomes a bad thing because 9 times out of 10, what you think is the knowledge of good and evil, it usually displays or uncovers that there is not a sense of morality there or a very weak moral framework that's based on the God, right? Because my next question is going to be if you believe that if you agree that the knowledge of good and evil is the ability, I mean the ability to know good morality or immorality, why would your God not want the humans to gain that ability? Why would he tell them they would die if they gain the knowledge to contemplate their actions?
All right, so I just want to make something clear, right? So I'm not limiting my version of what I deem to be good because it tells us in the Bible what God sees as good. So we have a standard of what good is as far as knowledge goes because God painted a picture for that. You're
You're
limiting.
doing
You're
you're doing
well,
exactly what I said you're going to do. You're about to move into that place where your morality leans on this God. And we're going to go into a conversation where we find out that you have a very weak moral framework. I'm trying not to go there. I literally just said you would do that and you're about to do it.
well,
What
even if I even
the
if
question that I asked, the question that I asked is why would your God not want the humans to gain the ability to assess whether their actions are good or bad, moral or immoral? Why would he tell them not to do that and that gaining that would make them die?
because when you actually read the Bible, as you said you have done already, you see that God wanted us to be with Him, and it's not saying that He wasn't going to do it. It simply says He gave them one command: says, "You shall not eat from that tree." He didn't say that they weren't going to be able to do it at all. He simply said he forbade them in that moment. Because when you actually read the Bible, he also planted the tree of life, which means that why would he have two different trees that did two different things? When God it says God created man in our likeness, which means God had a plan as far as what he was going to do with mankind. So it simply was that God was looking at his creation, eventually wanting his creation to be with him. So he was
Okay. So let me ask you a quick question.
mhm.
Is it a good thing to constantly make assumptions about people you know nothing about? When you constantly say, if you actually read the Bible, but you haven't, if you actually do this, is that a good thing to do when you are answering, when you are engaging in an intellectual conversation about a topic? Is it a good thing to make assumptions like that?
No, I
Or do
didn't
you
make an
think
assumption.
you did, you
Well,
did?
you told us
You
that you did.
I told you that I don't read the Bible. I told you that?
No, no, I didn't say that. I said, I think you misheard what I was saying. I
You said
saying,
if you actually read the Bible, that's what you
no, no,
said.
that's not what I said. I
That's
said,
uh,
oh, can I just answer real quick? I said that
sure.
I know that you actually read the Bible because you said it when you were talking and giving your speech as far as what you've done as far as reading and stuff like that. I said you actually read the Bible, so I know you would know what the Bible said.
So if I misheard you, then I apologize.
Yeah, yeah,
So
I'm
hold on, hold on. So because I do read the Bible, And because I do study the Bible, this is why I go back. This is why I'm going to go back to the YouTube and listen to it. But and this is why I keep the YouTube up, because believers like to gaslight and lie. So
Yeah,
if I misheard you, I apologize. But I am going to go to the YouTube and I'm going to double check. Okay.
yeah,
But
you can.
because I don't need your permission to do that. But because I do read the Bible, I know that there is nothing in that text that says for this moment. It says, "Do not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, or you will die the day you do it."
Mhm.
And even if you say that he was going to let them eat from that tree later on, at some point in the future, which you have no idea how long he was going to keep them without having this moral conscience, he still did not want the humans to have a moral conscience at that time. And my question was, why would he not want them to know whether their actions were morally good or morally bad?
Right, and my response to that is this. Right, so what I initially said was
I'm sorry,
that
Fee or Oso, can y'all take over while I go take this on YouTube right quick?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
yeah, who am I talking to?
You were saying?
Yeah, so what I was saying is that I never said, I said if at some point God was going to allow that, he also in the Bible didn't say that he wasn't ever going to let them eat from that tree. Now, if God didn't want mankind to have knowledge, then he would have never placed a tree in the garden to begin with.
That's
Therefore,
interesting because he put it in there and then told them they couldn't eat from it. So
right, but he never said that they weren't eventually going to eat it. Therefore, we have to leave it up
he
to
never said that they
interpretation.
were eventually going to.
No,
You're just
but that's what
adding
I'm.
stuff.
No, no, no. I'm not adding. I'm simply saying he told them they should
You
not
are
eat from
adding.
that tree. He said that they weren't going to, that they are forbidden from eating from that tree. At nowhere in the Bible
Yeah,
that
and
said,
in the
does it
day that they
say
do, they would die. That don't sound
correct?
like eventually I'm gonna. That don't sound like eventually I'm
Oh,
gonna
no,
let
no.
you
All
do
right.
it.
Yeah, we can say that, but it can you also negate saying that he wasn't going to be able? He was pretty much saying that he was never going to let them eat from it. Can you
He was
confidently
pretty much
state that?
saying the day that you eat from it, you'll die. That
No,
don't
right.
sound like it's reversible.
But even if he said that they could eat, that he was going to plan to let them eat from it sometime in the future, I want to know what was the reason for not allowing them to have a moral conscience at that time.
So my answer to that would be is when he put the both trees there, which was also the tree of life, right? He gave them one command, which was not to do it. So he was first seeing whether humanity was going to be obedient to what they were told,
How
and when
could
they did
they
so,
how could they be how could they know that disobeying was a moral bad without a moral conscience? He did not equip them with the thing he wanted to test. That makes no sense.
because they are because think about it, they knew that it was bad because the moment.
How they
I,
lacked the ability, they lacked a moral conscience.
well, they did not. Well, we can't say that they lacked the conscience because even
I
Eve
said a
told us.
moral conscience.
No, right.
Moral.
No,
The
right. We're not talking about.
good and evil is morality.
Can I answer your question?
I want you to answer the question that I asked. And I did check the YouTube, and you said what I said you said.
Oop.
Right. I said that you
You said
actually
if
heard my
you actually read the Bible like you said you have, and then you said it again, if you
right.
actually read the Bible, you did exactly what I said you did,
Right. I
and
said
then you
as you
try
said
stop
you
stop
have.
stop stop stop, and then you tried to manipulate me. I don't fucking like that shit. And the reason why I asked you, is it wise to do that? Is it a good thing to do that? Because it turns a conversation with me, right, into a battleground. Because then I've lost all respect for you, right? And there's no reason for me to even consider that maybe you just don't know, because you've let me know that you want to attack me instead of the conversation, instead of the ideas. And you've lied to me.
Again, to be honest with you, I'm not sure how you're interpreting what I said in that YouTube
You
channel.
said exactly what you said.
Nigga, what?
If you actually read the Bible like you said you have, you said exactly that.
Right, and right after that, I said, "As you said, you have," which was me affirming that you actually did read the Bible.
No, no,
Wrong.
no, it's not. You are a gaslighter. But going back to the conversation, if you're the a moral conscience has to do with the knowledge of good and evil, which they lacked. They did not have that prior to eating from the tree.
Right. So, but we're not at this point. We're not looking at morality, like you said. We have to look at
Yes, we are.
obedience. Well,
No,
can we not look at
Mor-
obedience?
it. How would they know disobeying is evil without the ability to assess evil on their own? They don't know. They don't have that conscience. They were immoral or amoral and were not ashamed.
Because when the serpent spoke to Eve, she questioned them when she said, "Well, God said not to eat from this tree, but every
She
other tree
that
which
doesn't
you."
mean she knows it's evil. All she's doing is saying what he said, that if I stick scissors in the socket, that I'm gonna get shocked. That does not mean that she knows it's evil. We are talking about morality, good and evil, good and bad.
I actually did that with a fork one time when I was a little kid. Because, you know, I knew it was going to be like electrifying, but I didn't know that, like, I didn't know actually what that meant. It was interesting experience. I didn't do it again.
Of course, of course, that's what they do. They lie, they manipulate, and they gaslight, and then they run.
Well, if he actually read the Bible like he said he did, he would have known that he was wrong.
That shit is they don't understand what the knowledge of good and evil is. And then did he say, like, his first answer was, it's the ability to know when you've done something evil. What did he say at first?
Uh, Basically, yeah. I mean, it wasn't exactly in those words, but basically that's what he was saying.
Yeah, he
For,
said for the most part the same thing. Like that demonstrates that they don't know. They conflate awareness with ability every single time and prove the point of the prompt.
and they always talk about the evil part of the knowledge. They never address that it's the knowledge of good and evil. And he was having difficulty with the good part of it, and then wanted to take my answer for it and for himself, as if he had said it.
No, that's what I was saying.
Like, that's crazy. The tree of knowledge of good and evil is the gun line, boss. Oh my god.
I should think he Michael Jordan when he's sleeping.
It's crazy. Like, when I was in my marriage and I was going through domestic abuse, I used to wish I had cameras in my house. It is so crazy that when having conversations with believers, you have to have a tape recorder or streamed through YouTube, because 9 times out of 10, they're going to try to fuck with your reality.
Hmm.
That's crazy. That's abuse.
And they don't even care. Like they don't even consider it, let alone care. Like they don't even think about it. I don't know. I think they lie to themselves and say, you know, well, I just meant something different. No, you didn't.
I don't know what that means when you say, man, you are with that. What does that mean? With what? I don't know. It says, "Man, you are with that." I don't know what that means.
The recording, I guess. I don't know. He doesn't seem like he's hostile.
I can't tell who's friendly or not. Everybody got a damn nerd badge now. I don't know.
Nah, he been chilling in the comments.
Hmm. Believers deconstructing people, or is it deconstructioners? Yeah, believers,
Deconstruction nerds.
deconstructioners, deconstructioners. Everybody's not a nerd.
He right.
Yeah, or atheists. The guest box is open, 21 and up. You said hold on. You ate with that. Oh yeah, yeah, because you can't trust what come out of their mouth, and you can't trust what they're going to try to do to your brain when having conversations with them.
And honestly, the thing that really just completely befuddles me is the fact that they don't even hold what they say themselves in esteem. Like they don't even care to remember the words they say, and we're supposed to. Like what?
Yeah, and then they try to when you like say that's not what you just said, or try to hold them accountable for what they just said. Is you be why are you so aggressive? Why are you so hostile? Why are you
Yeah,
focused on that? Like it's the narcissistic uh Darvo, like trying to they turn you into the perpetrator, the offender, and make themselves the victim when they literally are the ones who just did the gaslighting.
you pocket watching my words.
And you're persecuting Christians for making holding us accountable to what we say on your stage. Because they don't know, Z-Bay. They have no idea what that is. They just been told that they gained it and now they're sinners. They they haven't asked themselves, why am I a sinner for knowing good and evil? Why would that make me a sinner? And why did my God not want me to know the difference between my actions, the moral implications of my actions? Why was that the thing that the God withheld from me? They've not allowed themselves to question that because they don't know that they need to question it because they have no idea what it is. The guest box is open, y'all. I'm glad fewer are chosen. He needs less motherfuckers. The ones that are called that ain't chosen, we need them motherfuckers to go ahead on and deconstruct so we can get y'all the least amount of y'all in the fucking world that believe in this God, the better. Good. I don't even know why are you saying that to us? That shit is like that matters to you. That means he's calling a lot of y'all and he only gonna choose a few of you. Why the fuck are you saying it to motherfuckers that don't believe in him? We don't give a damn. We ain't been called. We ain't looking to get chosen. You are.
Few are chosen. Fewer are literate.
Oh, so
Hmm?
you're not wrong though.
Yo,
This is a kid.
yo,
Is this a kid?
yo.
Yeah, that's a
Damn,
kid.
you suck at this shit, Ron. Y'all niggas need to get good. Hello. No, my name is Charles Bensworth. I'm 63 years young. You see how easy that shit is? Do better.
You would have been got like you would have been figured out.
No, I assure you, ma'am.
Can somebody do me a favor and block the fetus?
They like in a request or something. It must be
Mm-hmm.
private. They private.
Yeah, I can't block them. Yeah, I keep taking them out and they keep requesting. Let me see if I can do it from my backup. Nope, it's not showing up. TikTok. Hold on, let me go. I know what to do. Can somebody send me their username so I can go to their profile right quick and block them? What is the?
Yeah.
I'm typing it in. Just tell me the words. Oh, there we go.
I'm
Never
having
mind.
quick.
Never mind. Look what they did. Look what they did. There we go.
Oh,
Thank you for that. Delete us
thanks,
fetus.
fetus.
Yeah. There we go.
Nice little feet eye. Hey, dumb fuck. He was a believer.
You say what?
Talking to Abel, dumbass. That kid didn't come up here to fucking say, I believe, I agree with you.
What did
They
he
never
say?
do. Poor children are being deceived. Jesus loves you.
Abel ain't right in the head either.
Mm-mm. Abel and Bronze have the same neural pathways.
Abel and who?
Bronze.
Oh, y'all need to come up here and talk to us because I told y'all I'm on 4.5 hours of sleep. So I need y'all to help keep us awake or keep me awake. Don't get quiet.
Oh, I meant to ask you about a book thinker. Let me find it real quick. Um, mm, it's on Everend. It's called. I thought the title was very interesting, and I was trying to read up on it, but I don't remember what the name of it was. Fuck.
Why you look for that? So, yesterday, um, okay, so the video has over almost 3,000 shares, right?
Nice.
How many views do you think I got with 3,000 shares so far?
Hmm, probably like a calm 120.
You would think, wouldn't
If not,
you? No, not even 100K, not even 50K yet.
what?
No, this is how
144
I.
is crazy.
This is how I know my account is being suppressed. Over 3,000 shares, and I have 41,000 views. Yesterday,
God damn.
somebody somebody commented on Larry's post of him singing at his mom's funeral.
Hmm.
Now Larry has 2,000 followers, which and the video is good. They did good. It deserves to go viral. 593 shares and over 120,000 views.
God damn.
Why am I being suppressed like this? Why? Why is it?
Yeah, they fucking with you
Why?
specifically.
Thank you. Like what the fuck?
That's crazy.
I feel like I gotta work extra hard.
Twice as
I
much to
don't
get
know
half.
why. Huh?
Twice as much to get half.
But it ain't even about the money. Like, are you talking about half of
That's
the
all half the
views?
views.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. But it's even more than twice as much. This is three times that. Three
yeah,
thousand shares and not even 50,000 views.
yeah. That's crazy to me. And I know I'd be like, I log in on like all of my accounts and do the whole. I don't necessarily repost them from the super Christian accounts, but um, aside from the reposting part, like I do the watch the video all the way out and like it and all that stuff. Like I don't know. I know I'm doing it on multiple accounts. I don't know why it's acting like that. Because you come up on like other oh, I guess I follow you on pretty much all my accounts. So
I'm wondering if it's because I went when October 7th happened. You know what I'm talking about, right?
hmm
I
hmm
went ham. I went ham. I went
that'll do it.
ham. I think that like it's gotta be. And
That'll
then
do it.
I did a whole video on the lobbying group. I don't want to say the name.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think they done did something where like they probably was like this bitch can't go viral no more.
Not mm-mm, you're right, which is crazy because I don't know, man. If you hadn't popped up on my For You page about that video that you did about pans, that
Yeah,
tickled that tickled the niche that I love. You know what I mean? And that's what got me in here. So, to deprive people of the ability to, you know, to seek more information on stuff, like it's stupid. It's incredibly stupid. And especially because you make like a lot of very good stuff, like independent of, how we think or feel about you. The songs themselves are good. Like they are good. And, like the fact that they won't even push that on an app that's like pretty much fueled by fucking catchy songs, like, hmm?
it's crazy as fuck. And like people are commenting, like people are noticing. They're like, "Why the fuck isn't this viral?" Like
Right.
it doesn't make sense. Like, and then there is nobody. The fact that I'm not getting paid for subscriptions, like what the fuck is that?
That is so weird.
Hmm.
I, I'm supposedly getting mine tomorrow. We'll see, but
And I don't know who I pissed off. I don't know. I pissed somebody off. And that they're no
the
longer
pressure.
automatically. Remember when they used to automatically violate my videos for substance abuse?
Right.
They're not doing that anymore because I kept sending in screenshot after screenshot after screenshot. Like
hmm
it's as soon as the video would post, it would get violated. Substance abuse, substance abuse. So they fixed that. They're not doing that to me anymore. But I don't know.
The name of that book was um, Hijacking Jesus: How Progressive Christians Are Remaking Him and Taking Over His Church.
Progressive Christians are? That must
That's
be an
what the book said.
evangelical author. That's got to be an evangelical author.
I feel like it
But
had to be.
yeah. So the progressives are saying that the white supremacists are hijacking Jesus and taking over the church. So it's how old is the book? Is it new?
Uh, September 23 is when it came out. The description says progressives have fabricated a new Jesus so different from the real Savior that their faith can hardly be called Christianity. Progressive Christian leaders have abandoned the resurrected Savior of historical Christianity, radically reinterpreting him as a Jewish mystic or man of God, devoid of divine claims and miracles. In the postmodern era, remaking Jesus has become a deadly temptation. The modern Jesus of progressives, supposedly
Oh,
friendlier and more accepting than the Savior we know from the Gospels, is gaining popularity and acceptance among self-identified Christians. But they don't realize that progressive Christianity rejects the biblical revelation of Jesus Christ, the Word made flesh. Hijacking Jesus addresses perennial questions about the nature of Christ and his teachings, testing the historical and theological accuracy of progressive Christians. their Jesus, in quotes, is simply no match for the reliability of the four Gospels, which are the most credible historical sources for Jesus's life, teachings, miracles, death, and resurrection. Uh, Christians can accept no substitute for the witness of the Gospels and the theological doctrines of the Church that Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior.
But it's almost like he's trying to say that progressives are not that are saying that Jesus is not Lord and Savior. Like his summary doesn't make any sense. He's not even saying he doesn't even talk about conservative values for him to be saying progressives are doing this.
I
Like
mean,
I don't understand his summary. I
on a
expected to
level, I
hear
kind of
his
get it.
get what?
I mean, he's kind of saying the same thing that we say in terms of like how they, soften what Jesus was actually saying and doing and preaching.
Yeah, but he doesn't go
Um, to,
into that the conservative values of it. He just says that they're softening it with it. Like, softening it how? Right?
about making
He-
them friendlier and more accepting of people. I guess.
No, but
Bec-
you know that because you study. Somebody that doesn't read this book like that
Sorry,
ain't gonna
no.
automatically know that. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
it just seems weird that he's using progressives are doing this. Like he's making a progressive conservative thing, but he doesn't talk about Jesus in a conservative way in the text. He just says
yeah,
progressive. You see what I'm saying? Like I don't get his summary. I don't think
yeah.
that motherfucker even know what he talking about. Either he's scared to admit that Jesus was a supremacist outright because he's trying to say progressives have got this kumbaya Jesus, but Jesus is really a warrior fighter, um, diversity hater.
Yeah,
Like I would expect to hear words like that in his summary, but he doesn't do that. That's just weird to me. It sounds like
yeah.
he's trying
I
to
don't
say
know.
progressives are saying Jesus is not Lord and Savior, but that's not. I'm sure that's not his argument.
Yeah, I low key wanted to read the book because, like I said, I mean, it does sound well. Clearly, he is a believer. But I wanted to see exactly what it is he gets into because clearly he doesn't necessarily give details in the description as far as he's like talking about. He's really just bashing motherfuckers in the description. But I don't know. Maybe the book will go into more detail about what he means and how he sees it versus how he thinks they see it.
Don't type in caps in my comments, Lolo. You know that. Like, goddamn, y'all come in here and just do disrespectful shit on purpose. That's why I don't like a lot of y'all that believe in this God because y'all are disrespectful intentionally. And then you want to whine and cry when I fucking cuss your ass out for intentionally disrespecting me. All right, y'all. We'll give a 15-minute countdown.
Just want to show y'all that he's fully awake. He just sounds like that. That's my doggy.
What time does Pressure eat breakfast?
Honestly, he doesn't. Pressure
Really?
is about psychological warfare. He starves himself to wait for me to eat so that he can have a chance to get some of my food before he gets his food.
Like a kid.
Yep. Like, oh, you cooking something? Well, I'm not really hungry yet, but as soon as that food hit the plate, well, actually, I think I can eat. Crocodile is crazy. that.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm getting sleepy.
I heard you and I heard you was about to count down. I was like, I've been wanting to ask, but I was like, how do I ask this? This is kind of embarrassing. But it's really for everybody if y'all want to respond to this. But I have to read what happened in the situation. It's not long winded or whatever. And I just wanted to know how if y'all think I was wrong, because I like to make sure I hold myself accountable too. Um, I gotta swipe out. I don't know if y'all will still be able to hear me, so I can get what the lady said to me. I don't want to lie on her, so I gotta read
So,
it.
what if you swipe out? We won't be able to hear you while you're reading. Can you take a screenshot? Wait, let's see. How can you do this?
Let me see for
Uh,
a second. I'm gonna see if you can hear me when I do this. Hold on. Uh, dang, nope, you can't hear me. Oh man, it was good too. And I want to get all her words right with what she said because it was like a back and forth thing.
are you able to screenshot it and DM it to me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah,
Cause
do that right quick, and then I'll read it out on.
okay, okay.
They're not in the Discord, Mac. No, they're not a nerd. They're not in the Discord.
No, I'm being
Oh,
facetious.
oh. Little mama, 1 year old today. That is tripping me out. Y'all, oh my god, I'm gonna show y'all the video of them fighting over the fucking train.
Okay, it's showing up red when I send it to you. Do you think I gotta come drop down and then
Showing up bread.
yeah, let me
Wait,
see.
what do you mean showing up bread? What does
Like
that
it
Like it
mean?
won't
didn't send?
show. Mm-hmm.
Probably. Does it say that you can? Well, I know that I can get
No.
messages from people that I'm not following, so that shouldn't be the reason.
I be sending messages while I'm live all the time, so I don't know if it's out.
Why it's showing up red?
Is it? Does it? Are you getting the message that my settings are stopping it from going through? Does it say that? Does it say
It just has
this?
an exclamation mark with a red circle around it.
Hmm.
I can drop down and see if it'll go through then.
Yeah, try that and then come back up.
Okay.
All right. Religious teachings.
Y'all keep an eye out for my new song that's coming out, Brown Because Anywhere.
Y'all want to hear my 17-year-old, the song that he made and he sent to me the other day?
Uh, maybe. Oh, well, he don't do necessary. Yeah, 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 yeah.
He just did this in his room. I think he used BandLab or something.
Yeah, yeah,
He sent it to me the other day. Uh,
yeah. Yeah, diabolical. If it's gangster, yeah.
yeah, I think he sound good. And I'm one of those of that type of mama, like, just because I think he sound good, I'm running to the to the house, I say, "Y'all make me proud to be your mama." But hold on, here you go.
Okay, yeah, it says I can only send one message to you.
Biblical. Dog.
NBA Thinkers boys good.
Oh my God, that biblical is something else. But yeah, he made that with the microphone that I gave him, like my old microphone and stuff. And he said band lab, but he has some talent. Little dude got some talent, but he doesn't want to be a rapper either. He said he don't. He just do it for fun. He doesn't want to release anything. He just do it for
But I'm not a rapper.
fun. Yeah. Uh, Melissa, you said that it still won't let you send it. Is it my settings that's not letting you send it?
Yes.
Yeah, you had to accept it, but she sent it to me.
Yeah.
Oh, she sent it to you. Okay.
Hmm.
Can you read it?
Yeah, I got you. Don't change your life, and you too shall lift your eyes, dead in the pit of hell. Damn. The response was Luke 6:37. Uh, do not judge, and you will not be judged. Do not condemn, and you will not be condemned. Forgive, and you will be forgiven. And the next one says, "Good morning, and I don't judge. I go strictly by the word of God, who speaks in heaven and hell of." I think she meant to say of heaven and hell. Can I say this without losing each other friendship? Trust and believe me, I will never say anything else about our Father in heaven again to you, my love. Your life is your life. Gid will never make you choose from whom you will serve. You have your own free
You
you have
know
your
that
own
will.
free
You know
will.
that is will.
Absolutely. Had to find it. Free will to do so, to do as you choose. If I offend you in either way, hmm, please forgive me. I will never talk to you again about heaven nor hell. It's one thing about me if I don't agree about something you have to say about Christians, I will not come to Facebook, call that person, or when you see them, talk to them. This was replied off of a post that says, "Not gonna lie, y'all Christians in today's time make me want to run away and hide from you, not because of fear, but because y'all spiritual psychosis uh and it's making y'all malfunction. Uh, you can't see it. Some of y'all's minds are dangerous to society, no joke."
So she associated the God with the actions of the believer. and then started condemning you for it as if you were
Yes.
right. Because you didn't say anything about the God. You said the believers' minds scare you.
Mm-hmm. That's why I
And
wanted to ask y'all how y'all felt about it because I was just like, how she came back and tried to apologize for it. It's like, girl, you literally like condemned me to hell. Like, how can you come back from that and then you want to butter it up?
yeah, no, I get it. You're not wrong. I wish that message would have come to me because I would have, you know, told her, "Are you the fucking God? Like, why are you mad? I didn't say God was pissing me off. I said y'all motherfuckers are. Like,
Mm,
why are you putting yourself in the position of the God? This is why I think believers do see themselves as that. Like, they think if you mock a believer, that's the same thing as mocking their God.
exactly. And then I made a video, and I posted it on my TikTok and Facebook. When I made that video, I was talking about her without saying her name. But when I made the post that also read, that was like as a collective. And I guess that she thought that I was still talking about just her. It wasn't just her, it was like as a whole. Because like from watching your lives on here, and when I see and you're not lying, like you are not lying on these people, and when I see them malfunction, I'm like, she really has a point. Like y'all are dangerous, and it's not cute anymore. It's not cool, and I don't understand why y'all can't see that. Like I don't even be wanting to be around somebody that say they're Christian unless I know for a fact that you got your mind right and your heart is right, and that takes time.
It's usually hard to be the type of person that is considerate of other people and be a Christian though, because they have to put the God first. They have to negotiate with that, and they're always going to choose the God. And so it's difficult for them to be that type of person. They've made a vow to put that God first. And this is why I always compare the law in Deuteronomy 13, where the God tells the Israelites that they have to be willing to kill their son or daughter, their husband or their wife, their best friend, their mother or their father, if they try to convince them to go and worship another God. They have to kill them, right? And then Jesus says, if you want to be my disciple, you have to be willing to hate your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, your son, your daughter, and even yourself. And that, to hate them means you have to put me first. You have to love me more. So if I tell you to do something that it could be harmful or that might hurt your family members' feelings, that might put them in a position that is uncomfortable for them, you have to be willing to do it. So it's when they say, "Okay, I'm willing to do that so that I can be your disciple," it's hard for them to be the type of person that you are looking for them to be, because they're always going to put the God and their belief first over you.
And yes, everything you said is definitely true. And then my thing is like, I know for a fact that even if I was to call her, or if even if I call her because I felt some type of way, it's like I already know it would have been like gaslighting. I already know it would have been, well, I didn't mean it. You took no. So that's why I didn't call her. I just wanted to express how I felt. And I'm not saying like when I'm friends with somebody, I just go out and I'm like that type of person. But me and her aren't that close like that. And then it's like I don't even feel comfortable because you went straight to sending me to the pits of hell to try to put fear in me. That's not. I just don't get why she didn't see like that was crazy. Like I didn't. It didn't hurt my feelings. It just felt like, dang, that's effed up. Like what?
Yeah, she put herself in a position to be the God, to, you know, as if she could make that decision, that how you felt about Christians was worthy enough of condemnation. Darling boy, when you say false, I need you to be specific. What is it that you are saying that I said that is false? I need you to be specific and don't run. Like I hate when y'all do that. Y'all will make these claims that what I'm saying is a lie or that it's false, and then when I ask you to clarify or to show me what I said that was false, y'all don't come back. You don't say anything.
And I don't know if this is a dramatic scenario that I would describe, but it's to the point now where I'm like thinking, what if the Holy Spirit told her in a dream to hurt me or something? Not saying she would you do that? Like, that's how much trauma, and I don't think they see like how serious like it is about it. Like, you know,
Yeah. And 9 times out of 10, they're going to answer you and say, the Holy Spirit wouldn't ask me to do that. And so they're going to try their best to not have to answer that question. But if you push them and say, I'm not saying that the Holy Spirit would, but if it did, would you obey it? That's what I need to know.
correct.
Yeah, but no, you were not wrong.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome. I appreciate you for coming up. How long you been deconstructing?
Um, 6 years, but I think this year when I started seeing more of it on TikTok, I felt like finally I found people who actually understand um, and who have went through things with the church and religion and the believers and stuff. So this year really like opened up my mind more, and now I feel like I have a safe space. Because I really wish I would have found y'all 6 years ago. I don't know how long you've been on TikTok, but when I first left, I didn't have anybody. That's why I became more spiritual. But then even with that, my spiritual psychosis was crazy. I'm not going to cap. It was. But now I'm
Mine too.
more. It was. And then a lot of people were like calling me a witch and a demon and all this other kind of stuff. So I went like through like a spiral. Like I feel like I went kind of crazy in my mind. I don't know if that makes sense. But now I'm more like balanced and I make sure I use critical thinking and I'm more logic. So I try not to be overly spiritual because I do know how people who say well, I can't speak for everybody, but I'll just say for me, when you become spiritual, you do kind of you're not really in tune with reality because you try to put spirituality with everything and you got to come out of the clouds. So that's why I like it here because, you know, y'all are more logical and y'all make sense and y'all are factuals. And y'all are very smart. So I like it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you so much, and I'm glad that you finally found us. We've been doing this for 2 years. I've been deconstructing for 7 years now. Um, yep, 7 years. 2019, late 2019. Uh, no. 6 years. Right, that's 6 years. 6 years, and been doing the live for 2 years. So we're the community is growing wide on TikTok, and I love it. There's more and more and more people doing deconstruction lives every day. So I would say just stick around, come up and talk to us some more, and I appreciate you.
You're welcome. I'll just say this one last thing. The only thing I wish I would have done 6 years ago, I closed my Bible. And I'm like, dang, I should have never did that. I didn't even think like, girl, no, you need to read that thing. Like, cause I was so angry at the God in that Bible. Cause I was like, why did you bring me around these people? And I actually cursed. I did. I said, F you. And I told my mom about it. She still brings it up. You said F you to God. I said, because man, why? Anyways, but yeah. So now I'm getting back into the Bible and stuff. I'm still trying to learn.
That's good. And if you approach it kind of like a scavenger hunt, um, the things that you are curious about, and that you're hunting for information for that, evidence, archaeological reports. Um, Look at the stories that you're reading. Who are all the characters in this story? What nations are in this story? What did this nation say about this event, this claim? It becomes really interesting if you're the type of person that likes to like go down rabbit holes and get
Yes.
it. Yeah. So if you look at it like a scavenger hunt for information, reading the Bible becomes fun again. Like it becomes fun.
Okay, thank you for that. And I do go to Empress Live. I've been to Oso's um and a few more people that you follow and stuff. So I ain't stalking y'all. I'm just trying to keep up and learn.
That's what was shit. We stalk each other. We be with each other
Get
damn
her,
near every
FBI,
day.
get her. She's following me.
Yeah,
So if y'all see
we.
me, I'm not trying to stalk y'all. I'm just learning y'all. I'm just learning.
No, I love it. I love it. I'm happy that you're here, Melissa, and thank you so much for coming on.
You're welcome. Bye, y'all. Have a good day.
Bye. You too.
Have a good morning, day.
Shit,
Have
if
a
I
good
don't see,
24-hour period.
right, if I don't see you, I'm gonna be like, where the fuck they at? Speaking of which, where the fuck is Christina? I haven't seen Christina in a couple of days.
She
Is she still
does
doing the
her get
battles?
ready with me lives in the morning, and then she does battles in the afternoon and night.
Oh, I haven't seen her on my FYP doing the battles. She is doing the battles.
Uh-huh.
Why is she not coming up?
I had to refollow that.
Is this real? RG3? Did they sound like real when they came up?
Whoever that was kind of did. RG3, you're gonna have to change that name though. RG3 is not the name to go by.
Why? He was a bad quarterback?
I agree. He's horrible.
He hates black women with a passion. He a
I forgot
fucking
about that.
coon.
Never mind. I
Yeah.
forgot. Yeah, I forgot about that motherfucker. I forgot about that.
Yeah, he is scum.
You know, another thing that I
Black with a white
noticed
stripe.
is that when I asked people what duet should do the song, the Jezebel versus Men song, a lot of people are tagging Chris Brown.
What? Do niggas not
Yeah,
know? No, niggas know. Do niggas not
this
care?
Yo, they don't
this
care.
is this is women, and I'm like Chris Brown.
Girl, I don't care. He light skinned.
Women is niggas too. Women is niggas too.
They're saying Chris Brown and Rihanna, Chris Brown and Summer Walker, Chris Brown. Like there are so many people saying Chris Brown, and I'm like, if you look at it, I ain't liking now one of them motherfucking comments. Cause what?
Yeah, fuck all that.
Like, did we forget? I feel like tagging Chris Brown is like forgiving David. Like that, but he said he's sorry. He, that's what I feel like.
Like making a song against violence for women and being like, yeah, Chris Brown and fucking OJ should be on the song. Like, nigga, what?
Right. Right. Like, what? But you know what I thought about? Kiki motherfucking Palmer would be good for that song. Her
She
whole
kind of in the middle of her own
personality.
shit right now.
What? What's happening?
With that what's that shit called? Fried rice and greens or something like that.
I don't know what.
She produced some weird ass show about a Asian person that grew up around black people, I guess. They made it, I don't know, they made it weird.
What?
I didn't watch it, but Southern Fried Rice, that's what it was.
And what was it? Racist or something?
Hey, it just
Don't
came
waste. Don't
across as
waste.
insensitive.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't waste your time, please.
Oh shit.
I watch it from a
Yeah.
filmmaker standpoint.
Damn.
I ain't saying she necessarily in the hot seat, but you know, it didn't help. Hey, Jelani,
Here's $500,000.
go
I,
ahead
I
and
her
offer you
I
the
love her
keys.
personality. Like she's
She
unapologetic.
think R. Kelly is still. She thinks R. Kelly is still. R. Kelly ain't never did nothing to her, so she okay.
Where did she say that?
She was on Breakfast Club. She was like, that's not the Kells I know. Y'all gotta understand, that's not the Kells I know. Yeah, yeah.
Karen, how am I being a
What?
hater? How is that being a hater?
Mm-mm. I don't be paying attention to these celebrity lives like that. And then that way, like I don't get connected to them. So when they do shit like that, I can move on with my life. Like she like anything that I have seen of her, it's like, oh, she was a good performer. She said she apologized for DV. She did that. Oh, okay, never mind. So I'm moving on. Like I don't get involved in these celebrity lives like that. Like I look at their art. So half the time I don't know they fucking names, but I look at their art and I'm like, oh, I can connect with that art, right? I can connect with that, concept of that energy right there, and then I move on.
I have something to say about everyone. Being in a being opinionated is being a hater. Having an opinion on stuff. And honestly, I didn't even offer opinions on Kiki. I just told her that she was in the middle of her own thing right now. So I don't know. Sounds like projection.
Lo Mein, what's up?
Oh, I just had a quick question. I was trying to ask it from the comments, but I don't think you were seeing it. How y'all doing this morning, though?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good, good. So I was asking, I've heard you say it a couple different times, so I didn't know if it was like a hypothetical or if there was some external like text that supported it. But you mentioned Adam like striking Eve a couple different times, so I didn't know if that was just something you was using as hypothetical to like have the conversation, or if there was some like external text that like suggested that.
No, no, there's no external text that suggested that. Adam was, very controlling with his first wife, Lilith, and the Talmud in the rabbinic literature. So there is also rabbinic literature where he's saying he don't like Eve, that she stinks, that he didn't ask Yahweh for her, and he's mad at Yahweh for making her. So like he has according to the rabbinic literature. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna find that here in just a second and read it to y'all because this shit is crazy. Um, yeah, he said her perfume stinks. Her voice sounds like bones in a cauldron, like bone, like yeah,
This is some
like he did
childish shit.
not like, yeah, he did not like Eve, and he was mad that Yahweh made her, and he was like, I didn't even ask you for her. So the attitude that he has, it comes across as someone that would be abusive, but in the Hebrew text in the Bible, no, it doesn't say that. But Eve has the ability to wonder, right? It says that she looked at the fruit, saw that it was good for food, and also, wondered to herself what it would be like, whether it would be good to be wise. And so the from that place of Eve, because we don't get any insight from the garden through Eve's experience. So just that ability for her to wonder what it would be like to have wisdom. Why is Eve wondering this? Like, why is Eve desiring wisdom? And so I just took that hypothetical and said, could it be, right? Like, if could Adam have been abusive? And if he was, what did Eve think about that? Because they lacked the knowledge of good and evil. Right? They didn't have a moral conscience, and they were not ashamed of it. So We know that they were humans and their bodies did things. They had emotions, right? They were around each other. They were the only two humans in the story. So they could have gotten frustrated with each other, and vice versa. Uh, Eve could have been abusive. But I'm telling the story from Eve's perspective, right? From the hypothetical from Eve's perspective. What if Adam was abusive to Eve? What if Adam was the one that convinced her that questioning or gaining knowledge was evil? It was rude. Um, to ask Adam, like, do you think it's good for you to be touching my breast when I don't want you to? Like, if I'm on my period and I don't want to have sex, do you think it's wise for you to still force yourself on me? Right? And then Adam could have been the one that said, I was created before you. You came from me. You're bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. I do what I want to do. Right? And without them having the knowledge, that's all they can do. Right? Is wonder.
Mm. Well, I mean, we know he was like verbally abusive from, or at least we can extrapolate that from the fact that he called her stinky and shit. And I don't know, people who tend to verbally abuse people tend to physically abuse them as well. So I don't feel like
Yeah,
that's
but
far
that's it.
off.
Yeah, I agree. But that's in rabbinic literature, and
Yeah,
believers, they're not gonna. They
yeah.
think that the Talmud is demonic. So,
Ironic.
right.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, like I said, I was trying to ask from the comments, but I figured y'all didn't see it. That's why I hopped up. But yeah, I was just trying to get some clarity on that. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a good
Yeah,
day.
I hope y'all do too.
I think even the fact that King James translates Lilith's name to a screeched owl is representative of how men thought of the voices of non-submissive, unsubmissive women, for them to name her a screech owl in the text.
Yeah, I guess if they even knew.
Well, the word is Lilith. The word in the text is Lilith. That's the Hebrew
Yeah,
word.
I'm saying,
It's not.
did they know about the rabbinic literature on that?
Oh yeah, they knew. That was a tradition back then.
Mm.
You are. Don't you know you are? We can record it today. What time you gotta go to work? Huh? 2 o'clock. We can record. I get off alive at 10:30. We can record the song then.
Hit the
I'm not gonna.
studio.
I'm not gonna be sleepy. How long is it gonna take us to record it? An hour? 3 hours? 3 hours? Okay. 30 minutes? Okay. Sorry, y'all. What the fuck was I saying? I don't remember. What was I saying? Y'all don't
Um,
remember either, do y'all?
no, it's fixating on what
Lilith.
Leo said.
Lilith. Yeah, Lilith. That's what we were talking about. The name. Her name is like the Hebrew word. Like it is her name. So yeah, they knew.
Yeah.
It was a tradition back then, and they, instead of just keeping her name Lilith, they transferred it to Screech Owl. That's the crazy thing. That's I'm like, to me it's like they're saying her voice is like a screeched owl, but also an owl is representation of wisdom. So
Mhm.
it's like the wisdom of a woman like this is, like a pain to my ears. Cause what is a screech owl? Is that a real thing?
Yeah.
It is. What do they sound like?
Give me 1 second. Here's an Eastern screech owl.
Take the next step in treating your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis with Entyvio, the only gut-focused treatment for use.
Here.
Yeah. Why did they choose that sound for Lilith? Um, that doesn't sound bad.
It's not. And to be fair, this is an Eastern screech owl, which I'm pretty sure are native to North America. So I don't necessarily know if that's the exact same, but I imagine it wouldn't be much different.
What's the regular owl? What's the barn owl? What does that sound like?
That would be this. If it, what's okay, there we go. So basically, they just sound like a Facebook ad.
For such a beautiful bird,
What the
the
fuck?
barn owl call, which is why the nickname
Nigga,
the screech.
when you click on a video that say barn owl sounds and it starts with narration from a nigga, shut the fuck up.
That sounds worse than the screech. That's a barn owl.
Yep.
I thought, damn, that sounds worse than the screech owl.
I don't think they had barn owls though. Let me
Um,
see. Screech owls in the Middle East.
so here's the verse here, Isaiah 34:14. Here's her name, Lilith, right here. And in the Hebrew, there is wild cats shall meet hyenas, goat demons shall greet each other. There too, the Lilith shall repose and find herself a resting place. So she's Lilith will rest amongst the goat demons, the hyenas. I think the satyrs is like, um, and then King James, Isaiah 34:14.
Interesting. They
Um,
didn't have screech owls in the Middle East or in England.
so that this is this is the King James team.
That's what I'm saying. They didn't have it
Um,
in England either.
mm,
There are no
uh,
screech owls native to England, though the barn owl is commonly given that nickname. So that's what it is. It's actually a barn owl, but
what
they
what's
call it a
what's a
screech
barn
owl.
owl?
The thing that Lilith is actually a
Oh,
barn owl, but they call it a screech owl.
that's weird that they would do that. That's weird. The NRSVUE translates it as Lilith, but yeah, King James hid her name and called her the Screech Owl. So like the fact that they did that tells me like they knew that they were intentionally trying to hide the fact that the story said Adam had a different wife at first or a different female partner at first. They were
Mm.
intentionally hiding that. Huh?
Yeah, it's looking like that's right. They just they meant barn.
And that sounds horrible.
Yes,
Not horrible, but it's not music to your ears.
it's haunting you.
Yeah. So like it's like they're saying That's what it a confident woman who is non-submissive or unsubmissive um, sounds like to their ears.
Yeah. But a lot of cultures think not only are owls wise, some of them think they're wise and that they're harbingers of death. So,
Think owls are.
yeah, harbingers of death. Which I mean, it makes sense. You go out at night and you hear that loud ass call and you see those big ass glowing eyes in the dark. Like, I could see that.
Well, considering that they used to think that Lilith was the reason, like if they had sex with their wives, not in missionary, that Lilith was the demon that like Lilith would come get them and see them.
I could see that.
Yeah, and then they believed that she was the one that was killing babies in their sleep
Interesting.
because she didn't come back for her own demon baby. Like when her demon babies were threatened, she didn't let that make her go back and be with Adam.
Yeah.
Um, hold on, let me
Not a
see.
women. That makes sense. Powerful women challenge the status quo.
Hmm?
Uh, uh, Somebody asked, why are men intimidated by powerful women? I said, because they challenge the status quo.
Yeah, they said she had uncontrollable, dangerous sexuality. She made men desire high, like have high lust. They believed that there were male and female Liliths in the world.
She's a shapeshifter too. Nice.
She's a shapeshifter. Um,
I'm in a polycule with Lilith and Ruth.
yeah, it says, oh, here we go. Um, no, I don't want to read your blog article. I'm trying to read I'm trying to get the superstitions, like a list of the superstitions. Like they couldn't sleep alone in the house because Lilith would come. Like they were literally scared of Lilith, the
Who couldn't
men.
sleep alone in the house?
Men. They would say don't for the man to not sleep alone in the house because the spirit of Lilith would come and make them have like real intense sex dreams. They
Oh,
couldn't.
damn.
Yeah, like there were a lot of superstitions around the spirit of Lilith.
Hey, Pressure, you're gonna sleep outside tonight, okay? I just gotta see something real quick. That's all.
Uh, here's the Jewish library. Let me see if they have a list. Men better engage in frequent intercourse with them, or it would be their fault when Lilith came. Hold on, here we go. Let's see. Uh,
I'm gonna give him a blanket. He'll be okay.
Goodness.
Pressure, you cool with that? Do nothing if you chill with that.
Here we
Told you.
go. Says Her nature as a succubus who stole the seed of men to give birth to demons meant that Lilith was commonly believed to be the cause of nocturnal emissions. Whenever a male had a wet dream, it was said that Lilith had come to him in his dreams and succeeded in arousing him to the point of impregnating her. The men or the boys who had these nocturnal emissions and were embarrassed by them or confused were consoled by this superstition. Men also likely claimed to their wives that they had better engage in frequent intercourse with them, or it would be their fault when Lilith came to them. And it was thought that when Lilith succeeded in seducing a man, she gained some rights of cohabitation in their household. Thus, later artifacts that bear the name of Lilith, like incantation bowls and other charms, are inscribed as literal writs of divorce, declaring that Lilith had no rights there. The danger was even thought to exist when a man slept with his wife, whether he spilled his seed outside of her on purpose. If you'll excuse the frankness of my remarks, or even if some of his semen was lost accidentally. Lilith was thought to lurk in the bed sheets, waiting to steal it, and rather comically, men would shout out at the moment of orgasm, "Release, release, neither come nor go. The seed is not yours." Nor were men, they thought them having a fucking orgasm was Lilith's fault. Nor were men alone, nor were men alone the supposed victims of Lilith or her other succubi children, for some of her demon offspring were male incubi and were said to visit women in their sleep and impregnate them. Of course, one can easily imagine the scapegoat being quite handy if a woman needed to explain a seemingly inexplicable pregnancy. And it must also have been used as a defense by rapists who could easily blame a woman's violation on some incubus. But this idea of the incubus seducing or assaulting women in dreams returns us to the notion of sleep paralysis and the incubus phenomenon. The sleep disorder in which one feels pressure on them and even has a vision of dark figure or night hag, the origin of the word nightmare. So Lilith and her brood can be seen as a superstitious explanation of those hypno hypnopompic, I don't know what the fuck that word is, hallucinations. Another parallel with revenants or vampires. Also, like revenants, they were blamed for inexplicable deaths or illness. It was said that Lilith attacked pregnant women because of her resentment of Eve in her partnership with Adam. Thus, when a woman died in childbirth or after it from the all too common childbed fever, it was said Lilith had taken her. Likewise, Lilith, like her Lamashtu, was said to prey upon children blamed for stillbirths and miscarriages, and was also blamed when children died in infancy. She was sometimes said to drink their blood with aspect had likely been carried down through the centuries from superstitions about Lamashtu, but mostly she was said to strangle babies in their cradles, as one might imagine. Then Lilith took the blame when the terrible and seemingly incomprehensible tragedy of crib death, or what we might today call sudden infant death syndrome, occurred. Indeed, even adults who died in their sleep were said to have been taken by Lilith or her Lilin, and was said that after a succubus or incubus demon successfully seduced someone, they might change form and kill them. Thus, Lilith evolved to become a kind of catch-all superstition, a scapegoat for most mysterious phenomena related to sleep, maternity, and infancy.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Hypnopompic hallucinations. You should look into that. It's pretty interesting.
What is that?
Hypnopompia is the state of consciousness leading out of a sleep, a term coined by this is wrong, the psychical researcher, that doesn't even make sense, Frederick Myers. It mirrors the hypnagogic state at sleep onset. Though often conflated, the two states are not identical. Basically, it's like when you're leaving, it's the state that you're in when you're leaving sleep, about to wake up, um, which is, I guess, technically where like the sleep paralysis stuff happens because
So
you're one
similar
foot
to
in, one
REM.
foot out. Kind of, kind of. It's like a state where like it's the state where like your brain is leaving sleep, going into waking up. It's like in between that.
Yeah, like REM. REM is the state that your brain is in when you're awake but going to sleep. So this would be the coming out of the sleep
Hmm.
to awake. Mm, okay. I forget why we even started talking about Lilith. Why did we start talking about
About Lilith,
this? Yeah. Why?
low
What? Why?
man.
Why? Oh, okay. Yeah. I think also they don't. Believers don't. What we're learning from these conversations is that they don't necessarily think that Adam and Eve could move their body without instructions from the God. So when we ask or introduce this hypothetical that Adam could have been abusive before they gained the knowledge to know, they see that as impossible because they're like they were never commanded to slap. He was never commanded to slap Eve. So it's interesting that they say that the God wanted to test free will while also holding that Adam and Eve didn't have free will to move their bodies. Um, I
But
don't
they
think
had to have
they.
it.
What I'm saying is, I don't think they understand the dissonance that they're holding. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're saying that no, it's not possible that Adam could have slapped Eve because he was never commanded to do it. Right? Adam did whatever God wanted him to do. But also Adam had free will to disobey. That they're holding two contradicting ideas.
Yeah. Anyways, if y'all are licensed babysitters, since I can't leave them outside, somebody need to take pressure for the night. Again, I'm trying to conduct some sleep studies. Hit me up. You got a
I
sibling?
guess we would be done, right? There were two people in the guest box. I tried to bring them up and they popped out. Um,
That'll work. Sophie, you can pick them up at 8.
mm. All right, y'all. Last call for alcohol. Is there anybody? Is there one? 21 and up, believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing or an atheist? Out. I hope I can sing. I'm so fucking tired and I forgot that she wanted to record this song.
I mean, low key, if you call it here, you can get like a good hour and a half, 2 hour nap.
Mm.
And they'd be like, I just got off live. Let's do it.
Just pretend like I'm still on live, is what you're saying?
I'm just saying.
She is in the kitchen, right outside my room.
That's cool. What you can do is go back to like 2, 3 weeks, right? And then just start playing a YouTube of the live. Play it loud so it sounds like you talking for real.
The deception.
Hey, I'm looking out for you so that you can do it all. Supermom and get your nap. That's all.
I appreciate you also. I'm gonna knock it on out the. I'm gonna knock it out. That way, when I go to sleep, my ass is going to sleep. Gonna get this shit out the way. Gonna get it out the way so I can go to sleep.
You
I guess we are done. Nobody else is coming up, huh?
outside, I hear you.
Yeah. Well, there's somebody. Can y'all accept that person that just requested for me? My hold on. Thank you.
Yep.
Let me put my earbud. I only had one earbud in. Uh, it's black. It's black aura. Is that your name?
He's a Bikora.
Is it Bicora? Is it Bicora or is that? Did I say
That's
it wrong?
definitely a lowercase I.
Oh, I can't see it. I'm leaning back in my chair. I can't see it. Is it Bicora? Is that your name?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
What's your name? What's your name?
What?
What is your name?
Amy Sabicola.
Spell that.
Did you came up here to waste my time?
Oh, split is bright in the English. Or French Kinyarwanda.
You don't speak
Okay, y'all.
English?
Yep. All right.
No,
So,
French Kinyarwanda.
all right. All right. Have a good day, okay?
Okay.
I appreciate y'all. Cause what the fuck?
Y'all both going to bed, huh?
Yeah. Cause why? Like why? If you don't speak English, why the fuck are you in a room with people who speak English? What conversation did you think in your mind was going to happen? That don't even make sense. Goodness gracious. All right, y'all. I will see y'all tonight for Maddie's hour. Hopefully, we have people to come up. Um, um, yeah, we're getting off live earlier and earlier and earlier. Um, and this is to those of you that are in the community. Use the live time for what it's for. Research. If you have research based questions, Lo Mein ass will come up. Lo Mein will ask a research based question. That's what I like. So it's not just conversations about the topics. If you are a part of the community, I mean, if you don't have anything, I get it. If you're not contemplating stuff, I get it. But I am noticing that we're ending the lives earlier and earlier, and that's cool if that's what y'all want. But don't sit back and wait on us to talk to Christians. And it's easy to get into that habit. So, but I appreciate y'all. Jess, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Look at y'all hopping in the box as I'm shutting down.
Trifling.
Mm-hmm.
See?
Jess,
Trifling.
Jess, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Look at there's two people in there. Jess, I don't think she knows she's in there. Oh, okay, that was an accident. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all tonight for Maddie's hour. Thank y'all so much for the gifts and the likes and the shares of both the TikTok and YouTube fam. I think Rhea goes live today at 11 Central. Wait, is it? Yeah,
I mean, it could be shit. She did go to sleep like 2 minutes ago, though, so
yeah. Rhea goes live at 11 Central, which is 12 Eastern. I'll see y'all. I'm gonna go in here and knock this song out, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. I love
Bye,
y'all so much.
y'all. Love y'all. Bye.
Bye. Have a good
love
one, y'all.
you. Have a good one.
Bye.
Love y'all. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for even getting them together, for choosing her for her patient, dear God. That she cares about her patient so much so that she would ask prayer for her.